plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish. Holding on to faded plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Tension fills the hall here in Goa. For some of the world's best, today is simple. Win or go home. Several well-known grandmasters find themselves with their backs to the wall, needing victory on demand to stay alive. Every move now carries the weight of their tournament, and every decision a step closer to survival or the end. The nerves are real, the atmosphere is electric, and tie breaks hang in the balance. Welcome to Day 5 of the FIDE World Cup. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm John Sargent, and joining me are International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster David Howell. Jovi, David, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Right, it's come to that time again, John, as you mentioned, where the players, it's do or die. Some of them are going to be eliminated. For some, maybe they're going to hold it tight and they're going to be facing absolutely everything tomorrow in tiebreak. So whatever happens, it's going to be dramatic, and I'm super pumped for that one.
Yeah, and I must admit, I had FOMO yesterday. I was watching you guys, watching the games, enjoying the fact that the top dogs had entered the field, and it's just good to be here. I remember hating these days as a player in the World Cup. It was so stressful, but as a commentator, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Well, welcome to the dark side, David. You need a reintroduction, of course, and we definitely still have cookies. Let's go ahead and hop into the format. For those of you who might be tuning into the broadcast for the first time, this is a little bit different to your typical tournament that you might be tuning in to watch. It's a single elimination knockout for starters. There are 206 players. You might be wondering why that's such a weird number. It's because the top 50 seeds got to buy into the second round. So once you do some jiggery-pokery, it's like a faux 256 player bracket, except it's not, but it is now single elimination that they've entered the field. And every match has two classical games. We played one yesterday, we played the second today with colors reversed. If the match ends 1-1, then we get tie breaks, and those were insane. If you weren't here for day 3, when you get a chance, watch it. 15 plus 10, then 10 plus 10, then 5 plus 3, then 3 plus 2, then an Armageddon game if required. We didn't actually need Armageddon on day number 3, Jovi, but I think it's fair to say everyone from us all the way through to the producers, we all thought we were going to get Armageddon. It was a crazy day.
Yeah, and it went down to the wire in a lot of those games, small margins. I gotta say that with the intense pressure that the players were facing, that did seem to be a format that favored the young, but well, we'll see, because that is going to be playing on some of the people's minds. They have to be thinking, do I play it particularly safe today, especially if I have the white pieces, because tomorrow my opponent might be a fiend in blitz chess.
Now, if you are an aspiring chess player and you might be thinking to yourself, oh, I'm really insignificant compared to all of these titled players, all of these grandmasters in the bracket, I just want to offer a little bit of perspective here, because if you think you're insignificant compared to, say, Gukesh up there in the top left, this is what the actual bracket looks like for the entire event. It is long, it is grueling, and you have to get through all of this to make your way through to the final for the opportunity to crown yourself a World Cup winner. David, that's a long way to go.
A long way to go. Some of the players, those who didn't get the bye in round 1, they will have had to have won 8 head-to-head matches against world-class grandmasters to win the event. It's not easy. I've been there myself. It's a lot of, you walk through every corridor, you see a world-class face, you see a household name, and we're treated to this, to this fantastic field. We'll have so many fun games to follow today.
Well, before the games get started in Goa, we are lucky enough to have International Master Rakesh Kulkarni on site for us to preview what today has in store.
Thanks, John, and namaste. Welcome back. This is day 2 of round 2. We saw lots of upsets yesterday, but mainly they say the axiom where draw with black and win with white, and that proved true in games between Faustino versus Vidit. Faustino was pressing with the black pieces, but the Indian star held on to make the draw. Gukesh, who was playing with the white pieces, tried to push, and he was close to winning, but Kazibek, the Kazakh star, the former world junior champion, made a really nice defense and drew with the black pieces. Hans Niemann also played a solid draw with black against Italian champion Lorenzo Lodici, and in the other game, Titas Tremasis from Lithuania made a very nice defense against Wesley So. These 4 players have the advantage. They'll play white in game 2 today, and they might try to win the match outright. Remember, 1.5 is the key score. Whoever scores 1.5 out of 2 goes through to round 3. Some players who won were Arjun Erigaisi, Richard Rappo, also Vachier Sandaro have their task cut out easier because they won with black yesterday and just need a draw with the white pieces. As you can see behind me, Vladislava Artem may have signed some autographs. We have lots of fans here in Goa, and they also have their personal preferences. So guys, who's your favorite player?
I'm here to support Vidit.
And
Nihal Sarin.
okay,
Gukesh. Prague.
you see a lot of mix.
Gukesh.
Everyone, who's on team Gukesh?
Yeah.
And Prague? Any foreign stars? Arjun.
Yeah.
Anish.
Already qualified, but still.
Hans Niemann. We have stars from everywhere here. The World Cup is full of upsets. Speaking of some of them, we saw youngster Ivan Zelemsky, who beat 5-time Puzzle Rush world champion Ray Robson, And then Etienne Bacrot, the French national champion, also managed to beat Nils Grandelius, the high-rated player from Sweden. In other games, Aryan Tari, who had a great position but blundered on the infamous 40th move, and he lost to Buddy Pranav, and Buddy just needs a draw to move on to round 3. And the last upset, we saw Georg Mayer also taking down his high-rated opponent. Plenty of fun action coming up. Back to you guys in the studio. John, Joey and Anna, take it away.
Thank you very, very much there, Rakesh. You can also follow more of his content on Instagram at @ITheRocky, and that's only something I call David on the weekends, but we'll move past that and discuss it later. On a serious note, though, David, we have some pretty exciting pairings coming up today, but I want to talk about a couple of names in particular. I have on this list, and there are more: Aryan Tari, Niels Grandelius, Max Varmadam, Ray Robson, Volodar Murzin, the world rapid play champion, Vasily Ivanchuk. All of these players need to win on command today. Tensions are high.
Tensions are very high, the stakes are very high, a lot of money on the line. It's a massive jump up after this round if you can make it further. And yeah, it was especially bad yesterday for the Scandinavian players. You mentioned a few of them there: Niels Grandelius, Aryan Tari, and Johan Sebastian Christensen. All of them losing, all of them in a must-win situation today. Yeah, of course, lots of draws as well, some more surprising than others. The likes of Gukesh, no guarantee, because he will start today on level footing. We see Hans Niemann. He had to be very accurate to hold a draw yesterday. He'll want to do a bit better today. And yeah, lots of small storylines that we'll be keeping everyone up to date with as we go along.
And speaking of world champion Gukesh, just a wonderful moment and an opportunity to show you guys at home when he finished his game yesterday, which was a marathon game. He was pressing and pressing and pressing, but walked away ultimately with a draw. The number of fans he had immediately outside the venue was absolutely ridiculous. And I imagine for a lot of the home heroes, this is what happens to them every day. Take a look at this. I'm not sure he could have gotten back to the hotel in a couple of hours. I mean, those are scenes.
Yeah, I mean, you expect Gukesh maybe needs some bounces in there, just to kind of keep the crowd at bay. But it's so nice, Gukesh actually is the perfect gentleman, is always signing, always ready with a smile, because he understands the impact he has on the future generation and also on the Indian chess community. I mean, look at Gukesh, what a champ. And he did this after what was potentially a very disappointing draw for him, because he had a great opening yesterday against his opponent. And in the end, it did fizzle out into a very hard-fought draw. But his reward at the end of it, some fans are celebrating his achievement, just wanted to be there. And he's going to have to settle in, because now he's got the black pieces. And if he loses, that's it. He's out of the competition.
Speaking of disappointing moments, I feel like, Jovi, you probably have, you've seen this many times before. I don't know if you've been on the receiving end of it in your career, but I kind of want to mention Aryan Tari just briefly, because he was in a decent position and the infamous move 40 crept up, and the very last move before the time control is a blunder. Maybe for the people at home who aren't so familiar with it, talk to us about why that's almost a unique phenomenon in classical chess.
Yeah, the adrenaline is pacing, it's running through your veins, it's just there, you're just building up to getting to that move 40. And once you've completed that move, you're going to get that increment, and that time bonus of 30 minutes, and then you can relax. And the problem is that you're there, you're playing accurate moves, and then it just slips right when you're reaching the last hurdle. And that's exactly what happened to Aryan Tari with the white pieces against Buddy Pranav. And what happened there was he just made a terrible blunder, just threw away the game. It was a very sharp position. It was an oversight, the seconds were ticking down, and he didn't quite manage to calculate and see all the resources that his opponent had. But he's going to have to resettle, because he can't afford to get angry about that one, because he's got an opportunity now. Ariantari, we're going to be after playing this game with the black pieces, and he's just going to have to knuckle down and do what the situation requires, and that is to win with black. And talking about winning, well, that's what's on these two players' minds. Kuybokarov from Australia, he's got the white pieces against Pragnananda. Yesterday, again, very tense, very interesting draw, very hard fought. For Pragnananda, he's going to be wanting to settle this match in the classical portion. I don't think he necessarily wants to be facing tiebreaks so early on in the competition.
So some decisions have to be made here, and I get the impression, it's easy to say as the first ceremonial moves we're preparing for them, but David, it's easy to say, oh, as the stakes rise, we're probably going to see riskier and riskier chess, but the reality is, for some of the players with the white pieces, for example, they're going to want to play as safe as possible, as boring as possible, because a draw is enough. So, do you think today, I'll ask both of you this question, but I'll start with David. Do you think today we're going to see more risks and more fireworks? Or, despite the scoreboard situation, could we actually see relatively calm games?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think for the players who have white, who only need a draw, we'll see very solid play. For those on level footing with the white pieces, I think the dream is also to play pretty solid, to get a small advantage, risk-free, to press, and knowing that a draw still gets you to tiebreaks, not the end of the world. From my experiences in these, especially the second days of these mini matches, you tend to see a lot of tense players who are reluctant to take too much risk, reluctant to burn their bridges. They know that tomorrow in rapid games they'll get more chances. But we'll see. It depends. There's a lot of these kind of mismatches in rating. Pragnananda a lot higher rated than his opponent here, for example, over 200 points higher. So he might be inclined to try and go for it, or at least try to make things a bit more complicated before deciding on the path a bit later. We see the Carro-Kann in that game. And okay, Jovanka, lots of games starting now. Lots of e4s, a couple of d4s. Which game are you most looking forward to today?
I know. You mentioned it, David, and just like that, I kind of stood to attention. You mentioned Carro-Kann. That is my keyword. And yes, it's happening in the game between Norgebek and Gukesh. And Gukesh with the black pieces, he's indicating that he wants to play it relatively safe, have that solid position. And White in response, actually, you called it there. You know, White was like, okay, I'm going to choose one of the most solid responses to the Carro-Kann. Trade on d5. No fireworks in the opening, and just try to get that small edge. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Queen to c7 was the choice. It was also possible for black to develop the knight out to f6. Also g6 is a possibility. The queen c7 just mainly played to stop the bishop coming out to f4. So white has some choices. You can try to force that bishop out there with knight to e2. That's kind of fallen out of favor, but it's a lot more, I was going to say, popular these days, and this is the move that has been played, and it was even advertised by Krzysztof Silecki in his play against the Carro-Kann. No, it wasn't playing against the Carro-Kann, it was e4 made simple. h3, he recommended this, and Gukesh going for e6. This is something that he's tried before. It's a risky choice, actually, David, because black is, despite all intents and purposes, you know, this locking in this bishop on c8, black wants to be actually going for some kind of f6, bishop d6, knight e7 kind of pawn formation, and trying to get in e5. And it's almost like a reversed queen's gambit, declined exchange variation.
Yeah, really trendy stuff. This is being played so often now against the Carro-Kann. If players don't want too much risk with white, like you said, this is what they go for. As black, due to the fact your bishop had no good squares to come out to anyway, they've started playing this system where they are happy to lock it in. I think there was kind of a moment of realization just a few years ago when in the Nimzo Indian defense, with colors reversed, with the black bishop coming out to b4, often white was just playing like very calm moves, e3, bishop d2, very, very slow and stodgy, and they've realized that actually the bishop doesn't need to be outside the pawn chain. It can happily sit on d7 for a while, maybe even coming round, like you said, if black ever plays f6, sometimes b6, fianchetto the bishop, just in preparation of blowing open the center. And just to point out for everyone at home, I have analysed this a lot because I still don't believe that Black can avoid getting checkmated after some Greek gift sacrifices, but it doesn't work here. That is very, very important. It looks like Gukesh is blundered into the Greek gift, but just to put a few moves on the board at this early stage, bishop takes pawn, doesn't quite work. The king will take, the knight can check. Typical idea, going back now is wrong. You should not go back with the black king, because this will end in disaster. This will end in checkmate. If the black rook moves to try and give its king some squares, then queen takes pawn. And yeah, this ends in disaster. So black needs to come forward in this position. And it turns out white has no way forward, Jovanka, despite how precarious this looks. If the queen comes out, it can get hit. For example, oh, I blundered. I was going to say f5. And the queen lacks any good squares to use. Complicated stuff this early on.
Yeah, it is complicated. And Gukesh is actually really familiar with this type of position, because I was actually looking at playing this as a way to create some imbalance with the black pieces just recently. And his game against Wei Yi, Wei Yi tried knight to g5. This was in Norway chess, tried to get some provocation, just some weakness there on the king side in order to kind of deter this plan of going f6, bishop d7, rook c8, wait for as long as possible and then strike out with e5. So it's going to be an interesting one. And Gukesh actually signaling that, yeah, he wants to be solid, but he's also prepared to take some risk. And one of the great things about being so flexible in the opening, David, is that Gukesh is not necessarily like a given that Gukesh would have responded with Carro-Kann's, because yes, he's been playing it in the FIDE Grand Swiss, but maybe he could have chosen a Sicilian. He's got that in his armory, also e4, e5. So his opponent would have had to actually prepare for a lot of things. And there we're seeing b3, which is an interesting response.
Yeah, I believe it's the most common move in this position. White could also have just brought the knight out, and yeah, the whole idea is just to wait for black to play f6, and as soon as that happens, white plays c4. You don't want to rush c4. You might get isolated pawns, hanging pawns, but as soon as black plays f6, it's much less likely that black will want to trade off and open up the center with a weakness on e6. So it's a bit of a waiting game. I believe here you have a few moves as black. You can play like rook to d8, you can play b6, you can wait, you can bring your bishop out. So Gukesh has a lot of choice, but it must warm your heart, Jovanka. The top players in the world these days, Prague, Gukesh, Alireza, they're playing the Carro-Kann whenever they want to win against a lower-rated player, when they want to win with black.
Yeah, it certainly does. I stand vindicated, but I like the fact that every game is different. I'm always asked the question, because I literally play the Carro-Kann and just the Carro-Kann, and someone said to me, do you not get bored? And for someone who gets easily bored, you'd expect my answer to be yes. but every game is different, every path you can vary, so I don't know, I really like it. But shall we just leave this game, David, and go back to our bird's eye view? Because I'm kind of, again, just interested in the storyline. So like Vincent Keimer there, second board. He won yesterday with the black pieces, so he's in a very comfortable situation where he's got the white pieces, can just literally lock the game down if he chooses to. And it's interesting because he hasn't gone for, I would say, the most solid opening with white. It's like a Jababa London with knight c3 happening? I mean, or is something else?
Yeah, it's an interesting hybrid in the Reti opening. Very, very kind of trendy stuff. Actually, yeah, this is the current position. I'll take us back to the start, because after knight to f3, I actually do the same. I've got a similar repertoire to Vincent with the white pieces. Of course, e4, a lot of top players play it on move 1 if they're happy with the draw, which is all Vincent needs, but he tends to play these flank openings, or d4, c4. He plays knight f3, the Reti, and it's black who actually kind of forces white's hand here, playing knight d7. The intention is to build the big pawn center with e5. That is prevented with d4. And now black gets the knight out the way. And like you said, the Jababa London-esque ideas. Now the black bishop is the one that wants to come out. So it's like a London system reversed. The whole idea is to force the white pawn to d4 so that black has a grip on the light squares. Now knight c3 is a bit trendy. Interesting reason the white bishop doesn't step to g2 yet. We'll see it in a moment. But after bishop f5, knight to h4, this bishop is now hit and doesn't have too many safe squares. One variation would be this one, bishop out to g4, just to try and save itself. And now white has this cool move, knight to g2, and the knight comes around to h5. This is well-known stuff. I'm surprised his opponent is thinking. Extremely solid line, according to Dorito. Yeah, white's not playing with too much risk. He's going to try and get the bishop pair and just sit on the position. And Kovalev, in a must-win situation, it's going to prove tough, right? It's hard to know what to do as black. Maybe an imbalance, like e6 is also a well-known move here. But he needs to decide what gives him the best winning chances.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? I mean, I'm not sure I envy his position at all, right? You know, go forward and invite Vincent Keymer to just make that funny knight move, and he can even use that bishop as a target. Or does he go for something which I know in this modern day you don't really want to be doing? You don't want to be voluntarily giving up the bishop pair just like that, but it might be worth it. After all, the knight is there on c3, and there's some structural problems in that regard. So yeah, must-win situation with black needs to imbalance against Vincent Keymer. Almost mission impossible, right? And I'm going to put that question to John, tough. Actually.
I think it's interesting. I'm not sure whether it's mission impossible. I feel like I, shall we say, lack the ability to accurately figure out if that is indeed what it means for our players. But I love the fact that these questions are already being asked of them in the opening. I feel like that paints a really good picture for us in terms of where we think the round might head. So I am full of optimism for the games ahead. We're going to go to our first break now that the openings have been decided on most of the boards. We will still be going through them because there are a lot of boards to cover in just a little bit, and we will see what our Grandmasters prep can do for them. But speaking of prep, why don't we talk about stuff that your engine can't prep for? AniChess takes the classic game and it's flipping the script with spell mechanics that allow you to bend the rules and break your opponent's plans. You've got 11 different spells to master. There are tournaments to enter, leaderboards to climb as well. And regardless of whether you're a novice or a grandmaster, it literally doesn't matter. This is your arena, and it's always free to play. Go to go.chess.com/AniChess or use !AniChess in chat, and we look forward to seeing you there. For now, though, we'll be back in a couple of minutes to find out where the openings are going to be taking us today.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece.
Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
Magnus Carlsen, a special world champion. I met him at his teenage years. I remember very vividly when Simon Agdestein, at that time the #1 Norwegian player, very nice personality himself, very rounded. And I was watching a game in Benidorm, some blitzing. It was a rapid event, and I was looking. And then next to me, Agdestein comes, and he just whispers in my ear that Magnus Carlsen remember this name. A very talented boy. He's going to become a world champion. So this I remember very well. And then I had experience sitting next to him in tournaments. I'm playing in the A group, he's playing in the B group, drinking his orange juice, eating his walnuts and different things, seeing his family being extremely supportive, a very kind, nice kid, but he was not very social, I must say. And then later on, I was already kind of going to my final part of my career competitiveness when he was really raising. I mean, he became world champion in 2013, and I retired from competitive chess in 2014. But I was following, of course, in those years, how he was improving, how he was playing, how he was training. I got these informations that he was a player who was really looking and reading a lot of predecessors, old books, reading, trying to understand the essence of chess. And it was so beautiful to see while Kasparov brought all the freshness, the digital things, using the databases, using engines and all this, seeing Magnus Carlsen, the new generation who really born into this digital world, using books and reading books and trying to understand details. And I could see in his play that maybe he had some good preparation of openings, but he was more focusing on the middle game. He had endless energy playing out drawish endgames and later on winning them. I mean, he has like endless number of endgames. I'm sure everybody knows it, that he's a big grinder. And it's not that he wants to say, okay, I'm just better than anybody. Probably he thinks that way, and it's true. But he just loves the game. He just loves the game to be played out until the very end. He doesn't care whether it's 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. He has this incredible amount of curiosity for the game. And I think this is what gave him all the success, what he reached. And I hope there is a lot of success to come for him more. And well, I'm also very happy for him that he's having a family, starting out, becoming a father soon. And he's great for chess. He's a very active and very outspoken and cool, sportive personality of the chess world.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Goa 2025, and I'm bringing us this segment with some unusual news, or certainly not something that I expected to see based on what happened in round 2. We've already got a couple of results in. So we have Maxime Lagarde agreeing a draw against Radoslav Wojtczek, and we've got Jorge Corey agreeing a draw against Shan Sargsyan. There are names that we've heard before here, but Jovi, this is interesting because last time we were in this position in the second half of a round, so a couple of days ago, no such draws were being made, and now suddenly we've got 2 of them super early on.
I'm gonna actually just guess that this is to do with the rating imbalances that we had in round 2. You know, the players really wanted just to finish the portion in the classical. They didn't necessarily want to be dragging out right to the end to tie breaks, because there's a little bit of a randomizing factor. And here the players are a lot more evenly matched, so they are respectful of their opponent's preparation with the white pieces, and they're like, I don't want to take too much risk.
Interesting. Okay. That is, yeah, this is... David, we're going to get into a situation now where, quite clearly, both players have agreed on both of those boards, early draws. I'm going to leave you with this thought. That means both sides are clearly fairly confident they'd win in blitz, which means tomorrow is going to be more exciting as a result.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, especially the players with the white, those who had the white pieces today. So that's Maxime Lagarde and Jorge Corri. They are known to be blitz specialists. They do play a lot online. They are very known as blitz players, so I don't kind of blame them too much. That being said, the chess gods do tend to reward those who are a bit braver. So taking a quick draw with white, it's always in the back of your mind. You've put pressure on yourself to perform in the quicker formats tomorrow, and there's no guarantee that pays off. For those who had black today, so Shant Sargsyan and Wojtaszek, I mean, it's tough, right? Do you risk it with black when your opponent's so adamant on a draw in just a one-off shootout, or do you take your chances in a couple of games tomorrow, pairs of games where you have a bit more room for error? And yeah, it's a tough call. It's strategy. It's pure mind games at this point. But I don't think we can blame anyone too much. Just no right or wrong, essentially. They're just trying to play the odds. And like Jovanka said, everyone's strong at this stage, so they have to play through their own strengths.
I think it's also helpful, right? That once you take a decision, you just stick with it. So you're like, okay, if my opponent's going for that short draw, I'm just going to accept it. Blitz, here we come. Whereas otherwise, you just get into your own mind, should I do this? Should I do that? And then, you start second guessing yourself. And I can see that you brought up the game between Timur Kuybokarov from Australia against Pragnananda and Prague, actually showing that he wants to take risks. He's going for an opening. You see d6, g6. It's kind of some modern /Perk setup. And Kuybokarov is rising to the challenge. He's like, what do you know? I'm going to be pushing for e5. I'm never really very sure of what to call this particular pawn formation, because black hasn't really committed to either c6 or to a6.
Yeah, very interesting stuff, as you say, Jovanka. Like Prague pretty much trying to provoke his opponent forward, and nice to see Timur going for it. Despite the fact he's on level footing, despite the fact he can probably play it safe and maybe get to tie breaks, he wants more. And e5. Yeah, often this is kind of something you wait for until black does kind of waste time pushing some pawns. But e5 immediately, taking advantage of the active bishop placement. Knight back to d7 and queen e2. I must admit, I've never looked at this. Already I wonder if there are some threats to take this pawn, and e7 is hanging, some awkward pins. But it does look scary. If I were Prague, I would be terrified. Aditya Singh in the feature chats there saying Prague is losing. I disagree. He's definitely not losing. Eval Bar says white is slightly better, but it's only slight. And I think it's more psychological here. White is about to castle. White's about to throw the h-pawn down the board. You just have to be mentally prepared. Maybe knight d5 in the air as well. Black should be fine, but accuracy definitely needed.
Yeah, accuracy and precision is required. Also, got to say that the same is true of white. If white does not conduct the attack in the correct manner, then black's going to be very, very quick with the counterplay. And talking about counterplay, I mean, if white goes queenside, as we've indicated, I mean, where to go from there? I mean, one thing that I wouldn't necessarily advocate for is actually relinquishing the tension in the center with d takes e5, because there I feel like black is just simply cramped. Well, at least not just yet. I mean, but my problem, David, is that I'm used to this type of position where black has gone c6 or has gone a6, and then you've got the natural b5 or you've got the natural c5 as an idea, and that seems to be robbed from black.
Yeah, 100% agree. Like, it's tough to know what to do, and Prague makes a decision, pawn to f6. And according to the database I have here on chess.com on the openings tab, this has been played before, just once, very rare position. I understand that he wants to trade off as kind of the head of white's pawn chain. If we see a trade here, it does open up the e-file as well for the black rook to use while the king is still in the center here. But it is also very committal. Now the black king will never feel entirely safe. Less pawn shelter around. And we'll learn a lot now on this next move when Kuybokarov decides what to do. If he plays quickly, it's going to be so psychologically scary for Prague. If he plays like bishop f4 in a heartbeat or bishop h4 in a heartbeat, whatever his decision, it'll show he's still in prep. He's already 12 minutes up. And I think Prague will be needing a bit of time to recover. But if he goes into a 20-minute think, then Prague will be feeling very confident. So it's kind of a very critical moment for this game already.
Yeah, and it is certainly dangerous here. I would be very surprised, though, if White actually just spends no time in this position, David, because f6 feels like such a rare move. I mean, it does make a lot of sense. It clarifies the situation, but it's not necessarily instinctive. I would have been looking at other situations like, I don't know, knight c6 or a6, b5 or something, you know, to get the queen side potential going. But f6, I suspect we might see something like e takes f6 and the bishop drops back and then things clarify. What do you think?
Yeah, the only move that has been played in the past here is pawn takes pawn, e takes f6. I just think from the body language, he's looked at it before. He does play quite a quick move. Yeah, he was looking up, he was closing his eyes, he wasn't meditating, he was just trying to go into the memory palace, the mind palace, and recall what he'd looked at. Pawn takes, and now bishop to e3 looks almost guaranteed. And otherwise, rook to e8 will force the bishop back there anyway. Very interesting position. I don't think that's a bad thing for Prague. Philip Bates saying Prague won't lose this. I think just the fact that he's kind of warded off any immediate threats is going to be a good thing for him. But yeah, clearly it's going to be imbalanced anyway with the opposite side castling that's almost guaranteed now.
Yeah, I was going to say the race is going to be still very much on because White, once they drop the bishop back, it seems to be a given that you're going to go h4, h5 and try to weaken the light squares around the king. It's a dangerous try. It's a risky try, I'm going to say, for Black. And yeah, I agree with Joel Adamson that says Prague loves playing crazy and dangerous. You know, he's fantastic at calculating and he relies on that heavily to get him out of trouble. But it's pretty scary, right, David, when your opponent is playing mega quickly and you think that you've potentially surprised them with f6. But should we move out from this one, David? Because although this game is fascinating, there's a lot more fun to be had on the other boards.
Let's do it. We go back to the bird's eye view. We have talked about Gukesh. That's the Carro-Kann on the top left of our screens. Vincent Keimer. He has won the bishop pair on the second board in the top row there in the middle. Anish Giri playing the white side of a French defense against his opponent from Bosnia. Arjun Erigaisi's got a very weird pawn structure. He's sacrificed a pawn, so that's one I'm tempted to jump into. Elsewhere, Wesley So looking very solid. Hans Niemann with a French defense. Very packed board there. Ganguli going all out for a win already against Vachier-Lagrave on the bottom row, taking big risks. And yeah, we've just come from the Prague game. Okay, if you don't mind, Jovanka, maybe I do take us to Arjun.
Yes, Arjun is definitely one we should go to because Black is in a must-win situation here. And, well, we see that we've just arrived when the engine has awarded Black's last move, knight to e4, a question mark. So it's no good, but why is this the case? I mean, maybe it's just a situation that there was something better for Black, but let's just do a deep dive. Maybe we can backtrack and see how we got here, David.
Yeah, let's do it. Still just move 8, so very early days. We saw a English opening from Arjun, and it was, okay, the 4 knights variation here. And yeah, all the knights coming off. There are so many moves for White in this position. There's kind of the main two are g3 and e3. White also can play e4, very trendy move, d3, a3. The one he chose, d4, is not necessarily the most popular, and it doesn't have the best reputation, Arjun, but he loves reviving these old lines. And after a trade, bishop to b4, the reason it's not so popular is because White gets these doubled pawns, and it's very high responsibility. You have to be very, very dynamic and active to compensate for that, but you do get the bishop pair. I believe the main line is just to castle for black, but knight to a5, immediately trying to win this pawn. Gets met by a sacrifice e4 from Arjun. He played it in just under 2 minutes, and the blue arrow says that black should castle with an advantage. Not so easy. I guess white then will play a move like f3, just solidify the center, and maybe he didn't want a maneuvering game Petroff in a must-win situation, so he went straight for the most direct attempt. Knight takes pawn. Arjun's now been thinking for 3.5 minutes, which shocks me a bit, Jovanka. Like, you don't sacrifice a pawn and then start to think normally. Unless the computer, when he was preparing, has told him that this is a bad move and he's just trying to remember why.
Yeah, and we're gonna deep dive into the position and try to establish why this knight takes e4 is a bad move. So first up, you don't sacrifice a pawn for nothing. So I'm either just looking at going bishop d3 and castle kingside, and then just play quietly. But positionally like that, play with the pieces, play with the pieces, or I'm looking at something a bit more aggressive with queen to g4, which I'm not a fan of because I'm a fan of king safety. And what has he done? The question has been answered, so before I came up with any other moves, bishop to g2. Bishop g2, I think this the same kind of idea, you want a castle and you're just going to be arguing that once the knight moves to f6, then you have this ideas of setting up a pin with bishop to g5. There's also knight f5 in the air, and this knight on a5 is not happy at all.
Yeah, fascinating. Just to show what could have happened, you also mentioned the move queen to g4. Arjun was definitely thinking about it, but queen to g4 would have allowed black to just castle, and very important. Same for queen e2. Like, you can never take this knight because of the pin on the e-file. So he decided to go for something much quieter. And again, just to put your ideas on the board, Jovanka, knight f6. Probably white castles, although slightly tempting to try bishop a3 type of things. Just to stop black from castling. But if white does castle. Yeah, bishop g5. Scary.
Yeah, it does feel scary, but the evaluation bars are saying, hey, probably go h6, and the pin must be broken. But okay, it's there in the air, and I think black will definitely have to deal with it at some point. Because I'm just looking also at... hang on, I'm also looking at this knight on a5, because I suddenly just realized, David, that the knight on a5 really doesn't have too many squares. You just assume that the knight will go back to c6 and it'll be absolutely fine. But like, say if you go to that position where things have been castled, and I can suddenly see a castle, and then if you were to go queen to a4 just for fun, knight c6, and it feels like white is going to be super ready to kind of just jump into the center with the rooks, and black doesn't have too much space.
Yeah, black's going to be suffering, as you said, like, black's just struggling to get out, but on this diagonal especially, there's some real pressure. Like bishop a3 looks like a very quick move. You can bring your rooks to the center, e1, d1. You'll definitely get a lot of compensation. Eval bar says level. Maybe black can give back the material at some point to equalize, but not going to be easy. And my final question, Jovanka, if the knight goes back, maybe he's thinking about this one, Arjun, bishop to a3. I'm a bit scared that black won't be able to castle. And to block this diagonal, pawn to d6 would allow your queen a4 idea. And some complications.
Yes, and you can't get greedy. I mean, with the bishop on a3, you're really threatening queen e2 check. And that would just be embarrassing, right? So, because I was thinking, knight takes e4, well, queen e2. And, oh dear, you are not going to be leaving the competition happy. You'll be leaving with a red face. So you don't want to be doing anything like that. So let's go back and have a look at what other... I mean, how to actually castle. And I think maybe this is one for the engines to feel comfortable with playing with black, but as a human, this is not going to be easy whatsoever. Maybe you have to go knight to d6. Maybe this is why we're seeing a pause.
Yeah, you mentioned the word engine, so I was a bit naughty. I was a bit curious. I turned on the computer, and apparently knight to c5 maybe is the best course of action here. Knight to f6 also possible, but white has many options like bishop a3. We said queen e2 check, even trading off queens. Apparently very interesting, but knight to c5 might be the remedy, taking away the a4 square from the queen that we talked about. But also, if the white bishop ever lands on a3, then black can, for example, just play d6 or maybe even give a check first. And black will be able to castle in the near future, put a pawn on d6, and should be very happy about the position. Critical moment. Yeah, interesting to see like so many new opening ideas being introduced at the World Cup. Like it's yeah, sometimes we think all chess openings have been analyzed to death. Everything under the sun has been played before, but I'm learning constantly about openings, and I thought I was a specialist in the especially in the English opening, but apparently not. This is fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And I think that this is actually primarily because of the advent of engines, is because the main openings have been so heavily worked out that it's been forcing all of us to diversify a little bit and start looking at all of those practical openings, you know, those openings with a bit of a human touch where you can just spin things in your favor. And it does seem, you know, I've been like observing the trends of chess these days, that having that element of surprise is one of the most important things these days out of the opening. Just get surprise in, get your opponent out of their preparation, and you can relax and you can enjoy a good game of chess.
Yeah, fully agree. It's not always about playing the best moves. It's about just getting a position that you know better than your opponent. You know the plans, they don't. You get a small time advantage maybe at the very minimum, and you can use that later in the game. Definitely, that's the new way that they play, influenced by Magnus and others. Top players play everything under the sun these days. And yeah, let's go
Including H3.
to the bird's eye view.
I was going to
Even
almost
H3.
set up a petition, yeah, for Magnus to play 1c3 in yesterday's Title Tuesday. I was like, but then I didn't quite know how to do it, so I was like, come on, I want to see a lot of reverse Carro-Kanns, please, one tempo up. But yeah, you know, you mentioned about positions, middle games, and openings, and how it is in modern day chess, and there's a few positions that really catch my eye, and I'm looking at two especially. I'm looking at the Hans Niemann game against Lorenzo Lodici, and I'm looking at that and I'm admiring the white pawn structure. It's something that I was religiously following and doing when I was younger. So it's an interesting question. You know, is white going to make that breakthrough on the queen side? This is the game in the bottom, slap bang in the middle. And I'm also drawn to the game between Anish Giri and his opponent. Anish coming so close to winning yesterday, and he just had to find this amazing resource to actually win the game. He didn't, and it was a draw. And that game seems to have... Oh, okay, it's there at the top right between Maximovic. So those are the two, and it's just because of this pawn structure with white having a pawn on e5 that I'm drawn to. Is there anything else that catches your eye, David?
I trust your judgment. There are, well, it's the French flavor, essentially. Two French defenses on these top boards, Anish Giri and Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
Before we go there, I'm being told there's a queen sacrifice in another game, Jovanka.
Yeah, and let's head there. You know, a queen sacrifice? Yes, absolutely. Grab your popcorn, guys. Let's have a look at what's transpired here. And... woo! I'm glad that we've been directed here, because my instinct is, okay, Jovi, count the pieces. That's basic rules of chess. And okay, so black has a queen for two pieces, and are there any pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now black has more pawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Black has more pawns.
Sure. I haven't clicked on the moves yet, Jovanka. Should we play a game? Let's try and guess the opening. I haven't seen what opening it is. How how have they got here? Let's try and reconstruct.
Well. There's no pawn on c7, right? So initially I was thinking this is some e4, e5 business, but it can't be, right? Because there's no pawn on c7. So has to be some kind of Sicilian business.
Yeah. Maybe.
I
don't even know.
Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna say Sicilian, just because no pawn on c7, and I'm also like second guessing myself, like.
I'll say e4, e5. I'll say Petroff.
A Petroff. Okay.
Okay. Should we reveal? It was.
Yeah. Now's your time to join in the guess. What was it?
It was a Petroff. And
it was a set. Oh no.
It was a Petroff. We'll go from the start. I had no idea how the c pawn disappeared, but I did think about this, like e4, e5, knight f3. You made a great guess, by the way. Like, it looks like it should be a Sicilian, but this is probably the most exciting Petroff I've ever seen. d4, knight takes, and yeah, I was thinking maybe d takes e5 and bishop c5. This is a known variation, hitting this pawn twice, and it leads to crazy stuff. White can play like bishop c4 and sack on f7. That's also a wild variation. White played the move queen d5, given a question mark, but not the worst move. Probably just a move that computers need a bit more time to understand. Bishop takes f2, check. King e2, f5. Wow, defending the knight, which has to defend the bishop, so black's kind of everything's hanging by a thread. No en passant here, just for everyone at home who wonders why not en passant. Probably black retreats, takes the pawn with the knight, hitting the queen, and after a check, I guess the black king moves, and you can't take this bishop because of a fork. This is a very important detail, so white can't win a piece. Instead, we saw knight to c3. Wow, c6, and okay, I would never have guessed this. Queen sack time. Not moving the queen after it's attacked by a pawn. Knight takes e4. Now he takes the queen. Check. Takes the bishop, and this is wild. Hare Krishna, he's normally a very positional player. That's why I'm extra surprised. Bishop e3, d4. Given a question mark, and bishop to f4. Of course, the eval bar says level. 0.0 Jovanka, but who would you rather be right now?
Well. Okay, but who would I rather be? If you put me in the situation cold like this, I'm gonna say black, because I do not like playing a queen down. But if you give me Hare Krishna's knowledge and the fact that he hasn't used that much time, then I might still say black. I like the queen. I like the queen, David. What to say? I mean, there ain't that much material for the queen. It's like 2 pieces, and you put 1 foot wrong, and that's it. You're busted. Wow, high stakes here.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Hare Krishna spent a bit of time, not that much time, so he's probably still in preparation, at least until the last move. His opponent, Nestorov, yeah, I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, despite the fact he does have the queen. I know what you mean, though, like queen b6, it's easy to imagine like black getting some attack against the white king, or the black queen just coming and munching some pawns. The problem is probably
just
bishop
surviving.
and rooks can't get out.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, sometimes you just react, you know, whatever white does. What is white going to do? Let's actually answer that question first, because I'm just worried like the bishop will come out to c4 or whatever, and you react to that. You survive for 1 move. You kind of just tiptoe in those crocodile infested waters, and you get round and you get closer to the other side, and you're going to be winning. Yeah, who needs a queen anyway? I like what Booster Silver says. Yeah, she's overrated.
Yeah, and I love earlier people were speculating, I loved the featured chat before that, saying it might have just been a touch move. If we go back to the position where the queen was attacked, you just ignored your opponent's move, you touched your knight, and you realized, oh, whoops, whoops, my queen, and kind of committed now into going in. Yeah, and yeah, I must admit I don't hate white's chances. This is the strongest knight you'll ever see, like an octopus. But yeah, it's still hard to imagine white delivering checkmate in the near future. And if you don't give mate when you're down a queen for 2 pieces, I think the craziest thing is the fact that this is 0.0. Hare Krishna showing off new strings to his bow.
It is.
This is very impressive.
But I tell you, Harry has to know absolutely every wrinkle in this position, right? Because this is such high risk. You know, so if black responds with h6, b6, I was thinking b5, to be honest with you. b5 just to get the light squared bishop out into the game, something b5, queen b6. You got to have an answer to absolutely everything. What happens if black does this? Bam, that's the formula. Don't go winging this type of position. You can't just go, today I'm going to roll up my sleeves and play like this. No. No, can't do that.
Yeah, and this real-life Botez Gambit apparently has been seen before, Jovanka, on the chess.com database. So I'm just on the events page, and I've gone to the openings tab. There's only been 1 game in this position ever, and you guessed it, the move that was played in that game that black won, pawn to b5. And I don't have any more details than that, but it's been played before.
I can
b5,
give you.
giving up a pawn.
I can give you the details. I've got that game up and running. I moved pretty quickly to assist you there. And so after b5, oh, hang on, I'm doing some autoplay thing. Okay, so after b5, bishop to d3 was the response, which seems quite positional, shall we say here. And then after queen to b6, bishop takes f5, g6, bishop h6 check, king has to live in the center because, yeah, king e7, king f8. Aha, so we might be seeing some kind of draw happening there. Although that game actually continued with white actually choosing to vary. So yeah, we do have a repetition, well, perpetual check. But bishop to e4 was played, yeah. And guess what the result was, David, in the end? It was a draw.
Black won. Oh, it was a draw.
No, it was a draw.
I was wrong.
Isn't that funny, right? When you could have agreed a draw like pretty early on, and you're like, no, I'm going to actually play the game on, and then it ends up to be a hard-fought draw. And unless I'm just kind of curious, who was? Yeah, okay, it was a fair fight. I was wondering whether white had to grovel the draw, but at the end it was 2 rooks versus the queen.
Okay, and who were the 2 players, can I ask, Jovanka, in this game?
Yes.
The previous game.
Actually, you know, serious grandmasters, Carro-Kann and David Paravian was playing black. So,
wow.
2 very strong grandmasters. So this definitely has some pedigree, and also Carro-Kann is Indian grandmaster. So maybe working with Hare Krishna. Who knows?
Yeah, and Paravian, Russian grandmaster, maybe worked with Nestorov, who knows? Yeah, Paravian, a big specialist in the Petroff. And they do say that all Petrovs lead to a draw, so despite the queen stack, probably this will find its way of fizzling out. But yeah, I'm hoping there are still some exciting moments ahead. A good friend of ours, Tadeusz, is blaming Gukesh for this. Hare Krishna, ever since he seconded Gukesh, he's been sacking queens. What's happened? No more positional play.
He needs to work with Zhu and Jun again. Zhu and Jun is such a fantastic champion, and they actually worked together, Hare and Hare Krishna, in the Women's World Championship match, I think in 2023. And it was a very successful pairing, both of them positional players. And yeah, I like the positional stuff as well, David, despite being like a bit more aggressive when it comes to the commentary, because I feel like I can indulge that side of me that I'm a little bit too chicken to actually do in real life and real play.
Yeah, we all got to push ourselves out of the comfort zone occasionally, though, and nice to see Hare Krishna doing that. Live by the sword, die by the sword. We actually see him in the foreground of our camera there, just walking around, so clear that his opponent is still thinking. Okay, just as I say it, he wandered off to the left. I promise you, everyone, he was walking around. Maybe he'll come back soon. But Nestorov still thinking in that game. Maybe we'll check back in on that one a bit later when we get more moves.
Let's do it. Let's go back to our bird's eye view. And it's actually really interesting to see the camera feed there because judging by the players' pacing, we can actually figure out who's in their prep, who actually hasn't gone their preparation and they're just deep in thought. And on our camera feed, we see Hans Niemann, and he has a very impressive pawn structure, one that if it works, it's going to be very, very comfortable for whites. But black in return has gone all in on the queen side. So what is happening here? I mean, black's plan is just basically to take it to the long game, to the end game, you know, where he's going to say the queen side is way more important than the king side. That's for the middle game, and I'm just going to target the weakness that is going to be d4.
Yeah, and if black is successful in what he's trying to achieve right now, if he is able to take off these light squared bishops, he's essentially succeeded in trading off his bad bishop for white's good bishop. He's going to try and exchange everything other than white's bad piece here on e3, this block of wood. And at some point, black will get counterplay, as you mentioned there, Jovanka. It's all about whether white can break through with f5 at some point. Maybe Hans is considering some kind of pawn to c4 break. I don't think it really makes a great impression right now, especially with the knight on d1. I don't feel white should be able to make any tactics work. But yeah, building for f5, it's Hans' style to go for the opponent king. And yeah, maybe he can achieve it already. I'm wondering whether he plays bishop takes bishop and pawn to f5. Is it time?
Let's dive in.
It's now the moment. Let's dive in.
I feel like it probably is, right? You know, bishop takes, go for it. And yeah, I feel like you should take it. The proof of the pudding in the eating. Let's do it.
Yeah, and I don't like sacrificing pawns, so I'm going to try and win it back as quickly as possible.
I must admit that one escaped my attention. So let's go. I know the engine is going to be going c4. I noticed this with engine suggestions. There's like, yeah, it's fine to clarify the center. Just go c4 and everything. No, the engine was not recommending that. But I have noticed that there is a tendency to do this type of thing, you know, and then I almost feel like the rook is needed on the 6th rank to do some defensive footwork. So yes, so the question was how to clear that line in a good manner.
Yeah, so I totally agree with you. Like, I think this is the key variation that Hans is calculating. Maybe he's trying to work out like queen c8, defending the rook. And here, I don't know, like you said, clear the path. Maybe something like knight d8, swing the rook across. Eval Bar hates it. I kind of want to put the knight on e6 as well as the blockader. Maybe not quite this last move. But yeah, this should be what Hans is going for. Otherwise, he's just a bit cramped. He's actually gone for something else, just as we say that. He played d takes c5 in the live position. And Eval Bar, yeah, doesn't hate it, but doesn't love it necessarily. I'm wondering what his plan is, though. After knight takes pawn, is he just going to try and clear the c-file? Some loose pieces, potentially, for black.
Yeah. Is he trying to sit with a piece on d4? And yeah, like you say, to take on b4. It's an interesting one. Hans is a very intuitive player. This is what I've noticed about him. You know, has a real good feel for the initiative. And is able to carefully kind of like funnel his calculation abilities right to the key variations, because a lot of us get kind of caught in the weeds and, you know, start calculating every single move, but Hans doesn't do that. He just kind of relies on instinct a lot, and I've seen a lot, and he's very creative as well. And so now DC5 is something I wasn't expecting, because primarily when you have this structure, d4 is both a weakness in the long term, but it's also a massive strength in the opening, in the middle game, because that is the pawn that supports e5, and then, you know, f5 is the natural point to release the pieces. So dc5, not on my radar, and can we just dive in and have a look at the lines that you kind of suggested, though you were looking at opening up the c line?
Yeah, it feels like a critical moment. Like, black has two choices to try and win back the c5 pawn. I don't think black should rush by trading off bishops, because the white queen actually might get hit in a couple of variations. It might be useful to keep her on d2. I wanted to play knight takes. He's gone for bishop takes, I think, which might be better, because if we show knight takes pawn on c5, now after this move, c takes b4. Okay, apparently this isn't quite it, but I was going to say there's some trouble on the c file. Knight e4. The white queen doesn't have so many good squares. I wanted to say queen e1 hitting the knight, but bishop takes b4 is very awkward for the queen. What could have been bad then? Knight takes pawn. Maybe this capture first. And now, after c takes b4, this is very strong for white suddenly, because now knight to e4 doesn't save the piece, because the queen hits the rook. And yeah, no time to take this pawn because of a3 hitting the knight and winning some material. So, okay, he dodged this. He played bishop takes c5. What's the big difference? That's the question. Is there a difference?
Well, the knight can always take on b4, because we're going to be seeing... So first up, you've got to be looking at the move order, right? So if you go bishop takes a6 to try to do the same thing, then bishop takes bishop is a nice kind of intermediate. No, it's not, sorry.
It's not bad. Eval Bar says tiny advantage. But
yeah,
let's say black just takes back.
And then...
And let's say white. Maybe bishop takes bishop?
Yeah. And then...
No. The difference is there's this queen check. So for example, if white tries to hit the rook now, black can save everything by dropping in a check first of all. Now he's traded off those dark squared bishops. That's very clever. And the king moves. Now you can just take. And if anyone's better, it's probably black with pressure on the a file. Very clever from Lorenzo Lodici here.
Very
nice.
nice.
Fine. He looks totally
Very
fine
nice.
with black.
Okay. So... But then there has been some drawback to actually capturing with the bishop on c5. That does mean that white can, if you want, just kind of do another plan, which is like knight to d4. You just sit there, unless, I mean, should bishop take? I think bishop takes bishop should be occurring, actually, David.
Which one?
Sorry, bishop takes a6.
Sorry.
It's always my throwback to, I tell you, you know, I didn't learn coordinates when I was a kid, or algebraic notation. I learned the old pawn to king 4, pawn to king 5.
That's not something you should
like
admit.
my instinct is always to be bishop takes bishop. I know. I'm kind of dating myself here. Bishop takes bishop. Bishop takes a6. That's what I was thinking. So you know, at least kind of clear the traffic, and maybe just put the rook on an awkward position, and then you can go knight to d, or queen. Yeah, okay. I like your queen d3 actually. Step up with the queen. No, get some tempo moves in.
Yeah, queen d3. Probably black plays this one anyway. I was wondering whether knight g5 is kind of the downside to black moving the bishop off the e7 square, but probably that just gets met by g6 and no harm done. Black blocks the checkmate and looks totally fine. Yeah, level on the clock, level on the board. I think this is going to be a tough pairing for Hans Niemann. It's not going to be one-way traffic, that's for sure.
No, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. And yeah, Hans is going to be thinking, you know, how to make use of this bishop to c5, and now he's going to be thinking about the d4 square. I mean, so many options. You got knight d4, bishop takes bishop, and I'm expecting Hans to burn in a lot of time here and just to figure out what option is going to cause his opponent the most trouble. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and check in on some other games? And I have this rule that where I kind of follow the evaluation bar. Wherever one side is doing clearly better than the other, I'm like, let's go there. And it seems, judging by the evaluation bars, that the drama is happening in another game that we actually mentioned. There on the top right, Giri against Maximovic. That one seems pretty locked up, but it seems like White is doing very well.
Yeah, it just looks like a dream French defense for White here. White has the bishop pair, which doesn't seem so important, but I actually think the dark squared bishop, which is normally very bad, might become good in the near future. White has the double pawns, that's the downside, but they're well defended. Jovanka, it looks like black is just so tied up, like the rook on h7, passive for the rest of the game, defending some pawns. Black isn't breaking out with f6 anytime soon. I don't see any pawn breaks for black. Like, I don't really see any plan for black. Maybe eventually bring this knight around to try and win a pawn, but it's like a 5-step plan, which probably never gets enacted. In the meantime, White can decide which pawns to push. White can castle the king. I'm really excited about this idea of bringing the white bishop round on the dark squares. Just looks fantastic for Anish.
Yeah, it's actually your bishop maneuver that really would be very terrifying for black, I gotta say, because I was wondering if black is just like, I'm gonna go king a8, king b8 and try to recreate that amazing immortal game between Ulf Anderson and Mike Basman, you know, just shuffle. Then what is White actually going to do? Because you can react to h5 with g5. You can try and lock things down. You can react with g5 if White pushes g5 with h5, and the same thing happens there. But bishop c1, bishop a3, that's going to be something that is a little bit terrifying. And once a bishop posts up on d6, it's also going to be about the weakness, the potential weakness on b7, because that's also in the air. You know, White is pretty flexible. And it's the kind of position where White can also just have a lot of fun. And I'm thinking, you know, king f1, king g2, move the rook across, and then off you go.
I love it. I think there's two plans. I think Anish will spend a bit of time now. He's already spent, 18 minutes on this move. So he's in preparation until now. But yeah, he can either go for queenside play, like you said, like move the king out the way, get the rook to b1, maybe bring it up to b5, double on the b file, try to attack the black king, or he can try and play on the king side by, for example, just to put a couple of moves on the board. I'm going to make some helpful moves that maybe black will want to avoid. I don't think black should necessarily touch anything here, but if he plays g5, then the white queen can move out the way and f4 might come. So, for example, something like f4. Take. White will now kind of get castled, stack up pressure on the f-file. Huge weaknesses for black on this side of the board. So it does feel like it's a 50-50. Like, does he go queenside with his rooks? Does he do both, maybe? Or does he flick in h5 first? Probably black just sits, doesn't react. But does he try and break through on that flank? Anish, he did write a course on the French defense, of course, with black. But he takes on the white side, and it looks like he knows how to get an advantage. Very impressive play so far.
Yeah, very nice. Very controlled. You know, I suspect, Anish being a maximalist, I suspect that he might play for both. He might go, hey, how about, you know, some fishing going on the queen side, and then maybe he'll switch over to h5 and see what he can get there. But black has to basically throw out any ambitions out of the window and just be rock solid. And yeah, there's a nice point there that if you go h5, don't touch that defensive formation on the king side. Don't give any ground whatsoever. And yeah, because otherwise f2, f4 is going to be very, very unpleasant. Okay, so that's why this is good for Anish Giri so far. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and go elsewhere because I also had my eyes on the game between Ganguli against Vachier-Lagrave. I don't know about you. It's there in the bottom row on the right-hand side, second right. And that one's opposite side castling. Maxim, he's quite in a very happy situation. He won the first game, so he just needs to be, calm and steady with black. And he's going for his, it feels like he's going for his knight off.
Yeah, and we'll jump into that one in just a second. Just to point out on the bottom row, second to left, we do have the game between Faustino Oro and Vidit, where Vidit's played the Berlin defense and gone super solid. Faustino with maybe a tiny symbolic advantage due to a bishop pair, but looking very level. I agree with you though, Ivanka. The action is happening on this board. It's another big Indian name here, Ganguli, a very popular grandmaster these days, more of a coach, famous second as well, in a must-win situation. And I had to do a quick count, but black is a pawn up. It looks like a lot of pawns, but white has these double B pawns and bishop pair versus knight pair. I'm used to kind of Vachier-Lagrave just knowing everything in these structures, knowing all the details in the knight off. So I'm inclined to think he'll be okay. But what do you think? Enough compensation for white for the pawn deficit right now? Who would you take, the knights or the bishops?
Can I go for option C? Neither in this particular case. It's not my kind of position, David. I mean, I can see that, this going wrong for me if I were to play white, and I can see this going wrong for me if I were to play black. Because question number one is, like, where is this knight on F5 going to go? Like,
Only one square.
Yeah. And already you're giving back some material, right? If white wants to be taking on d4, which I suspect you probably don't. You probably just move your king to b1 and the bishop can come to d3. And I can see this as a situation. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm liking white, even though the evaluation bar is like rock solid in the middle. I'm like, no, I prefer white here, because if the knight doesn't have too much movement, and any endgame is going to be superior for white if you regain material, of course. Let me add a little condition to that statement. And yeah, maybe black actually can't mess around with like making knight to d4. Maybe you have to go on the counter, like almost immediately with rook c8 check and queen c7, knight d4. I think there's a lot more danger for black in my response. So I'm going to say, reluctantly, I prefer white, but only reluctantly because I've been forced into this open Sicilian, and as someone who'd now like grown up on the streets of d4. I'm not that au fait with this.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I did realize just a moment ago, black can play check and save the knight by going back to e7, so not giving back the pawn by going knight d4. But it looks so passive. It just feels a bit wrong. I like your idea, by the way, just to try and get inside Maxim Vachier-Lagrave's mind. Maybe giving a check, and then maybe now playing this move to go on the counter to try and get a check in, some back rank ideas. But you also mentioned probably the remedy, just to bring the bishop out to d3 or maybe c4. One of these two squares.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, yeah. I forgot that was legal until I saw the bar drop.
Oh, that apparently is not the best either, which is, wow.
What is the best then?
So this is why. I don't know. This is why I do not touch this type of position, David.
Me neither. Don't worry. Me neither. Open Sicilians. I've spent my life trying to avoid them. Queen c2 jack. Is it queen c4?
Yeah, that's a.
Wow.
Okay.
You said endgames favor white. You said it. So maybe this is the idea. Hitting the knight, trying to trade queens, trying to win this pawn. If black dodges.
I know.
No. Keep chasing. No. Nope. Whoops. The bar slides.
Maybe queen to d3.
Yeah.
Although,
d3.
Queen d3. No. Oh, maybe it's something weird. Maybe bishop g2. Maybe it's something funny like that.
Wow. Counterattack, of course. Nice spot, Jovanka. Like, yeah, that's not obvious at all. Wow. And like d5. Probably white just keeps it simple now, just takes everything off, and yeah, white's going to be, well, was down a pawn, white's going to be up a pawn in this endgame. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Maxime has a lot to work out in the live position, that's for sure. He didn't give this check yet. Wow, not so easy, but almost perfect play by both so far, we should mention, due to probably the long theoretical line that they played. I think the first 17 moves, they all, like, everything was blitzed out. Now we're on move 20. 97% accuracy, but Vachier-Lagrave will need to keep it up.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, I feel like queen c4 is such a hard spot as well. I mean, why would you interrupt the queen and the rook with queen to c4? Why is that the best block? You know, you'd expect the bishop to come d3, bishop c4, you know, with ideas of g5, g6, you know, hey, let's go. And not queen c4 and kind of trade of queens, and that the queen is pretty safe there. I mean, that is such a difficult ask, you know, and it just goes to show this is that kind of risky position where there's so much on the line and so easy to go wrong. And for Surya Ganguli, you know, he's in a must-win situation. So I'm gonna ask John here, like, is this a really good start, considering that Surya Ganguli gets a crazy position, very, very imbalanced? Is this like the perfect way to beat a 2700 plus grandmaster with black?
I don't know if it's the perfect way to beat them, but it's certainly the perfect way to play for now. Obviously, when you do something like this against such a strong player, it's double-edged. It can go either way. But the whole point of playing like this in a potential must-win situation is that you do complicate things. You make things as tricky as possible. Your opponent might be supremely talented in analyzing 17 lines at once. So what do? You give him an 18th line to take a look at. And that's what these players have to keep doing and keep doing and keep doing. We're going to sit here and watch the opposition comfortably bat this back for many, many, many moves. But David, as I'm sure you've seen many times before and maybe experienced before as well, you can play the absolute perfect defense or find a way through all of the perfect complications until that one move where you don't, and you can defend resolutely for 40 moves and you miss one move on the 41st move, and that's it. So it's about consistently applying the pressure as well, and that's maybe something that we don't always get a good snapshot of when we just take a look at a live position on a board.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's exactly that. It's just keeping your focus, keeping your discipline, forcing yourself to calculate, trying to keep some time in the bank for the inevitable scramble, especially when the nerves are high, especially in tournaments like this. It's often decided by someone cracking under the pressure. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave rarely cracks, it's got to be said. The top guys rarely crack, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. It's been a fun start to this round, I've got to say. Queen sacrifices, we've seen deep opening prep, we've seen it all. And we're shaping up nicely now for the middle game, the next stretch.
Yes, indeed. The big guns have indeed brought out the big guns at the beginning of this round. We've had some crazy prep, some really fun games. Love to see more opposite side castling as well, and the queen sack really was just the cherry on top. And now we're going to see the fireworks as they continue to develop all across the playing hall. So as we go into this break, don't forget, folks, we are just about encroaching on holiday season. I feel like it's past, or after tonight it'll be past bonfire night, so I'm allowed to talk about Christmas, and that's acceptable. available. But ChessUp's annual holiday sale is starting now. And you can save even more by using the promo code CHESS to save $100 on the ChessUp 2. It's a physical electronic board and it syncs to your chess.com rated games as well, which means you can save them and analyze them on your own chess.com account. It's got built-in Wi-Fi and a touchscreen and touch-sensitive pieces as well, so you can't even trick it with your touch move shenanigans. ChessUp 2 will support players of all levels. To check this out, use !ChessUp in chat to unlock $100 off until the 1st of December, which will be the lowest price of their holiday sale season. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and grab ourselves a tea or coffee, and we'll be right back with what promises to be a very exciting hour of chess.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Do you think I was a good second? The smile.
You had your ups and downs. I think it's a second.
Yes or no?
Oh gosh.
There were definite highlights. There were definite highlights, like the talk, about the Rocky, and it was good.
He didn't.
You didn't think I was a good second, eh?
No, but there were massive highlights as well.
Guys, is there a napkin? I need to remove the knife which is stuck here, It's paining a bit. Do you think you underpaid me when I was just second?
It was not me, it's Dutch Chess Federation. I was never taking care of the finances of these things, and I do think that probably Dutch Chess Federation underpaid.
But do you think I was underpaid?
He didn't think he underpaid you.
Oh my gosh,
this is good stuff.
Do you ever regret that I missed out on playing Y and Z because I was helping you as a second?
No.
I had this invitation and then...
Oh, it didn't bother me the slightest bit. You didn't get the invitation because it was connected in some way,
It was some relation, but I don't remember the exact
I was never placed under shall I invite Vidit or...
Yeah, not like that, but...
No. I forgot about it. Okay, it was for you more impactful for me. I didn't really remember.
Did you feel that he was trying to evade that answer? Or the question to the answer?
No, I don't think he was trying to evade it.
I think he was.
The thing is, I started remembering stuff. When I started talking, I started remembering it, and I'm doubting now, actually.
He did. Ask that question again.
Do you regret that I missed out on playing Y and Z?
No, I don't regret that.
Lie.
So you do feel guilty?
No, I don't feel guilty about it at all.
He doesn't?
No.
Oh gosh.
And Jan ChessUp has had an absolutely incredible run, and he wins the World Cup.
Yes, and there's a handshake, rook takes e1.
Magnus Carlsen secures victory at the 2023 World Cup.
We are back with the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and that is a pretty decent and illustrious list of names that these players are going to want to be adding their names to. Jovi, there's no question that even though it's a format unlike others in chess right now, the World Cup attracts some of the best talent, if not all of the best talent, and we've seen some amazing names win it over the years.
Including the one and only Magnus Carlsen. It was the only title that actually eluded him for a long time, so he was determined to win it. Last time, 2023, it finally happened for him, and I think it was when he tweeted all the chess level unlocked. And yeah, it's a cutthroat format, John and David. You know, it's ruthless, it's brutal. You know, make one mistake and you are out, you are going home, and it's not easy to survive when the pressure is just like that. Oh, and going to our bird's eye view, there we're seeing the games in progress, and we can see that that's exactly on some players' minds, and for others, and I'm looking at the game between Norbek Abdusattorov against Magnus, and I'm seeing that this game is wild. The evaluation bar is in White's favor, and wow, White is already on only move territory. Bishop to f4.
Wow. Big moment. John Abdusattorov, he's had some fantastic performances in his career, including in India in the 2022 Olympiad. Do you think he's going to find this move? Do you think he's going to do it again?
Not only do I think he's going to find the move, I think he has to. And I feel like he has a way of finding the... I think this would be, what, the second or third time that we've been commentating where he's found a move that seems completely and utterly impossible. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he's able to do it here. Of course, nothing can be guaranteed, but it does look like a really strange choice. I mean, chucking your bishop onto a square where it can immediately be captured is certainly not immediately clear in the eyes of a mere mortal, shall we say. So I'll leave you guys to explain the intricacies of this and what potential opportunities White might think he has, but actually doesn't. And we know that because of the presence of the blue arrow. So Jovi, David, why don't you go ahead and break this down for us?
Yeah, and I was going to say John is right, because I was just going to say that the bishop to f4 isn't a move that naturally occurs to us, because at first impressions you think, oh my god, you can't play that. You know, rook takes bishop is going to be occurring. But it's only like when you remember yourself, you're like, ah, it's a pin. The king is pinned on g8, so I can actually play that, and it's important to preserve the bishop.
Yeah, it's a several move variation that's going through his mind, Nodebek. Like 101, like first order of business, like you have to stop bishop takes pawn, coming with a check. I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually thinking of taking on g2, just getting out of that check. Since the rook can't take the pawn, the rook is still pinned. That's one option. If you want to defend your pawn, you have limited ideas here with white. You might want to block the black bishop, which is very strong. But if you block this one, then black suddenly is able to take the strong e7 pawn, since the e-file has closed temporarily. Likewise, you can't defend this pawn by putting your knight in the center, because black is able to take again. Although some calculations maybe need to be done here. For example, queen takes and ideas like knight f6 check, hitting the rook, although black can just move the king out to defend it. This looks like it will fizzle out towards equality. So yeah, process of elimination. To defend this pawn, either you just let it hang, or you block the file. And the reason I say it's a continuous variation is because the black king might just move. And you have to figure out what to do with this bishop that now does hang, and the pawn behind it. But apparently white has something very strong here that I'm yet to really see. It does look a bit awkward, Jovanka.
Well, I'm looking. Yeah, it does look a little bit awkward, you know, now the bishop is under fire, but it is possible for knight to come up to f5, and you just simply block the line of attack. Although there you still have to calculate, as you mentioned, like rook to f6, and okay, rook f6 is not as disastrous for white as it appears. And knight takes, no. Queen just goes back.
Yeah, very complicated. Like, to my eyes, I would be terrified here with white. Like, the pieces look like they're lined up, hanging. Like, knight c5 continues to hit the white queen, which has to now go back here to defend the knight. And it just looks like something's, like, gonna drop. But, of course, the eval bar says white's totally winning now. For some reason that I don't really see.
No, I don't see it either, unless you're looking at doing some fancy stuff with knight takes h6, but I don't think that can be it.
Maybe white just
kind of getting in my cheap threats. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, you just step back with the bishop, because you can't take the knight, because then you promote.
Can't take the knight.
No.
Yeah, just to show everyone at home, this would end up winning for white, because the rook hangs at the end, exchange up. Look for knight, but not bishop g3. Maybe after bishop g3, black has the time to block the pawn, and now the knight does hang. So maybe there's something even quicker. Maybe it's just rook to d1. Bring the rook in.
Nice.
Oh, this is complicated, though.
But this is deep. And here, if the position is kind of hanging by a thread, because there's still rook e8 blockading the pawn in the air, and also you have to see a whole load of moves on the horizon, right? You have to see the queen getting chased back to queen c2. You have to understand that the evaluation is actually that it's winning for white. And I can see that Nordebek might go for something else, but how can he simplify the position? Could he be going like knight to f5? Could he be blocking in that way? You know, something a little bit more simpler?
Yeah, knight to f5. Yeah, originally I was thinking rook e2 is the only other way to keep f2 and e7 defended. But knight f5, that's a good question. I guess the black king moves. Knight here is also a question. Let's say the black king just gets out of the way. Oh, blunder apparently.
Yeah. Wow. And is there any kind of potential of sacrifices on the h6? Because you know me, in the commentator's chair, I want to have that fire on the board. And whoa! It was a score.
And yeah, I still don't see the follow-up, but I'm sure it's there.
Oh, okay. No.
Sure
Okay, yeah, I forgot that actually the rook can block h7. I was a bit ambitious there.
Wow. Normally, I pride myself on knowing when one side is +5, but here I'm struggling slightly.
Okay, maybe it's knight takes. Just
wrong.
Queen takes. No, because rook h7.
Queen takes just.
But what's the response?
I don't see it. Maybe white just slow builds the attack somehow, like rook e4. Maybe black is just paralyzed. I don't know. Rook
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that. Back to equal. Wow, this is confusing. Maybe it's
This
just
is
rook to
complicated.
d1
Can you go-
again.
Oh. That's...
Keep missing this move.
Uh-huh. And then bishop takes h6 is just simply done as a tempo move, not as a checkmating move at all. Ah, this is beautiful, David. And if it happens, my goodness, that is going to be absolutely stunning, right? You know, you just give up your bishop just to get out of the way, not because you want to add some checks, Yovi. Rook to d1, and then idea is just to promote the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Now, David, I did not see that as a follow through at all. No,
Yeah.
Now you go rook to d8.
Yeah.
This I see. Queen takes rook. Oh, okay.
Or queen takes rook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, in this position, queen takes rook. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful
Well,
too.
the evaluation bar is like, no, not as good.
And yeah, just to show the other way, if the black knight tries to gain a tempo on the white queen, you can probably do this in a few ways, but queen takes pawn now looks much stronger. Now you give a check. Taking away this square from the defense of the black knight, and now you lift a rook, I'm guessing. And this is going to be game over. Wow, this is super difficult for Nodibek. Like, that's the thing, like bishop f4, we see it's a legal move, we see it doesn't hang a piece, and okay, we stop there, but moves like knight f5 might set a deadly trap for black. He might be tempted there. That was a winning variation if black just moves the king, which I thought was the most natural. Rook e2 is also possible. So Nodibek has to calculate 3-4 different moves in, like, he has to look 7-8 moves deep in each of those. Not easy. That's why he spent 12 minutes and plays rook to e2, doesn't find the best one.
Yeah. No, it was a very difficult task there to go knight to f5 or bishop f4. I mean, with that deep idea that the rook on a1 just comes into d1, and we can forgive Nodibek for not finding that one. That was tough, but it was beautiful. Sometimes, you know, I do kind of mourn the fact that we could have seen these amazing brilliancies if the computer just, you know, we would be, you know, well, that's one of the great things. Actually, I'm not going to go down this line. I was going to say, because I once witnessed two people who I suspected of cheating, and they came up with the best resources ever. So I watched their game without an engine, and I was trying to anticipate their moves, and it was such fun. You know, it was such fun. You know, they were coming up with all kinds of resources. I was like, oh, the queen is attacked. Will they move it? Will they move it? And then they don't move it. They threaten checkmate. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even see that. So it was just chess beauty at its finest. And I will pretend that I never said this, and let's move along and have a look at something else. And wow, actually, David, big news. Nepomniachtchi has blundered a pawn, and now Aronian gauche is, no, not Aronian gauche, Diptayan gauche is better. That could be sensational. Hey.
Wow, what has just happened? Nepomniachtchi, it's not a complicated blunder either. The blue arrow appears and he's just blundered a pawn in, I'm going to say, elementary fashion, unless he's seen it and thinks he's got compensation further down the road. Bishop takes b2 now is a big advantage for black. Just to show what just happened, we won't backtrack the whole way, but this was actually very well-known theory until just 3 moves ago. And I always get confused in these variations with white. It's like, when do you bring your bishop out? When you play h3 to stop knight g4? Move orders are so important. Nepomniachtchi played h3, which is already a mistake. Bishop out to hit the queen. And just to point out a tactic, bishop c4 is the move you want to play. Maybe this is something else you missed. Bishop c4, you want to trade off bishops, but now bishop takes f2 check is a common tactic. If the white queen moves, then the bishop drops, and black is down. Black has won a pawn. If king takes, then black also wins material with a check and a double attack. So Nepomniachtchi had to go back with his queen. That's definitely not what he wanted. And now his queen is hit. He retreated his knight. Maybe he felt uncomfortable anyway. But queen f3 does give up this pawn. I think that was an earlier blunder that's culminated in this this position. And bishop takes pawn just to show it for everyone at home. Deflects away the white bishop from the defense of its knight. And Ivanka, do you see any compensation here? Maybe bishop pair, but anything concrete?
Nothing concrete, nothing concrete. But what I'm thinking is that there is pressure against e5, so maybe the queen can step up to f5 and start targeting e5. I'd also feel like we're probably going to be seeing an exchange of rooks, rook a to d1, you know, just to eliminate a pair of rooks. And it's Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi is going to fight as hard as possible, and I suspect that he's going to wriggle out of this one and escape with a draw, because it's not going to be easy to defend the e5 point.
Yeah, I do have a feeling, like, in practical terms, there's a lot of compensation. As we see news of more draws and more tiebreaks just at the bottom of your screen there. Martirosyan and Artemiev will be featuring tomorrow. But yeah, Nepomniachtchi, it's just unthinkable him not like getting further in the tournament. He's just a perennial candidate, literally. Like, he's always in the candidates. He's always up there. He's always getting job done. He's had a tough year, by the way. He's lost a bunch of rating. He's dropped down, I think, out of the top 15 now, out of the top 20 even, maybe. And yeah, this would be a hammer blow to him. Bishop takes b2. It's got to be played. Like, you see a pawn, you take a pawn. I think it's that simple. Before white plays the move c3 and kicks the bishop back.
Yeah. But the question is also, do you call your opponent's bluff? Because I don't know about you, but I would be like, why isn't Nepomniachtchi giving me a pawn? Why? You know, what could be wrong? And sometimes you could talk yourself out of doing the most obvious move.
Yeah, I've been there many times, especially against higher rated opponents. Like, you just trust them for some reason, but I don't think there's much to calculate. I don't think black is risking much, that's the key. Like, you can play a move, you can play like h6, and I don't really see many productive moves, actually. But here, like, worst comes to worst, you probably give your pawn back on e5 and find a way to make a draw. In the meantime, though, you might get, like, the pawn down to cage white's bishop. I don't think he's missing much here. He's just trying to weigh up the pros and cons of going in immediately. Gosh, what a surprise this would be if he does take the win with black.
Yes. Gosh, it would be absolutely unbelievable. It would be amazing. And I know Diptayan would be, you know, he's a relative unknown. You know, he's a grandmaster from India. But I think India has now 90 grandmasters. Do they have the most? I think they have the most grandmasters in the world, right?
Possibly. A lot of grandmasters have left the Russian Federation, so I'm not sure. But it was Russia for years with hundreds of grandmasters. So I think probably India's a bit behind still, but they're catching up. They're catching up, that's for sure.
Oh, okay. I'm sure we're going to be updated. Okay, so it's not India, but India's 90 grandmasters is pretty good going. And one of the things about this new generation is that they have no fear. Whereas a lot of players, you know, they get inside their own mind and they think, okay, well, they have a lot of respect for the top players. Here, they trust their calculation abilities. And sure enough, Nepomniachtchi gone down a pawn, but as compensation, gets the bishop pair. And first up, he decides to ask a question to the rook. And he's saying, hey, if you double up with rook f to d8, then that rook is in danger of being left without squares.
Very clever move. He's also hinting that he might jump in with the white queen. Queen to a7 could be slightly annoying. Invasion, trying to win some pawns. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a great move.
So I just had an answer to my question. The country with the most grandmasters, it is still Russia with 240 GMs. And yeah. How many grandmasters does the UK have? Do we have?
Oof, not enough.
Yeah, we don't have enough. No. We have.
Maybe we can get confirmation.
One female grandmaster. Ketevan Arahamia Grant, playing for Scotland. She's a grandmaster, but maybe Bodana is gonna be making waves there. So yeah, Queen to e3, asking the question, and now The problem actually being very tricky. The queen is also perhaps lined up to infiltrate the queen side with queen a7 ideas. So the problem actually is just showing that there's a lot of fight in the position, and there's a lot of possibility for Diptayan to go wrong in this position. And I still think it's going to be a big fight. And as you mentioned, David, a lot of resources for white.
Yeah, still some counterplay here, still the bishop pair, still an active queen potentially. According to the computer, it does look like black's best move by a distance is retreating this rook all the way back home, which is not easy, I'm going to say. Rook d to d8. That's not an obvious one at all. There's so many options here. So we'll come back and see whether Nepomniachtchi is able to wriggle out and escape from the danger. This is very, very close to elimination for Nepomniachtchi, at least according to the computer, but a long battle ahead. And yeah, we've seen some crazy games. We've seen Abdusattorov not finding the best way, but it looks like he's got a winning move now. His opponent might have just blundered on the last turn. So I wonder whether we jump straight back there. Vincent Keymer, meanwhile, with a big advantage, winning a pawn. His opponent with a strange sacrifice. But Jovanka, I think we have to follow the bar, as you said.
Yes, we follow the bars and we follow the opportunities. And I just saw the blue arrow, and the blue arrow is pounding the table for this bishop takes h6 sacrifice. So we've got to break down, like, why is this sacrifice so good? And last time we saw it, you know, it was just because, you know, rook to d1 was happening, and there was some funny business with rook to d8 and, you know, the pawns being promoted. But here it's not exactly that clear. You know, there's still the knight on f6 is protected. Like, what is the business? Is it still this idea of going rook to d1 and then just bulldozing your way through?
Yeah, I'm going to say this is difficult, but maybe not at Abdusattorov's level. It's his type of move as well. He's very dynamic, very direct, super ambitious, and yeah, you don't play a move like bishop f4 now if you didn't play it on the last move, probably. Although I would say maybe that's the second most likely, the white bishop coming out to f4. But let's break it down, as you say. Bishop takes h6. Black has to try and take the bishop, otherwise black's going to be a pawn down, soon to be 2 pawns down. And the only question is whether it's knight f5 or rook d1 first, or whether it even matters. Both moves create big threats. Let's start with knight f5 maybe. Ooh, wrong one. It was a 50-50. The bar slides. Still good for white, which is probably good news for Nodebek. So if he's looking at knight f5 first, he still gets an advantage, but rook d1 apparently the clincher. I guess black is just stuck, Jovanka. Like, what can black even move? The rook is paralyzed. Can't get your queen out the way because rook d8's coming. The bishop doesn't really want to move. Your knight just landed here. Only safe square is h7, which looks odd. It's pretty much immobilized. You're frozen as black.
Yeah, you're completely frozen, and you still have that idea that if the king moves away from the protection of f7, the rook will slam down on d8, and the white pawn on e7 is gonna break through and just win some material. I mean, we saw this. This is a beautiful motif. You have to spot it though in advance, but it's there and it's very, very effective. So that's kind of out of the equation. So you have to, as you mentioned, the bishop on b6 isn't working. The rook on a8 is tied to that particular square. So yeah, you're right. There's no move. Oh, okay. We have to actually leave this game because whilst there is a big opportunity for Nordebek on the board, well, we actually have to complement our prediction game because this is what we analyze and it has made an appearance. And Ganguli, he's in a must-win situation. He lost yesterday. He needs to win this game if he wants to equalize the match. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has made a huge blunder. And wow, bishop to g2 on the board, counter-attacking the queen and the rook. And wow, Ganguli playing some impressive chess.
Yeah, we called this position 3-4 moves ago, and I made the same blunder. I was asking the same exact questions that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave must have been analyzing in his head. And I missed this move at the end, this kind of sting in the tail, we call it in chess. You look at a variation, looks good, you stop one move too early. If the white queen had to retreat, the black knight would have moved, saved itself, and game goes on. Looked very, very level, but yeah, if he just looked one move further, he would have realized this counter-attacking move against the black queen. Everything just costs black a rook. That's so annoying. Like, you can't take the white queen because after bishop takes, both rooks attacked simultaneously, the knight hanging as well, game over. You can't take the bishop because, for example, I'm not sure which one you go for first. You can take the rook even, but rook takes, and the rook is hanging at the end. Everything costs black material, so probably you have to move the queen, but no good squares really, or you have to block with your pawns, but that's going to cost black material. I'm thinking e4 maybe is the way he's going to try and hold Jovanka.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same, because d5 is a variation that we saw earlier on, and that was just met with a very elementary bishop takes d5, and then changing the position to an endgame where only white is the one who is gonna be pressing hard for the advantage. Okay, he goes for d5. So what was wrong with e4? Because I was complimenting that one for the ease, but maybe it was just you just move the queen away and the center is gonna start to collapse.
Yeah, maybe it's just as simple as, like you said, kicking away the black knights, hitting this one now, and when it moves, retreats, now you take the pawn, and black's position has just fallen apart. Like, you can fight on here, but I think these two bishops are definitely better than the knights now. Those poor passive horsies, they look terrible, and back to level material. So, Maxime, I know him very well, Jovanka. Like, I've played him countless times, like ever since we were literally 8 years old, and I saw on the camera just a moment he kind of blinked, like he blinked twice. It was like, oh my god, bishop g2. And he always reacts to blunders by playing super quickly. He doesn't stop and think because he doesn't like his opponent to know that he's missed something. He likes to kind of speed up, partly as a bluff, partly I think as just a way to psychologically trick himself out of that mindset that he's made a mistake. But just the fact that he played d5 so quickly, not necessarily a good thing. And yeah, bishop takes pawn now just looks clear cut. Ganguli will have a 3 versus 1 queenside pawn advantage. Big winning chances. He might force tiebreaks if he can win this game.
Yeah, and I love that you shared with us that grandmaster tell that Maxime, whenever he blunders, he blinks quickly, moves quickly, and tries to react fast. But yeah, I think white does have a winning advantage, as you mentioned, and it also feels like it's a really passive position for Maxime, because sometimes, you know, you're a pawn down, but you're active and you have some kind of play going on. But this way, no. I mean, white will have the better minor piece. 3 versus 1 against, yeah, it's looking really bad.
And Ganguli, he likes to kind of go the complicated routes. Like, he likes to try and keep as much tension as possible. But here, I think he should go really simple. Bishop takes pawn. Just no more tactics. Get the queens off the board. Go a pawn up. Try and grind it out. I don't think you need to be clever by moving the queen away.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he's going to go that? Because that's also super tempting, right? Because, yeah, you could bank it with bishop takes d5. Remove the risk, but it's also mega tempting, you know, because after all it's a position where we have opposite side castling. It's tempting to go queen e2, the knight moves away, and then you go g5, you grab on d5, and you have very nice bishops. But that one might be tempting, very tempting to do that kind of stuff. Maybe we deep dive into that alternative, because Ganguli is not automatically going bishop takes d5, which is the move that we're expecting him to play.
Yeah, queen to e2. I understand the temptation as well. Hitting the knight. Probably the knight goes back here. Ooh. Knight d6 maybe. I'm just worried about allowing the knights into this square.
Yeah.
Still looks good for white. Still looks very good.
Yes.
Pawn.
I think you might go for this, David.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I would take the money and run. I would take the pawns and just get out of there. But Ganguli's the type of person he'll take another question. He'll be like, no, I want to keep going. I want to go for more. Oh no, he
No,
does
no,
take the
no,
pawn.
no.
I think that's sensible.
Yes, yeah, why introduce the element of risk? Yeah, this kind of position is the one that you know is fairly secure. And when we were talking about white having the better minor piece, white has 3 versus 1 on the queen side. And as SLK Chess says, Ganguli may hit back and force tiebreak. I think that's looking like it's incredibly likely, actually.
Yeah, another tell for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Like, he just changed his hand movement, but when he rests his hand like fully on his face, then he's not happy. That's another.
Oh.
I mean, he's normally happy when he plays me, so I don't know why I'm talking about these tells. But...
You don't know, but I was going to say, have you ever thought about like doing a little like podcast or a book or a blog about the Grandmaster tells?
I'm not sure what type of audience there'd be for that, but I'm very like sensitive to movement in general. Sure. So I see these things. Mm-hmm. I know these things.
Okay. I'm thinking whether you have a tell. Also, I'm putting. I just know that you weren't at the board when I last played you, and I think that you were very, very comfortable. That was about it. One thing I have noticed that you seem to be in your happy zone when you don't have too much time left. Everyone else watching you is like, but you don't seem affected whatsoever. You're just like,
yeah,
it's full 100% concentration.
I prefer it. What can I say? Like, then I'm not trapped inside my own mind thinking about like what could go wrong, kind of predicting the future. I'm just kind of purely in the moment when I have no time on the clock. I'm especially good, I think, when like there's no time on the clock during classical chess because I'm already in the zone. Blitz, I'm like in and out, very inconsistent. But yeah, I tend to overthink things. That's why I sometimes walk around to try and get my mind off the game situation. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moves his queen, by the way. I was about to move on, but I wonder what Ganguli's thinking. He's staring down Vachier-Lagrave now. Is he just going to move his queen away out of the attack? He could try to be a bit flashy here. He could play like bishop takes pawn, for example. Try and trade off the queens to win a knight at the end. Or he could just, if he's feeling extremely ambitious, he could maybe even take the rook and get 2 rooks for a queen and play that position. But Ivanka, what's the safest? What's the most practical?
Okay, the chicken route that jumps to me is just to go queen e2. I think you actually had that arrow up on the board. And I mean, I've seen this idea after knight takes bishop, rook takes knight, and then you're attacking not just the knight on f5, but also the pawn. I'm very comfortable with being pawn up if I were white, especially in a must-win situation. It's good enough. And also, if the bishop somehow manages to anchor itself, this is the way I think, David. I don't know whether I can blame you for it or whether it's just my instincts. I'm just thinking the bishop, if I put it on c3, it's protecting the king and is also pointing at g7. Yeah, and all is well. All is good. Nothing can go wrong.
All is very good. And I played rook takes pawn there, but like maybe even queen takes pawn just to, if you want to be super cynical, just get the queens off. Like still 3 versus 1 majority on the queen side. This just looks totally winning for Ganguli now, and I don't think he needs to mess around. Like queen e2, like I fully agree with the safe route out here. Get to safety, win a pawn, trust your kind of conversion skills, and he's going to get the job done. +3 according to the eval bar now for Ganguli. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in trouble.
He's in big, big trouble. One mistake, and it is going to tie breaks. And if Ganguli does not win, that's it. He's knocked out of the competition. So much at stake. And there's a few people. Yesterday, there were 21 players that finished their matches with victories, which means that a lot of players are in a must-win situation. And, well, we have... maybe we can just take a peek at one of those players, and that is Niels Grandelius. Yesterday, he lost with the black pieces against Etienne Batcro, and I know I'm going to asking you to search down towards the bottom, and it might be difficult to find the game, but it looks like Niels has unleashed some monster prep and is gonna be returning the favor and equalizing the match.
Yeah, it's a battle of two very, very strong, experienced grandmasters, but also the battle of the seconds, because back row, he seconded some strong players, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave among them in his time, and Nils used to second Magnus, now seconds Hikaru. Apparently there's been a blunder as well on the last few moves. This was a French defense, appropriate, since it's Etienne Bacro. But this last move, hitting the black queen, apparently just moving the queen is best. But he countered by doing a Ganguli and hitting the white queen, not moving his own queen. What is the refutation?
Queen E2. Queen E2 is the move in the Ganguli game. Is it here as well? Queen C1, yeah, those are my options too. Queen C1 is the move that I was first drawn to because, you know, it actually has some eyes on C5. And then the queen will come to B5. And yeah, it's looking like it is a very, very kind of complicated position. So much happening here. Queen goes to E2. And I'll see if I can take over from David, take control of the board. And bishop A4 is a bad move. Yeah, and John, as we can see here, big blunder there from black. Bishop to A4 going on the counterattack. Now, I've got to say one thing, like when you go on the counterattack, you have to be thinking about all of the potential responses that your opponent can have. And so, like, David and I have been considering, like, Queen E2, should you move it there, you know, targeting the E6 pawn? Or should you be going Queen to C1? It's really tempting, isn't it? Just to go for either having eyeballs on C5 or actually looking at E6.
It certainly is. And there are some parallels, actually, with the Ganguli game here as well, because when you calculate down these lines and work out, okay, I can afford to counterattack here and counterpunch here, it's often the quiet move, the intermezzo move, something you don't necessarily see at first glance, that could derail your plans. And obviously these players are really strong grandmasters. Even they miss it sometimes, and we're struggling here on the commentary desk. We have the aid of the eval bar, we don't have the engine on, so we're looking for what the continuation is. It could well be Queen E2, it could well be Queen C1, but it's the follow-up and the result that leads to either a mating threat or the loss of a couple of pawns or something else. That's what we're looking for here, and it's so hard to spot, especially when you're hunched over the board in a pressure situation. I have no doubt we'll come to the right conclusion in a couple of minutes once we look at the position a bit further, but the answer's not obvious.
No, the answer is definitely not obvious. I mean, because there's so many tempting kind of responses and choices as well. So David, we were kind of looking at Queen E2 is our first kind of suggestion. It's really tempting because it has some looking, let me just get my words right. it's looking at E6, and there you can see that even though it's tempting because you actually threaten a pawn, it's actually not the best move.
Yeah, I'm looking at some crazy variations, by the way, like knight to G3. I don't know if this works, or possibly not, but I was trying to get this type of fork working due to a pin along the diagonal, the knight untouchable, but maybe the queen steps forward to E5, hitting the knight, and the black queen still under fire. This is one variation that comes to mind. Queen to E2. Apparently black can survive, but not obvious how. Maybe this move. Queen to A3. That's not the one. Trying to keep an eye on the bishop. Look at the bar sliding. I'm getting all my guesses wrong right now.
You and me both, because I also thought Queen A3 might be the antidote. Aha. Oh god. And then a battery, something worse than the queen takes E6 is going to be appearing. The bishop is going to go to B2. And once the queen goes, Queen E5 is coming, Queen E6 is in the air. And, oh, yeah, this is not good. Okay, so not Queen A3.
Queen E2, how does black survive?
Could it be the counter knight F4?
Knight f4, not knight to g3, hitting the queen. White doesn't have time to take the black queen. Oh, that's very, very clever. And white's queen actually doesn't have many great squares. Now queen takes e6 is defended, queen e5. Black can keep counterattacking by taking the bishop. Wow. White's queen has no safe squares to use without getting attacked. That is crazy. Bishop takes knight, queen takes.
Yeah.
That is wild. Wow.
Yeah, you get active. But
Back to square one.
Queen c1. Let's try the other one then.
Queen c1. I said back to square one. Apparently this isn't right either.
Sorry, I didn't catch that one either. Okay. What?
Okay. Process of elimination. It has to be bishop c2 or rook takes queen. I'm ruling out the others. One of these two.
Okay, let's try bishop c2. Although I feel like that is the most unnatural move on the position because you just.
Let's start with the more forcing, like rook takes queen.
Yeah.
Bishop takes queen, and now the white rook is hanging. So let's move it. Rook b5, hitting the bishop, hitting this bishop, forces bishop takes f3. Now I take this bishop, forces this bishop to move back. So black's playing only moves. And now. Can white flick in?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you very well can. Because rook c8 is going to be absolutely deadly. So then you have to move your rook. You have to go rook e7 or something. No way.
Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe not rook e7. Maybe just to show rook e7 why this is bad after taking everything. Whoops, it's still beautiful checkmate around the back.
Oh dear. I didn't move to the left. What about rook b7? Let's get active. Go on an open line. Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Also no good.
Yeah, but why not? It's all bad. There's no good moves in a lost position. That's what they say. Okay, bishop a6 maybe. This feels bad. I think. Yeah, the trick is white wants to play f3, trapping this bishop, and g4, and just have to get there.
Yeah. So rook b7 probably was the only chance, actually, now I think about it, because I hadn't quite appreciated that the bishop on e4 was trapped. So yeah. Do you want to go rook? It's tempting to go rook c8 and then rook c7 check and then win the a7 pawn, or?
It's not apparently the best. What is the best? Is it just bishop f1?
Probably.
Oh, it's good, but not the best. Wow, chess is hard.
But it's good enough. Bishop e2.
It's good enough. Bishop e2.
Yeah.
Also good. Not the best.
But not the one.
Yeah.
Not the one. Oh no. Feels like we're on a dating show. You know, blind date A, B, C. Bishop.
You're not the one.
Let's try bishop c8.
F1, you're not the one.
No, you're not the one.
Bishop c8.
Yeah.
Checkmate. Wow. And
yeah.
Apparently this is just winning for white. Down a pawn, but the fact that the black pieces are so bad. The bishop isn't trapped, by the way. The black bishop can come out, but more likely it's a mating attack, right, against the black king. You get to the 7th rank with one rook. You can even play rook c6 if you want to take this pawn with some deadly checks. This is, I'm going to say, very findable. Very, very findable. But in the meantime, I'm being told there's a big...
Okay. Okay. We had a brief interlude with some drama, but it was a transmission error. So David, this is this is exciting, but I think we're going to move on from this. But beautiful, beautiful variations that you've shown us. Why bishop to a4 is a mistake because of just rook takes queen. Shall we head to the Kuymer, or where Kuymer is doing the business, it appears, against Vladislav Kovalov.
Looks very good for Vincent Kuymer. The eval bar shooting through the roof for white right now. To get to the bottom of this, let's jump in there first. I don't see any immediate drama elsewhere, other than Ganguli taking a bit of a risk, sacking his queen for 2 rooks. Yeah, to get to the bottom of this, we need to backtrack a few moves. Vincent Kuymer is totally winning now, since the black knight on the edge of the board is really, really bad. The white bishop is coming out to a3, and the 2 bishops are going to do some crisscross action here to keep the black king in the center, where it's going to most likely end the game. But yeah, let's show what happened in a very normal looking position. Kovalov, in a must-win situation, played what to my eyes is just a crazy move, and he was punished very, very severely. He played f4, like double question mark. It's a pure pawn sacrifice. White can't take with the e-pawn as the d4 pawn hangs, so Vincent took it the other way. The idea was to get the knight round to f5 to take the h4 pawn, but that's such a weird decision to give up a central pawn with influence for a flank pawn like this, that Vincent's probably happy to gambit anyway. Knight f5 and now e4, blowing open the center. Maybe he'd missed that after knight takes d4 here, white flicks in the intermediate move e5, cutting the connection between the queen and her knight. That would lose a piece, so the knight forced to the edge. And now the knight just trapped on h4. And Jovanka, like, he tried to get it out, he tried to dig out his pieces, but yeah, it's just these bishops I think are going to be the undoing of black.
Yeah, it's all about dark square domination. Love the bishop a3. Yeah, and you know, sometimes going back to that critical moment where black played the very creative f4 that didn't quite work, I was wondering whether black already thought that they were in problems, like maybe e4 was coming and they were thinking, okay, well, I have to do something now, it's now or never. And being in a must-win situation against Vincent Kuymer, Kovalov just thought, let me just unsettle things. But no, it's a gamble that did not pay off. It did not work whatsoever. And it's going to be about king safety. Bishop a3, white has castle queenside as a mechanism to get the white king into the game, whereas black has nothing. I mean, I think the best that you can hope for is that you somehow you grovel a draw, like, you know, with the bishop coming to f8 and trying to get the king castled by hand to g7, but the king is not even safe in that direction either. So yeah, unfortunately, looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to Vladislav Kovalov, because Vincent Kuymer is in dominating form.
Yeah, as you said, this can happen, especially must-win with black. It's kind of the worst of all worlds in a 2-game knockout match. You either burn your bridges very early and never really get into the game, or you just be patient and hope for a chance, but that chance might never come. So it's tough. Some players go for the kind of former option. Kovalov is a very fiery player. He takes massive risks at the best of times, so I'm not surprised he did this, but it has backfired. And yeah. I like your idea, maybe bishop to f8, just to try and control some dark squares, bring the queen back. But yeah, the problem is when the queen gets hit, queen to b5 is going to be devastating for black. There's just too many avenues. a5 is going to be devastating. The white knight will post up nicely on d4. And yeah, this looks terrible, unfortunately. So we'll check back in and see if Vincent is able to convert. But in the meantime, let's go out of this game, because developments elsewhere and very, very surprising stuff. Look at the bottom right, the second from the right, Ganguli against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What's happened there?
Yeah.
No. Oh, a transmission error, I think. It was a transmission error.
Okay.
Surely.
No, it's not a transmission error, David.
Wait. Okay, wait, it is. It is a transmission error.
Oh, okay.
It's the right position on the board, but it's white to move, not black to move. Oof. Oh, something's happened.
Oh, the gremlins. better not be spooking us out here. We can't be doing the whole broadcast like that. Because here I thought it was okay. I saw the position is right, yeah, but it's white to move, and that of course makes a whole load of difference because queen takes rook is not on tap. But wow, but I'm still surprised at the actual change in events here, because we're seeing 2 rooks against the queen. And let's just do a spot assessment of this position, but obviously with the right color to play.
Yeah, I'll try and recreate what happened. We left it after the move queen to e7, and I did say Ganguli. He's not the kind of person to keep it simple. He loves his fun, he loves his complications. He teaches so much chess, and I've been in some of those kind of online lessons where he's just trying to entertain himself often, and sometimes that's not always the most practical. I think queen e2 would have just banked a big advantage in an endgame, a pawn up, no risk. But instead he gave up his queen, bishop takes rook, rook takes queen. So he gets 2 rooks in return, technically a material advantage, 2 rooks over a queen, but white imbalanced things. Knight to d4, rook to e1, the knight went back. And I think instead of some weird rook e2 move that the DGT, the naughty DGT boards, as our featured chats calling it, showed us, rook takes e5 happened. And okay, we have it corrected. Rook takes e5, still a question mark move, not a double question mark move. And spot assessment, Ivanka, is that it's just complicated now. White should still be better, but I don't understand why he risked it. Why give up your queen? You didn't need to. Trade queens. Don't give one of them up.
Yeah. Yes. And the queen and knights work so well together as well. Such tricky customers. The c-pawn, as you indicated, gonna be falling. And okay, I mean, I can see that the queen is going to do a lot of damage in terms of being a nuisance. I mean, she has the ability to switch sides so easily, and that is going to be a problem because the white rooks, as I speak, they're uncoordinated as well. So the rook will have to, I don't know, you'll have to work out where to go with the rooks. Do you step back? Do you go rook e1? I mean, it just, rook b5 is another potential, as David's highlighting, but still there's going to be an issue with the c4 falling, and it's not easy. The queen can be a menace in this type of open position. Not easy, even if the evaluation bar is in white's favor.
Not easy. Like, the computer suggests bishop g3, which wouldn't even come to my mind. I think it just feels like you're losing a bit of coordination there. But yeah, either way, the advantage is less than it was, and he's given his opponent some hope, which is the most important thing. Like, when you're winning, you want to kill your opponent's hope, just make them suffer. Like, no chance of a counterattack here. If white goes wrong, black can definitely get back in the game. So yeah, I think all 3 results back in play. And in the meantime, congratulations to Levon Aronian, who's made it through to round 3, King of the World Cup. He's won it twice, and looks like he's full of confidence at the start of this event with a draw today to bank his pass through.
Yeah. Wow, great start there from Aronian yesterday, playing what was an absolutely fantastic game against Aroniak. And it's really nice, actually. Levon Aronian, winner of the World Cup, a 2-time winner, you know, and now he's kind of proving that this potentially could very well be his competition. Now, John, I'm going to ask you here, sorry for putting you on the spot, but what makes someone so good at this type of format?
I think the ability to shrug things off and crack on in the face of adversity is an important thing to have in any tournament, but I feel like for some reason in the World Cup, it's just that much more important, or it comes that much more to the forefront. I can't necessarily explain why. In your typical Swiss tournament, okay, you might still be out of the running, that's fine. You shrug it off, you go back to the board fresh the next day, you have a different opponent, you still get to play. And there must be something about being just constantly on the edge of your seat, the excitement and the prospect of the field getting smaller and smaller, that competitive drive. I think that's just one of the reasons why Aronian has been one of the best players in the world for a very, very long time. But the World Cup in particular, it seems like he takes that nervous energy that everyone is feeling in the playing hall and he finds a way to make it a weapon in his favor in a way that other people can't. And I know he's not the world champion or anything, but you see a very similar mindset in other sports where world champions tend to be the people that are able to absorb that kind of pressure and use it to their advantage, and that's what puts them on a level above even other people at an elite level. So congratulations to Levon Aronian for making his way into round 3 of the FIDE World Cup. Absolutely superb performance by him yesterday and today. We've got plenty of action still going on in the playing hall, as well as several boards where we already know we have tie breaks tomorrow. Plenty to come after this.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to AC/DC, like Thunderstruck.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind. Yeah.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language as well. Yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I say Sanskrit.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Vachier and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petroff defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, White finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly White's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Vachier started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Vachier, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight to g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes e6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. the queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Vachier just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Vachier follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup live from Goa in 2025. I've got some great news for chess fans in chat as well, because we managed to catch up, thank you very much Rakesh for this, with Grandmaster Levon Aronian as he exited the playing hall and cemented his place in round 3. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
2 goes to round 3. Congrats, Lev. Your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, I think after yesterday's victory, I think I was in a position of great advantage, because I could choose the strategy. So yeah, I think I played more or less solid today and managed to pass through.
And beautiful game yesterday. Can you just take us a bit more? Just the feelings and the geometry of the queen.
Yeah, when the queen is kind of trapped on d8, you kind of expect that things are not going to be great for black. But, I mean, one thing I didn't realize that I actually can even just go rook g4 immediately and let black have one move. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that shows that actually neglecting the development is a bad thing.
And you're back in Goa. You won the World Junior year a few years ago. Your thoughts on Goa and India overall?
Well, when you say a few years ago,
25?
Well, I think 23 years ago. Yeah. Well, I understand. In the sense of our planet, it is a few years. Yeah, I love coming back here. I really enjoy playing in India, where there is so much passion towards the game from the general public. That's very inspiring.
Thank you so much, Lev. 2-time World Cup winner. Hope he makes it 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Rakesh, and good to catch up with Lev as well. I mean, his humor is absolutely unique, and always thoroughly enjoy hearing him in interviews. Don't neglect your development on the chessboard, folks. And we've got plenty more of that on offer, of course, here in round 2 of the World Cup. So we are now back on our bird's eye view. We've got more moves being played and some, dare I say it, very, very interesting positions and developments since we last took a look here. So Jovi, David, I will let you take it away and decide where we want to go next.
Yeah, David, I just wanted to point out in the top right in the game between Anish Giri and Maximovic, I was right of white. And one mistake from Wesley, and if he loses this, that's it. He's on a plane home.
Yeah, and Wesley is about to fall victim to a stream of vicious tactics against Tremovicius here. He's just blundered Wesley. I think he's missed a key detail. If we just go back one move, White just planted a bishop onto e5, and Black here should have been taking some preventative measures, maybe moving the black. he might have to move the other knight out the way and lose a pawn in the center here. But after knight takes knight, white will not just take back this piece. White will play pawn takes the other knight, g takes f6 instead, hitting the bishop and hitting the knight simultaneously. Either now you take the rook, and after pawn takes bishop, you find your knight trapped. White will get 2 bishops for a rook. Big advantage there, especially with this beast on e5. Or black will play a check. The king will move, and you'll realize that the knight on e2 is trapped. I'm not sure how best to pick it up, maybe just by bringing the queen across. And yeah, Wesley is in big trouble, Jovanka. I think he just missed this intermezzo. Knight takes knight, pawn takes f6, and he's going to be forced to defend an ugly position.
Yeah, I suspect he just missed g5, you know, because you kind of want to be preserving your pawn structure with g4, h3, and I think he just kind of completely lost track of the fact that the pawn can actually advance and that there's pressure against d5. And yeah, now we have to look at what happens if Wesley just gives up a pawn. I mean, where is the biggest hope for Wesley in that situation? Like, if you go knight to h5, knight's on the edge, they fall off the hedge. I realized once I was down that rhyme, I had to continue. Otherwise I'd lose face. So knight takes knight, bishop takes d5, and maybe even queen takes d5. I mean,
which one? Yeah, and maybe even just h4 or f4 or
oh my God.
something along those lines. But okay, let's say queen takes d5, queen takes queen, bishop takes, and I mean, black has to try taking on g5, otherwise it's just resignable, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe still resignable.
Bishop takes b7.
To d8. Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Rooks are trapped. Nowhere to go other than to walk into a skewer. Wesley So everything's turned against him in one move. Imagine Wesley getting knocked out in his first clash here in round 2. That would be crazy. His opponent's very strong. I played him at the Olympiad. Very tricky player, but yeah, this would be a huge turn of events. Wesley hasn't moved now in nearly 5 minutes after g5, and he just has a bunch of bad choices, unfortunately. I didn't see anything, Jovanka. It just looks hopeless almost.
Yeah, I'm trying to think in a way out of the box, and I'm not being successful, David. And knight h5 is the only. Maybe we'll go through the knight h5 line just one more time. Knight take, but it seems they're forcing. Knight takes knight, pawn takes, queen takes, and
maybe rook d8. Yeah. Oof, this is grim. Defending this. Pawn down.
H4.
White has the bishop there. Maybe you come round and pray.
Pray. Yeah. It's never ideal, right, when that's the best strategy for you. Put your hands together and ask for some good luck. Yeah, maybe I think that maybe you can grovel your way to survival in this. It's miserable, but I think it's better than what we've seen the other lines. The other lines, he was just downright lost. So
yeah,
Wesley, big trouble. And yeah, I like that line. Wesley So lost. Yes, it's a perfect name. You can make so many puns with it, and you can make so many play on words. Yeah.
Yeah. Can he weasel his way out of this? That's the only question. It's going to be difficult. Wesley missed a winning move in the first game, apparently. So, yeah, this one's going to be an extra painful twist of events. G5, very, very strong. I don't think Wesley can play anything else.
Yeah. There's an interesting point as well that our featured chat raises as well, because when you go and sit down in front of your opponent, this is a mini match, a best of 2, and you mustn't forget the impact that the previous game had on you. Wesley, for sure, would have gone and checked his games with the engine, and we're seeing Wesley just went for knight takes knight as the best option, giving him the best practical try. But I mean, yesterday, he did have opportunities to win quite a few times. There are a few mistakes that his opponent made, and Wesley, it was a very difficult ending. Wesley didn't quite manage to put it away, and it petered out into a draw. But yeah, that must have been playing on his mind. Why is he in a situation where he has to win with the black pieces? He could have been in a very comfortable position where he could just be very, very solid and draw with black. But yeah, he has to shake those off and face what is in front of him. And as you predicted, David, G takes f6 on the board. And question now, knight takes rook. Which one is going to be more practical? Rook, knight takes rook, or knight to e2? Knight to e2, you just lose a piece. And there was no compensation in return, so just go knight takes rook.
Yeah, he's going to try and flog that knight, try to sell it for the highest price. He's going to try and probably take on b2 next, since the knight is trapped anyway. After, there we go, the bishop drops. Probably he takes, okay, he takes an f2. I was going to say that looks scary because the white rook now gets in the attack. It just looks scary in general, but okay, at least he's getting some pawns for it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether you could be flash and go. I was looking at queen f3, trying to set up some checkmating ideas. But okay, you don't need to do that. Rook takes f2 is the move. Simple and good. And I was talking to a mutual friend, Abdallah, and he was telling me about a tournament that he played in Spain. And he was saying that sometimes in chess you just have to go for the most simplest things. And he played a game where he could have just won a piece, but he decided to do an intermediate move attacking another piece. And then there was a defense he hadn't anticipated, and he spent the whole game just going, why did I not play simple chess? Why did I not just capture the piece? And that's probably what you'd be thinking if you went queen f3, trying to set up queen f6 ideas, when you could just go rook takes knight, be a piece up, have the easy life. There's no need to go for the complicated. Go for the easy.
Yeah, exactly. To paraphrase Lord of the Rings, keep it simple, keep it safe. Rook takes knight, and after rook takes pawn, now your move, Jovanka, just looks super strong.
Yeah.
Bring the queen forward. This looks terrifying. I'm surprised Wesley went for this. At least he's up material here. He has a rook and 2 pawns, technically worth 7 versus 2 bishops, technically worth 6, but I don't know, with major pieces on, it just looks devastating.
Yeah.
This attack.
Maybe he's hoping for some kind of rook takes bishop, so ultimately he will be a piece down, but he'll have some pawns in compensation. And who knows, if you manage to swap off rooks, then maybe you'll find yourself in a queen and bishop endgame. And those are notoriously tricky, and they're actually really difficult to win. So maybe we're going to be seeing something like that. But this is a golden opportunity for Titus Stremavicius, and we're going to see whether he manages to put the boot in. And if he does that, he's going to be knocking out Wesley So, potentially one of the favorites of the competition. David, shall we move on from this one?
Yep, let's do it. Let's try and find another game where action is happening. We're starting to get some results in. Sounds like it was a very good day for Jordan van Forest, who moves on to round 3. What catches your eye here on the bird's eye view, Jovanka?
It's the Nepomniachtchi game as well, because we left that one when Nepomniachtchi had given up a pawn, but he had the bishop pair as some small compensation. And here we are seeing its opposite color bishops. But on our screens we are following the game between Faustino Oro and Vidit. Now Faustino, the youngest ever participant to have ever competed in the World Cup, just 12 years old. Okay, let's just peek in on that one and see what is happening. Too late, David. We blinked and we missed it.
Yeah, the handshake, it was an uneventful draw, pretty much. Not too much happened. I feel a bit guilty not going here, but then again, it was a Berlin. I think both players were very happy to keep it solid. Faustino, who's a phenomenal blitz player, his rating on chess.com is crazy high, well over 3,000. Often over 3,100. I don't blame him at all for taking his chances in the tiebreaks. For Vidit, not creating anything with white or black against someone quite a bit lower rated. I think maybe disappointing for Vidit, but he'll be hoping to use his experience tomorrow. So yeah, very symmetrical game, ended in opposite color bishops, 34 move draw. Yeah, Faustino so far looking like a 2700, Ivanka.
Yeah, looking like he's way older than his 12 years of age. So impressive. And what's even more impressive about Faustino is that he has no kind of airs and graces. He's just interested in chess. He just wants to play chess. And this is a kid that goes to school. And Nepomniachtchi, he so badly wants to qualify for the candidates. That's like his only mission. You know, he played in the FIDE Grand Swiss. It didn't go his way. And here it looks like his hopes might be dashed by Diptayan Ghosh, who is, it seems, if the engine is to be believed, on his way to knocking out Nepomniachtchi. And the big thing is, like, how is Nepomniachtchi going to... Oh, this is the problem. How is he going to defend the A4 pawn? And this is problems. And maybe can Nepomniachtchi perhaps bank on the presence of the opposite color bishop pair to save him?
Yeah, he's got some drawing chances. I don't think this is over yet, despite black apparently having a massive advantage. The candidate moves would be a sad one going back. Like, top players are very reluctant to defend passively, but maybe it's one of those situations where you have to be a bit slower. Another one would be rook to e5. That's a very forcing line, hitting this pawn, and probably black is able to then take on d6, and there'll be some exchanges. Black will come out a pawn or two up. So that's worth consideration, but yeah, maybe rook to d2 as well, just to get ready to put the other rook to a1. Either way, Ivanka, I think the problem is that black doesn't need to rush. Like, unless rook e5 happens, which might not work, black's just going to play f6, bring the king out. Yeah. At the right moment, black's going to put a pawn on c3, ready for promotion later, and too many pawns on light squares, I think, is Nepomniachtchi's problem here. I just don't see a long-term plan for white to save it.
Yeah. I was also looking at f6 as well, you know, just to deprive the rook on e5, and also just to kind of think about introducing the king. But I was also seduced by these ideas of going g5, f5, and f4, and just locking out that bishop. But I love the plan of just playing it slowly, just optimizing the queen side with putting a pawn on c3, and then you're actually really well placed if you ever want to go rook takes d6 and sacrifice in exchange.
Exactly. That's another key idea. Like, probably a bit later down the road, but especially if one white rook moves away, black can even give up material and go into a very promising endgame. This is going to be at least another 30-40 moves of suffering, unless Nepomniachtchi finds something tricky to save himself. That's a cool shirt, cool top for him, but he's definitely not on top in this position.
No, he's not. Is there any salvation with the bishop coming back to f2? Trying to get a little bit more mobile there, but it's... the evaluation bar is telling us a story, and it's one that we really should be believing. It's like, okay, it's going to be an exercise in suffering, but some chances to draw. Oh, that would be a big upset. Actually, the big first upset of our round if Nepomniachtchi wasn't eliminated from this competition. Shall we go back to our bird's eye view and see what other drama is taking place?
Let's do it. Just an update for everyone on the board, second from the right on the bottom row there. Ganguli is no longer better against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We said it. It's unnecessary to swap your queen for two rooks when you're so clearly winning. You can keep it safe. You can keep it simple. You can keep it safe. He would have just been crushing in that endgame. Really surprising twist there. Elsewhere, Gukesh looks like he's maybe a little tiny bit better. And Vincent Keimer looks like he's on his way to victory, as we predicted earlier. Abdusattorov missed a winning tactic that we pointed out. But it's very much about Wesley So trying to save himself. And yeah, complicated game. Hans Niemann has sacrificed a piece, I'm going to say. So take your pick, Ivanka. Where do we journey to next?
Wow, you just threw in the most important bit of information there at the bottom. Hans Niemann has sacrificed a piece. Hello, I'm going there. ASAP.
Okay, awesome. I was hoping you'd say that. I was leading you there slightly, leading question. But we'll go back just because there was a brilliant move on the board. This is the live position. We'll do a count. We'll do a kind of summary here. But a few moves ago, White had a rook on c6, and that rook was nudged by the black knight. And this is where Hans Niemann sacrificed the piece. It was with a rook sacrifice, first of all. Rook takes e6, double exclamation mark. Not because it's winning, but because it is the best move and it is a sacrifice. And after a capture, knight takes e6. It is a fork, so he wins back some of the material. But when the dust settles, we see rook to d1. He's won 2 pawns. He's about to win a 3rd pawn, and this is how we got here, knight c6. The problem, I guess, Jovanka, is knight takes pawn might allow the black queen to come across with some checks on the diagonal. So he takes with the rook. And what do you make of this? Very, very complex stuff.
Yeah. At first impression, queen a7 was the quick response, and I'm not sure what to quite make of this, because the black king is pretty unsafe, and white is almost playing this one positionally, right? You go queen f3, or you go for f5 and e6, or somehow or other you try to just make life unpleasant for black because you see space. And I think this is a lot more pleasant for white to play. It's easier. It's easier, and maybe even maybe you don't even need to go queen f3. Maybe you go queen to d3 as well. Just get ready to line up the rook and perhaps infiltrate with d7, and so many good options, it feels.
Yeah, I'm very surprised the eval bar says it's almost level. I think, as you say, like practical terms, white is much, much better. Like, worst comes to worst, probably you trade queens and you get to an endgame where you've got enough pawns to balance out for the knight. So I don't think white's really in much danger of losing, ever. But if things go bad for black, then you can imagine the white pawns storming forward, the black king just getting mated. The black knights are super loose right now, although you can't really attack them simultaneously yet. Yeah, I like your move, queen d3, a lot. Maybe others that come to mind. Okay, queen f3. You went your first instinct. Maybe h3, king h2 as well on the agenda.
Yeah, but I corrected myself. I thought, because this is the thing, when you're making a spot assessment, you have to start talking. You kind of go by your first instinct, and then whilst you start explaining away factors in the position, you begin to see that, okay, maybe coordination is good, but queen f3 given an x. So what was the best move, by the way? Was it queen d3?
Yeah, queen d3. If we just go back one move, I guess it was queen d3 because in this position, assuming the black knight does try to run away, only move, only safe square, then yeah, this pawn is hanging. I was wondering whether you give a check just to get some time, but queen takes pawn would have got white a 4th pawn for the piece. Although I can understand why he was reluctant to allow this diagonal to become a bit weaker, Hans Niemann. Instead, queen to f3, and yeah, I'm expecting the knight to go back now with complications. Yeah, it's hard to evaluate. This one.
Yeah, very difficult. Very, very difficult, because yeah, I like your plan of going h3, king h2, secure the king, and then and only then do you start advancing on the king side. Because black is not without play of their own, if you go knight c5 and if you start just going f5, then the rook will actually on a8 will come into d8 or b8 and start asking questions to the white king. So I do think it is necessary to take some precautions before you go all in. But it's actually a really complicated position, and the players will have to be juggling this decision making. Do they have the time to actually look after the king, or is this the kind of position that requires you to be precise and play with a lot of energy every move? And yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all, and it's always a delicate juggling act, isn't it, John? And we actually come to the knight going to e7, and this, as we're seeing, black is actually using the opportunity to simply counter-attack the rook And Hans Niemann has to make a decision, you know, step back, where to go with the rook, and he chooses to overprotect this potential weakness on e3. But in this type of open position, it's always, you know, something that you judge one move, you know, in advance, and that's about it. You don't go into deep calculations. You just simply stop and do a quick blunder check and acknowledge this is where you're weak, this is where you're strong. And for black, it's all about the king's safety. For white, is also a question of king safety, and it's a question of just consolidating before you're being able to just do anything on the king's side. And now the question for black is where to go with the knight. Knight to c5 is the move that I'm expecting. Again, just putting the pressure on the rook, and white again has to be careful. And John, I was just going to ask you about this type of position.
Absolutely. I'm a little worried as well, because I feel like I'm fueling some conspiracy theories here. I still maybe am not seen at the same time as David Howell in the same room together, unless he's a static image. So I don't want to be fueling the wrong sort of speculation off the end of this, but no, do go on.
Yeah, let's it's interesting. No, but it's an interesting position. Absolutely fascinating. You know, this whole concept of playing these open positions where it's king safety, piece imbalances, very, very complicated. The evaluation bar saying it is level, which in David and myself's opinion it's easier to play. But maybe we pull up the bird's eye view and have a look at what's happening in some of the other boards. And let's go on and check what is happening. I'm especially kind of curious. Yeah, I'm especially curious about the game between Strömmer-Vicious and So, because that would be absolutely sensational. If Titus Strömmer-Vicious wins against Wesley, Wesley is going to be knocked out of the competition. And okay, we're seeing a situation where the position has clarified somewhat, but is in favor of white. The only thing that Wesley is going to be playing on is the fact that the white king is unsafe. But I remember we were looking at that queen sacrifice earlier on in the event. We were looking at a queen sacrifice, and that was the game between Hari Krishna and his opponent. And we also saw Hari Krishna walking around very, very confidently. And wow. And we're seeing that there is now an update on the material imbalance.
I mean, if you're going to queen sack like that, you have to walk around very confidently, right? There is no universe where this sort of thing gets played in a game and you don't walk around like the absolute ruler of the roost. You have to give it your all. The one thing that maybe surprised us a little bit was that the all-in move was made so early in the game, but if you spot the opportunity, you have to take it. And I still feel like this is really complicated. When the material imbalance is this crazy, it becomes so much more difficult to calculate for grandmasters as well as mere mortals. But I would say that the piece activity in general for white, it hasn't really diminished. Black still has the same problems to solve. So continuing to turn the screw, and I think the biggest factor here is going to end up being time. I feel like Nesterov has done really well to hold on and create chances in this sort of position. But with 35 minutes playing 4, and when you only need one mistake for the rest of the game to go down the tubes, this is really getting into crunch time.
Yeah, and the thing is though, the previous story was so fascinating that I think we have to give everyone a big update, like how did this happen and what happened next. So it was from a Petroff, and David guessed this one correctly, and this was where the big queen sack happened. So when it all occurred, it was only for 2 pieces, and it was a question of taste, but when you're highly prepped like this, you need to know absolutely every single wrinkle. And we left it here, and this is where black actually started to go wrong. We were anticipating the move b5 as a way to come out, just to prevent the bishop coming out at some point. It was actually here where we were looking at b5. The queen to b6 was the move played, and just to kind of quickly whiz through exactly what happened, because this feels a bit like a Hollywood thriller. you know, and there's always a beginning, a middle, and an end to a story. And we can see that white basically was playing for play along the F line. You just want to be targeting the king. So knight dropped back, and of course, it seemed like Harry just had absolutely everything worked out. And this is what happened. Another brilliant move.
Oh, wow.
Giving up the rook in order to open up the dark squares to hunt the king. Remember, there is no high price to pay if you checkmate your opponent's king. You can give absolutely everything as long as it finishes in that mate. So bishop takes e3, and this is where black had to start backpedaling. And after queen takes b2, bishop came out to g5, king e6, rook e1, and then just quickly b5. You know, the big problem is that the king is just being bounced around, and this is where we're getting to the situation where white recovered even more material. And now here, now that you've kind of banked that extra piece, then what you want to be doing is just finding a safe place for the king to hide, and you're going to be collecting with that amount of pieces for the queen, because you do have a rook and a bishop and a knight, John, for the queen. And my maths ain't good, and they say never do maths live on air, but that is certainly worth more than 9 points that the queen is worth.
It really is, and the activity of those pieces alone is worth more than that as well, right? Like, just look at where the pieces are pointed in the middle of the board. Look at how breezy the black king is right now. What are you going to do? Swap the queen off for any two of these pieces? You do that, and you could still be in danger. So it's really not straightforward at all. One thing I'm particularly curious about is after the queen sacrifice, Pentala found the follow-up exchange sack as well. And I'm in two minds about it, Jovi. I don't know if, because you've already made quite a big sacrifice in the game, you're on the lookout for it and they're easier to spot, or if you're now just looking for positional imbalances and you're trying to make good the sacrifice, and therefore it's actually harder to spot the follow-ups. Like, how do you get into a frame of mind where seeing something like rook takes e3 as a follow-up is just straightforward? Because to me, it looks anything but.
Yeah, well, necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, here you've gone all in, you've sacrificed the queen, your goal is simply to hunt the king, so you have to just get at the king by sacrificing a rook and just getting control of the dark squares. And I'm pretty sure that Hare Krishna had some ideas well worked out, so yeah, he's doing super well now, and it's all about now enjoying the fact that he's probably played the game of the day, even though some of it was preparation.
Look, regardless of how the game finishes now, it is very, very probable that it ends up being our game of the day. There is no question of that. Sacking is a gateway to more sacks. Exactly. That's certainly been the lesson that we've been demonstrating in this game. Thank you very much, Pentala Hare Krishna. And it's not over yet. A couple of results have come in while we were taking a look at that position. Richard Report is very safely through to round 3. I don't know if we'll be able to catch up with him for an interview. We'll certainly give it a go, but he will not be participating in the tiebreaks tomorrow. In English news, though, Vityugov has confirmed that he is moving into the tiebreaks tomorrow. He was held to the draw today, I believe, and therefore we will see him in action in Blitz. So with those updates, Jovi, David, I will head back over to you guys to see where we're going next.
Oh, so we've had a very spicy round. We've had some beautiful preparations, some dramatic ideas. I think it's there. We've had some fireworks on the board, you know, to celebrate Bonfire Night. I appreciate the gesture. And we've also seen some favorites in trouble. So Wesley So from there on the bottom. In the middle, he still remains under some kind of issue. But I would say that things are a little bit more hopeful, just in the sense that the White King is slightly more shakier than I think Stremovicius would want.
Yeah, that does feel like Stremovicius has at least lost some of the practical advantage. He's still objectively winning. He's up a bishop for 2 pawns against Wesley So, but conversion stage is not going to be easy. Not least because White's king is going to be so open for the rest of the game. Ganguli has lost a lot of control against Vachier-Lagrave. I'm looking elsewhere right now. Vachier-Lagrave, there we go, just as he puts his king in the corner, surviving. Nepomniachtchi, I think it's almost dead lost for him, unfortunately. I think we might see the end of Jan Nepomniachtchi's tournament in the very near future. And yeah, meanwhile, Gukesh with a small advantage, but not too much happening on his board. Vincent Keimer still winning, and Giri trying to turn the screw. I'm being indecisive. The players can't be indecisive with the clock's ticking down. But help me out, Jovanka. Where should we take a deeper dive?
Yeah. Let's head over to our new appearance on our screens. The game between Peter Lecco and Bobby Cheng. Yesterday, it was a draw in the Catalan. And let's head over and see Peter Lecco, one of the best prepared people on the planet. I remember how his World Championship prep was amazing, but also now he's not just a commentator, trainer, he's now a player. I mean, also playing for Hungary these days. So it's so nice to see him return to the board. And look at that. His position is looking very, very promising. It's never a good idea when there's so many pieces on the board to see a move like king to f8. It's always a bit worrying.
Yeah, and concretely, I'm really surprised. I wonder if this is just a blunder or a miscalculation, misevaluation maybe. Or perhaps Bobby Cheng just felt that there was nothing else to do, no other productive moves. I would have been expecting something like pawn to g6 just to take away some squares from the white knight. But this last move, Jovanka, you taught me about the concept of consequences. The consequences that black has lost control somewhat over the h7 square, where white wants to infiltrate. So maybe it's time to play bishop takes knight. Lecco's calculating this with just under 16 minutes. Bishop takes, and now time to jump in, threatening checkmate in one move. And I think black has to part with a pawn in order to kind of parry this threat, maybe g6, just to cover the corner square. But now white can take the pawn and evacuate the queen. Pawn up.
Yeah.
Looks very decent for Lecco here.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks quite convincing as well. I don't see anything to kind of deal with that unless there's some kind of block on the E line instead of going g6. But hang on, from I am not Mendes, but hang on. This I like this. Peter was the one, by the way. He was telling me about the Hungarian school of chess. The Hungarian school of chess is that you work on your openings and you have it all figured out. And then if your opponent manages to get equality, you agree a draw, because after all, your opponent played perfectly. And however, if your opponent makes a mistake out of the opening, doesn't matter how strong they are, the Hungarian school of chess is that, hey, you play on and you test because they went wrong. And talking about going wrong, well, knight to b5 awarded a miss. Next, this is a miss.
This is a miss, and I agree with his evaluation of the Hungarian school of chess. I've played them so many times, played in Hungary a lot, and it's very principled. They all have very similar styles and similar opening repertoire sometimes. Knight b5, just to go back, the computer says there was something even better than all of those moves, and that is pretty much just slow play the attack. Not to cash in immediately, not by playing bishop takes knight, as I was advocating, and bring the queen in, wins a pawn, but gives black a very strong bishop. So just playing moves such as f4. You can trade rooks first, but f4. And apparently black is just so frozen that you have time to go g4, g5, break open some lines, and go for the black king. I think these two pieces are especially bad for black. So the fact they're locked in means that you can't really parry the attack. I don't hate what Peter's done. I think he's played a very classy move. He plays knight to b5. And he might get another chance in the near future. Rook to e6 was the answer. And, I mean, first of all, he can always come back. Second of all, it might be time now to start pushing the pawns forward. And the white knight does look pretty nice, Jovanka. So I don't blame him at all for that small miss there.
Yeah. And definitely rook e6 actually encourages, at least to my eyes, f4. As f4, g4, you know, that's my kind of chess. David can read me like an open book. He's sat us alongside me so many times. He knows what moves are calling my name. And pawn advances, that is something that I absolutely adore. So yeah, I like it. F4, G4, crack open a line. And yeah, it's actually very difficult for black to actually unravel in a good way, you know, because what black really wants to be doing is just like making the trades. Like rook takes rook, bishop e7, rook e8, swap another set of rooks, take it into endgame where you just hold, do nothing ambitious. And
in the meantime, we have had confirmation Harikrishna did win. I'm not going to call it game of the day. I'm going to call it game of the tournament so far. Maybe the game of Harry's life as Peter Leko does push forward. We also got news that Sam Shankland did defeat Vasily Ivanchuk in a must-win situation. So some results pouring in. Peter's in good shape here. Let's go to another game. We'll jump over to Nodibek, who we've seen a lot today. Ivanka missed some big chances earlier. He had a winning sacrifice, but if we catch up with the current position, if we click in, there we go. It looks like we're in the endgame now, and it's looking very balanced.
Yeah, looking as even as it could possibly be. And Magnus is actually just telling us that as well. The way that he just looked at the camera and then got up, he was like, yep, I know, this is a draw. And the reason is because white is going to be unable to make any headway with the pawn structure. What you want to be doing in games like this is you want to be able to create a passed pawn, or you want to be winning pawns. And the rook and bishop have no squares to infiltrate, and the black's rook very nicely placed. The black knight has the f4 square to anchor itself onto, and I don't see anything. In fact, I almost suspect that white is the one that has to be a teeny tiny bit careful because black's rook is so active.
Yeah, I think it would be a good moment to pull the brake for Nodibek and just say, okay, let's get out of here. Let's not risk it any longer, because as you say, if the black knight ever manages to land on f4, especially with a check, white's king is going to be pushed to a bad square. You can imagine the black rook coming in, going pawn hunting. I think I would rather be black here. And there we see Nodibek give a check. He's also down on time, down 12 minutes. I wonder how annoyed he'll be with himself when he realizes he had winning blows just after the opening. More than a couple of winning moves for him, but missed that opportunity. And yeah, even as Steven right now, it does look like Magnus is not in any danger at all.
Yes, and I was going to say, how is that going to impact his night of sleep? I don't think it's going to impact his game tomorrow, but his sleep. I mean, he's going to go and check the engine, and the engine is going to say, you had bishop takes h6, you had this beautiful idea of rook to d1, and was that a draw offer that we caught on camera? Or was it? Ooh. Yes, it was.
And there we see, yeah, the draw offer. The eye contact is always a giveaway. It's very rare for players to make eye contact without it being awkward, unless it is a draw offer. And Denis Magnus, I'm very surprised he immediately accepted. Maybe he could have played on one or two more moves, but yeah, I think a fair result, and one he's probably relieved with. The Grandmaster from Kazakhstan, who has taken his very illustrious opponent to tiebreaks. We're going to see these two in action tomorrow.
And we're seeing another set of tiebreaks going to be happening tomorrow. And John, it looks like we're going to be in for a lot of excitement tomorrow.
We certainly are. I have a question for both of you, or whoever happens to know the players a bit better. David, maybe we'll start with you, because you mentioned that Magnus basically immediately went for the draw. I've seen how good Nodibek is at faster time controls, and there is a big voice in the back of my head going, what? Tie breaks? Surely that favors Nodibek. But maybe I just don't know enough about Magnus, and actually it's going to be absolutely cracking. What's your view on that?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He's still a big underdog, and as a favorite, I think it's good for Nodibek to have more games. and go back to a 2-game mini match tomorrow to start things off. If it's 1-1, more games. I think Nodebek still maintains his favorite status, but in the kind of shoes of Makhnev, I probably would have done the same. Like a draw, you gain a few rating points, you prove that you can hold one of the world's best to kind of equal footing in classical chess. I think that's a moral victory for him, even if the biggest tasks still lie ahead.
Okay, and Jovi, I think David's just highlighted something that I hadn't really considered as much as maybe I should have, which is, fine, it's not as good as a win, but actually having that as a confidence booster ahead of the tie breaks is psychologically useful as well.
Yeah, and it's also going to be psychologically useful for him when he goes and checks the engine evaluation of the game and understands that actually he got away with quite a poor position. And so he's going to go into tomorrow with a big smile on his face. He's got a lot of support here. So I'm expecting it's going to be a big match. I think maybe it will not be settled in the first tie breaks.
So there you have it. More of the Grandmasters in the hall getting dragged back to day 3 of round 2 here at the FIDE World Cup. Unable to decide a result in classical chess, they will be going to Rapid and Blitz tomorrow. So plenty of excitement yet to come. But right now, our focus is who is going to be joining them there. We'll see you in a couple of minutes for more action from the FIDE World Cup.
Does it bother you that I have more followers on Instagram than you?
Yes, it does.
So good, this show. This show is so good.
Have you ever been jealous of me?
I think when you qualify to the candidates, probably.
Yes, it does.
That's probably one. Yes, it's probably one.
You're close, so
yes,
I can understand.
For sure.
Do you think you would be a better influencer than a chess player?
Honestly, like it's so, for me, like being an influencer is so much less rewarding than being a chess player. I see it just as like a byproduct that might slightly help me in my chess, and that's why that's why it's a thing.
Probably true, but there are some other thoughts. He has some other thoughts around that, so maybe he have been thinking about it or something like that. There's more to his answer than he just replied.
Do you like look down upon influencers?
A little bit, yeah.
More than a little bit.
It's a logical consequence of my previous answer.
See how I trapped you in that zone?
You fully trapped me. Yeah, influencers hate me now. Please keep retweeting, guys. I love you. Hashtag love you all.
Do you think you will ever become world champion?
I think actually I might.
Yes.
Ambitious. Where do you get your optimism from?
I'm so happy. No, I'm so happy. See, like the work I'm doing on myself is working. No, but I think like I'm a good player, honestly. I think I'm a good player. I'm not too impressed with the people at the top right now. Yeah, Gukesh will likely become world champion. I don't see him as someone much better than me, so I'm okay.
Who is your favorite person in the tournament as a friend?
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good contact with Javi. Oh, Prague. I also get along very well with Prague. Fabio Praganda, probably, yeah.
Well, Fabiano Caruana.
And probably Gukesh, Domaradzo.
Maybe Kasparov. Maybe for fun, yeah, Magnus, because we are in Team Liquid now.
What is your favorite city in the world?
The Hague.
Where I live, Minnesota.
Krakow.
Probably Paris.
I like generally, Switzerland, Geneva, Dubai or Doha is also very, very, very suitable for me.
Yeah, I'd say Chennai.
Are you more a night owl or an early bird?
I'm definitely a night owl.
Early bird nowadays.
Early bird.
Late. It depends on my routine because sometimes I night owl and sometimes I'm early bird.
Recently I became night owl because I played in many classical tournaments and I have to prepare. My advice is just to be a morning person.
I wake up around 9. 8:30.
Maybe 9. Sometimes 10.
I usually at 10 a.m.
Actually, I wake up early around 8, 9. But whenever I study chess, it's always late.
10 maybe, but 9:30.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. Still plenty of players in the playing hall. The first games have concluded. A couple of players successfully through to round 3 of the World Cup here, and others know they will be coming back to participate in the tie breaks tomorrow. One game, though, in the meantime, where we are very much sitting uncomfortably, and that is Nepo's, where it looks like he seems completely and utterly busted and needs to find a way to magic up some amazing resources that can potentially keep him in this game.
Magic is correct, because there is really nothing to be done. Black has established a beautiful pawn chain there on the queen side. Nepomniachtchi's pride and joy, the pawn on d6, that is now vanished from the board, and Nepomniachtchi, I mean, the expression on his face, the way that he's playing the pieces, just says one thing. He knows he is busted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying desperately to find some hope. I'm giving up mainly because of Nepomniachtchi's body language here. And, yeah, I mean, he's hoping maybe for ideas like bishop takes pawn and to get some check, get some counterplay, but I don't really see it. Like, he can give one check from behind, but the black king is easily going to be able to hide. Rook takes bishop. The idea is to also play a rook takes bishop, rook takes c6, and he's hoping to escape into a rook endgame. Normally I say rook endgames have a drawish tendency, but not this one, because black's pawns are so strong. I think the only dilemma here for Nepomniachtchi's opponent is how to win. It just looks like there are so many strong, tempting moves, and this is going to be the biggest shock of the event so far. It's got to be said. Like a 2-time World Championship contender, knocked out in round 2 of the World Cup. I think, barring nerves, this is over, Jovanka.
Yeah, I agree. It is looking like it's all over for Nepomniachtchi. Rook takes bishop, incredibly promising for Diptai and Ghosh. David, for someone else who is hoping to move on to round 3, well, he got off to a dream start yesterday when he won his game. It's Vincent Keymer. He is now in a fantastic position. I mean, you can just see from the camera view that the white knight is sitting pretty on g7. There's a whole swarm of pieces surrounding the white king. There's also a beautiful geometry there on the d line. So it's looking good for Vincent.
Yeah, quick count. It's Vincent's move, and he's a piece up, and he's got an extra pawn. And he's got an attack against the Black King. Black has a strong knight on c3, but that's all that can be said. It's not threatening anything. I'm just expecting Vincent to just either defend his knight or move his knight in, move it back. And yeah, I think for Kovalev, who has no time on the clock either, it's just a bit of a calamity. This game, he was in a must-win situation with Black. Tough at the best of times against someone so solid as Vincent. But here we go. Bishop into d7, maybe even stronger, hitting this Black rook. Oh, that is nasty. If the rook retreats to hit the bishop, he's going to play knight to e8. Hitting the rook again. Rook takes bishop. There's a nasty knight fork coming back on f6. Yeah, body language, I think, from both makes it clear that Vincent's about to win this game. He's about to move on to round 3. 86% accuracy for his opponent, but not good enough at this level. Unfortunately, there was an early blunder. Could never fight back.
Yeah, just kind of the story of round 1, right? You know, often we'll see situations where one person made one big mistake and that was it. Never ever in doubt. And okay, he moves the knight, and as David indicated, he couldn't really retreat that rook. So, okay, this is a little bit tricky, you know, it's attacking the rook on d4, and Vincent, he has many responses. You know, he can just play rook takes pawn, bishop takes rook is another simple solution, but what is he going to be doing? He moves the knight away.
Yeah, very simple, very logical from Vincent. He guards his rook. And wow, there we see it's a handshake. Too much material down. Kovalev resigns, exits the World Cup. Vincent Kaymer moves on. Very impressive.
Yep, an impressive performance from Vincent Kaymer. So he's going into round 3. Tomorrow he'll have a rest and he'll be able to get prepared for his opponent for round 3. And let's check in on Nepomniachtchi and see whether Nepomniachtchi has managed to find a miraculous save. And no, we could be seeing that sensational upset happen right now on our screens. What is Black going to be playing?
You mentioned rook takes bishop, rook takes e3. I think that probably is the most simple. It's the most direct, at least. That's what Gauche seems to be calculating here, sitting into the board. He's down at 2 minutes. That's the one thing that might trip him up. That being said, he's past move 40, so the clock's not really going to be a factor. He will get more time when his clock ticks down to 0. Rook takes e3 played. Nepomniachtchi tries to deflect the black rook by taking the black bishop. He gives a check. The white king is forced to move up. It has to keep in contact with the black rook. And there we go. Now, will he trade rooks? Will he give another check? Gauche here, he's got so many moves. They all look winning. Again, hard to choose between them.
Yeah. And he's going to be going for the path that is easiest. He takes the rook on c6. And after king takes rook, the rook will simply slide one square over, threaten to zoom up to d2, where it's going to be suddenly the c2 pawn that is going to be falling off the board. And with that, Gauche walks off, and the players have made move 40, so they do not need to worry about the time as of yet, because they will be getting that 30-second time bonus. And for Nepomniachtchi, it's over. He either has to go completely on the passive, you know, put his rook on c1. He has no hope in saving a draw in a king and pawn ending. That is going to be absolutely winning for Black. What to do? He cannot even go on the counter offensive with his own rook, get it active. He's going to maybe try rook f5 and try there, but the c-pawn will be falling.
Yeah, and with the fall of the c-pawn comes the end of the game. Black will give a check, take the pawn, and yeah, white's just too slow. Two connected pass pawns, the b and c pawns. Fantastic endgame technique. Gauche's done everything right since an opening blunder from Nepomniachtchi, who, wow, he stops the clock. That means he's exiting the competition in round 2, Nepomniachtchi. He brings his kings to the center. He signs the score sheet. He just wants to get out of that playing hall. It's just been a tough day for him. Losing with white, that happens once in a blue moon. We see the handshake. Congratulates his opponent. That's a nice touch. But he is leaving. the competition. Ivanka, what a twist. The highest seed to fall so far.
Yeah. What a sensational upset there as we see Tipte and Ghosh enter into round 3. And on our cameras, we have Ariantari. Yesterday, Ariantari lost against Pranav. He's now in a must-win situation. He needed to win with the black pieces. Is Ariantari doing it? That is what we're going to be finding out. Can he equalize the match?
Yeah, so far not many people have been successful at fighting back, clawing back the deficit from game 1 of the second round. But it looks like Ariantari might be one of the first. Because if we see the position, he's up the exchange, it's rook for bishop. Not just that, but white cannot build a fortress. White's pawns are scattered, defenseless. I don't really see what white has in mind after the rook just slides behind to take the A pawn. The black king can continue its advance as well. This is just hopeless for Pranav. Buddy Pranav, yeah, he's just running out of material here. Ariantari was devastated yesterday. He's a good friend of mine, and he was heartbroken by the way he blundered on move 40, but he's going to get another chance. He's still alive. And we see Pranav kind of wiping his eyes in disbelief. Ivanka, tiebreaks, imminent.
Yes, so close for Pranav, right? He got the dream start yesterday, winning with the black pieces. And now, playing with white, you just want to be solid as possible. And he does that. And this is what you have. And as you say, it's going to be tie breaks. Nothing is going to be stopping the black king from infiltrating. The pawns on the queen side are going to be falling off. I suspect that after the king advances, we might see resignation from Pranav as he comes to accept that tomorrow will be another day of chess for him.
There we go. The king does step forward. Ariantari, I think barring a miracle here, barring, I don't know, him losing on time before move 40, there's nothing else that can save Pranav. And king to e5 looks good. Just keep an eye on that pawn. Yeah, I'm struggling to find any hope for white here.
Yeah, and the problem is that the king can, after it's picked up that pawn on f5, will just be able to infiltrate always on the dark squares, and the black rook is so active. I mean, it might be a different story if the white king were somewhere on the queen side and the bishop were anchored, but king e5 played. Oh, we see handshake. No, he keeps the game alive for one more minute, but you can play rook to b3 and pick up a pawn.
Pick up this pawn, maybe even nicer to just go behind to keep the white king cut off, but yeah, everything leads to the same result here for Ariantari. Yeah, probably rook a2 just to pick this one up. Yeah, and I saw in the feature chat these two strong players facing each other. That's the thing, the way the World Cup is kind of set up. It's like often the top plays the bottom in terms of the seeding. The players in the middle end up facing each other, and yeah, no easy pairings for them. Pranav underrated as well, under 2600. He's so dangerous, can beat anyone on his day, but here he's going down.
Yeah, and you know, that's the kind of beauty of this format, is that although it's unpredictable and it's a little bit wild at times, it does give players who are relatively unknown to shine. Like in the 2023 World Cup, it was Abdusattorov who made it all the way to 4th place and managed to qualify into the candidates, grabbing one of those spots. And, you know, it's a ruthless event, and anything, as we saw, can happen with Nepomniachtchi actually leaving the competition. So, for Arian, this is a much-needed win. He's taking his time.
He's going to get there. He's just teasing us now. This is move 40. And, I mean, yeah, he's not going to forget about his clock for 12 minutes. So we'll see him play one maybe final move here, and it will be over. I should mention as well, this was a cool clash. Pranav, the reigning World Junior Champion, I believe, and Ariantari, a former World Junior Champion. So a clash of the present and not quite the past, but Arian's still super young as well, wanting that big breakthrough. Last time he was unlucky to meet Magnus Carlsen in the second round, so he's hoping to go one better this time.
Yeah. And incidentally, there's also another former world junior champion in the equation. There's Nogebek Kazibek playing against Kukesh. I wonder how many former world junior champions we have at the World Cup. Probably quite a few.
Yeah, definitely. There's Levon Aronian, who won it many, many years ago in Goa, as we saw earlier in his interview. I shouldn't say many, many years. It was 25 years ago. There must be lots of others, as you mentioned there, Jovanka. Although their names do slip my mind right now. A lot of the top players, of course, didn't participate in the World Junior Championship. They were trying to reach for higher titles. Ariane does bring his rook behind. Will we see the handshake now? Not much left. Not much hope left here.
Ariane's left the board, so we're not going to be seeing a handshake there and then.
Oh, poor Pranav. That's the worst thing. When you know you're lost, when you're about to resign, your opponent leaves the board, you just have to sit there and suffer even longer. Probably just best to resign and get mentally ready now, mentally prepared for those tie breaks that are guaranteed tomorrow.
Yeah, so close and yet so far away. It just goes to show that you always have to approach things on a step-by-step basis. You know, you can't get ahead of yourself and think about the future. It's like one game at a time. Even before that one game at a time, it has to be one move at a time. And Pranav, you know, start going into the round in such a dream position, you know, playing with the white pieces. He can choose the pace of the game. He can perhaps get some surprises in. And Aryan Tari, fighting for survival. He manages to do it. He's on the way to equalizing the match and going to tie breaks tomorrow.
Yeah, and I should mention former World Junior champions include Levon Aronian, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Pentala Harikrishna, who produced that beautiful Queen Sacrifice earlier. Who else? Ahmed Adli, who was here with us in the second round. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and others. And there we go. Pranav stops the clock. Aryan Tari wins and forces tie breaks.
He forces tie breaks, and you mentioned there one of the former world junior champions was Pentala Harikrishna. Early on, we saw him unleash this fantastic Queen Sacrifice to absolutely bamboozle his opponent. Well, he's with Rakesh, and he's ready to share with us his thoughts.
Here we have Grandmaster Harikrishna, the first Indian to go to round 3. Hari, congrats, and your thoughts on the game?
Thank you. I didn't think about this, but it's okay. I think Arjun is also saw many good positions. So yeah, thanks a lot, and I was very happy with today's game. It's after a long time I could play a very interesting sacrifice, which obviously.
Here we have Grandmaster Harikrishna, the first Indian to go to round 3. Hari,
it's after a long time I could play a very interesting sacrifice, which obviously has compensation, but it's even more satisfying that the engine gives like a bit better for black, which I obviously knew. But in a practical game, I would feel that there are a lot of problems to solve for black, in fact. So yeah, it was. I would say, of course, he gave me this. After d4, it became a bit easier. I would say there were maybe 3 to 4 moves which were fine for black, or could pose some.
But till when were you prepared?
Until bishop e3, and I didn't really look at d4 that deep, but other moves I did check. So, but okay, now it's no longer a secret because everyone will check it, so it doesn't matter.
And have you ever sacrificed your queen on move 8 before this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I exchanged queens, but sacrifice maybe not. I did sacrifice queens, but not on move 8.
So early.
No.
And our friend Tadia Scribble was saying, Hari is working with Gukesh. Gukesh, what have you done to my friend Hari? Your thoughts on that?
Well, basically this prep was from a long time ago, so it was not the recent prep. It was just there, and I was like, okay, should I try this or not? And then finally today I got the courage to just play it out.
And lastly, Hari, we see you participate in India rarely, but how does it feel for you to be in India and play here?
Oh, it's great. Great to, I mean, I don't know exactly, like a classical game, which is not a team. I don't know when I played last in India. I mean, I played Tata Steel, Rapid and Blitz, and Chennai Olympiad. So it's great to, play in India. A lot of fans here coming here and supporting, which I obviously am grateful for them. And it's nice. It's really nice that to see so many supporters.
Thank you, Hari, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. And one word that Hari mentioned there was courage. The courage to sacrifice. Well, one person who has the courage to sacrifice a piece was Hans Niemann earlier on in this game. It was a very wild, unbalanced position where both sides had to take care of the king. And as we're there on move 34, h5 has been played, attacking the queen. And wow, David, the position still is pretty fire, even though, we've been seeing this piece sacrifice for quite a while now.
Yeah, just this is a crazy position, and Hans Niemann takes the queens off. He's tired of the complications. We're going into an endgame where black has an extra knight, but white has 3 pawns in return. So we'll see whether the knight or the pawns come out on top. Just to point out, the white queen was hitting the rook on c8, sorry. So if the white queen had gone away, captured a pawn, for example, the black queen would have been free to take on d5. So he was pretty much obliged to go into this, Hans Niemann. Some really cool counter-attacking tactics from Lidici, but Ivanka, I'm going to say that probably Hans is the one who would be happier with the draw now. I don't think the knights will be in too much danger. Often you'll get the chance to sack back the knight for pawns if everything goes wrong. So Hans Niemann probably happy to escape this game and go to tiebreaks if he can make it there.
Yeah, I think that he'll be very happy as well. And the one thing is, when you are playing a piece down, it gives your opponent one extra piece to target your weaknesses. And that's exactly what's going to be running through Hans Niemann's mind. He's going to be assessing exactly, what should he do? Should he capture the pawn on g4? Should he be going rook a7, trying to completely eliminate all... Oops, yep, as David's indicated, you can't take on g4. I hadn't spotted that the rook is under fire. So rook a7 is absolutely necessary. You have to basically start kind of putting the brake on, and you can do that by trading as many pawns as possible.
Yeah, and it's actually hard for him to keep the rooks on the board. I don't know who that suits, whether Lidici's happy to get the rooks off, but Hans, first of all, can play rook to c7 if he wants those rooks off. But even after rook to a7, black can retreat a knight to c6, and that rook is actually trapped. Just to put this on the board, knight to c6, the rook is trapped other than the c7 square. And, okay, Eval Bar says level, of course. We'd probably see a situation like this in the near future. Black has only 2 pawns remaining, so probably a draw, because even if black wins the white knight and all the white pawns at the cost of just these two knights versus a king is a famous draw. And yeah, I'm predicting that something along those lines will happen, Ivanka. I'm not sure the exact move order. The only way to keep the rooks on is rook b6, but that feels a bit wrong, kind of hitting thin air.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's to the point. And Lidici got 3 minutes and 41 seconds, whereas Hans is now under the minute mark. Has to take a decision. I guess he's just questioning, like, is it better to have a black knight on d4 or better on c6? Oof. Which way to go?
Yeah,
Rook
not
a7,
too much.
I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say not too much choice. It's 50-50. He goes back. He goes to b6. Interesting decision. Not the worst move in the world, as long as it's a safe square. He does have kind of room to maneuver. He can run to the other side of the board. So I don't blame Hans here. And it does feel like in the build-up to move 40, not much chance for either side to go drastically wrong. Blunder potential is quite low, despite Hans being down at 40 seconds to make 4 more moves. I'm wondering whether we stay here. This is the time scramble stage in all of the games now. Some have reached move 40, some yet to get there. What do you think, Jovanka? Is it time to take a step back from this one?
It's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting to get. Well, there the knight comes. Well, maybe we might be seeing a result actually, because knight a4 is a very clever move. I was assuming that there'll be some kind of capture on h3, but we might be seeing a repetition because the rook might be forced to go back to b7, and then the knight can retreat and attack.
Yeah. The prophet, Jovanka, predicting a draw here. Ooh, okay, that was a very quick repetition, and Hans is not even trying to avoid it, nor is Ludici. They both have a bit of time on the clock. They're about to reach move 40. Yeah, the problem is, given a question mark by the way this move, maybe Ludici could have played for more. Maybe he could have tried for a win, even if that was a long, long way in the distance. But yeah, Hans doesn't really want to move his rook to a6, partly because he would drop the b2 pawn, and probably partly because the rook looks a bit silly there. Rook to c5 might be a good way to defend that pawn and hit the white knight in the process. So it does look like we're heading towards equality, heading towards peace. Ludici, this is, yeah, I think this is something that he's initiated. Both sides have a chance to bail out if rook b7. He doesn't need to take the draw, Ludici, but this is Hans Niemann making that final decision. To play or not to play. To blitz tomorrow or not to blitz tomorrow.
I'm sure that's running through his mind right now, as opposed to the game position, like blitz or not blitz, what should I do? Okay, rook b7 from Hans, and they're checking their score sheets.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Ludici writes down the move. He stops the clock. He calls the arbiter, saying he's planning to play knight to c5, which would be the 3rd time the position has been reached. And he is correct. We will see a draw.
What a game, though. It's such a gutsy game, you know, with Hans Niemann going on the initiative, sacrificing a piece, very brave stuff there, putting black under a lot of pressure, and Ludici, he held his nerve, and now we're seeing a peaceful result, which means that this match is going to tiebreaks. The arbiters kind of coming in, a handshake, a little bit grudging, gotta say, but nonetheless, a draw has been agreed. We're going to be seeing tiebreaks. Hans Niemann and Ludici going to be battling it out in a quicker format. So let's move on down, and yesterday, one of our victors was the young Adomush, just 14 years old. He beat one of the round 1 surprises, Xishu Wang, an international master from China, who knocked out Leon-Luc Mendonça. Let's go over there and see how that game is developing, because Xishu Wang is in a must-win scenario.
Okay, I'll just try and locate that game. Big news for those Prodigy followers, of course. And okay, it's taking me a second. Sorry, everyone. We'll see how he is getting on. Struggling to find it, having to scroll quite a bit here.
Okay.
And getting some help. Here we go. He's jumping into the game. It looks like he's done the business. A dog moose. As this was the final position ending. It was about to be checkmate. Jovanka, look at that. High accuracy for a dog moose. 96.5% for him. And just to recap the last few moves to show how he landed this checkmate, it looked very level. He knew that his opponent's king wasn't the safest. E4, the first real mistake, and white allowed the black pieces in along the c-file. Queen to b5 played, rook into c2, entering now shades of Edogmus's immortal queen sacrifice in the Grand Swiss, where he sacked his queen to land a killer sequence. Now f4, desperation, allowing the black queen now to take this pawn next move, unless queen to f5 is played, but this was a mistake. Queen b3 showing full board awareness, hitting the bishop. coming across. And here we go. Bishop takes pawn. Rook to c1 threatens this check, which was delivered. And white resigned here in view of the retreat being met by rook takes rook check, and the queen giving the killer blow. The Dogmoose, just 14, but super strong, world class already. Nobody is going to want to meet him in this tournament.
No, they're certainly not. 14 years old, the youngest person ever to break 2600. And we're just in time to catch the result of this one. Etienne Bacrot won the game yesterday against Niels Grandelius, leaving Niels in a must-win scenario. And Niels, we saw him come armed to the board with some monster preparation. And indeed, he did win to successfully take the match to tiebreaks. So good result there good day for the Scandinavians, with Ariane Tari and Niels Grandelius both winning on demand. And let's head over to another game, another prodigy, Abhimanyu Mishra, as he plays Salem Saleh from the United Arab Emirates. Now, Abhimanyu Mishra went through a whole stage, I don't know how long the time was, but where he did not lose a game. It was an incredible streak. It was ended at the US Championships, but he really was one of the teens to watch at the FIDE Grand Swiss, fighting for that coveted spot. And I'm sure he's one that everyone will want to be keeping an eye on this event. Let's see how that game continues. And we have what is potentially a surprise, actually, with Salem Saleh winning the encounter, which means that Abhimanyu Mishra is now knocked out of the competition. Wow.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Big surprise. And yeah, often it goes that way. You remain undefeated for so long. Mishra was on this incredible streak. Grand Swiss was like a dream for him. He just unthinkable that he'd lose a game, especially with white. But what happened at the US Championships, losing a bit of momentum there. Maybe you play a bit safe when you're drawing all these games. It looks like it just went a bit wrong. And Salem's a very dangerous player. Beat Magnus Carlsen recently in Title Tuesday. Super quick, super tricky. Great openings, especially in the Najdorf. And Black's just got too many pawns here, especially this A pawn running, promoting it in the corner. That was the key. Mishra leaves us.
Yeah. And someone else who could be punching their ticket into round 3, it's Peter Lecco. We were following his game. It looked very, very nice against the Australian Grandmaster, Bobby Cheng. And as our cameras work hard to get a proper shot of these two players, well, David, it doesn't take a genius to work out which side is winning.
Yeah, body language alone, I think, tells half the story here. Bobby Cheng looks despondent, trying not to even look at the board, while Peter Lecco looks very focused. They've reached move 40. He's got a bit of extra time now to enjoy this position. So despite the clock saying 1 minute each, they will get an extra half hour in a moment. And yeah, quick count shows extra bishop for white. Even if that drops off, Peter can take this pawn on c7 with a check. He can next take the knight if he wants. And the white king is going to be safe. It's got a nice hiding place on a2. Peter, just very classy game. It looks like the way he handled the Petroff today, just very, very smooth. The Petroff taking a bit of a beating, we should say, in the Hare Krishna game and in this one as well.
Yeah, in different ways as well. One done through positional finesse, and the other one setting the board on fire, sacrificing the queen. Yes, what a day it has been. And for Bobby Cheng, looks like we're going to be saying goodbye, but for Peter Lecco fans, we get to enjoy more of his chess as he walks into round 3. And well, it appears that we've seen a lot of games. Well, I think everyone has reached the time control, and this has actually clarified a lot of the positions. So maybe we go to our bird's eye view, let's go to our bird's eye view and just update everyone on what is happening, because Gukesh, well, the Carro-Kann is a fantastic opening. That's all I'm going to be saying, because the evaluation bar is firmly in Black's favor, and Gukesh is the one that's looking like he is going to be taking this one and thus going to round 3.
Yeah, Arjun Erigaisi looks like he's about to win his game as well. He only needs a draw, so he should be making it through to round 3. Anish Giri on the bottom left, making it through. Peter Lecco, there we saw the handshake in the top of your cameras. He is confirmed in round 3. So many fans. But hold on, he's making it further, and he's going to be a hard one to stop. So hard to beat Peter Lecco, still so solid despite playing less nowadays. And yeah, getting past the very strong Australian Grandmaster.
Yeah, and that means there's only one Australian Grandmaster left in the competition, and he's facing the might that is Pragnananda. And you can just see the crowd just gathered there over the top board. And this is Timur Kuybokarov, and here we have an Endgame. And David, I'd love your opinion on this, because I know that in my mind this would be just like a draw, and I'm waiting for you to go no, but hang on, this is how I would win with white, and this is how I would win with black.
But hold on, there's always ways, right? There's always ways. And I think I prefer the queen and bishop here, which is quite rare. Normally I would take the queen and knight over the queen and bishop, just because bishops are one-dimensional. Knights can hop all over the place and coordinate very well with queens. But here, white has the worst pawn structure. Isolated pawns. I'm assuming black is going to restore the material balance by taking on h6 soon. And also black's queen has some entry squares that white struggles to hold. I'm not sure how you prevent this. Probably you go to g3, but that's a square your knight really wants to use. The white knight looks a bit silly. I think Prague is going to torture his opponent here, Jovanka, for a while longer. You can imagine the black bishop stepping back, the black queen coming in on this diagonal a bit later. There are definitely ways I can see black winning this. Even a queen trade, the black king coming forward, winning some pawns. It's not going to be easy. If Australia want a representative in the third round, then he's going to need to hold this one.
Yeah, he will have to hold this one if he wants to keep the Aussie dream alive. And yeah, thank you, David, for your insights in this endgame, because I was just thinking it's a draw. nothing much in it. And objectively, the evaluation bar agrees with me, but I knew there were some super grandmaster insights there, and very instructive to know that, you know, white is going to be very, very weak on the light squares. So, and we got to hear your Peter Lecco impression as well. So I set you up for that one.
There's no cemento here, trust me. There's no cemento for white.
No, there isn't. Okay, so we're expecting this one to be a long grind. Let's go to our bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because I'm also looking at the game between Anish Giri. That also made an appearance, but Anish seems to be doing the business and infiltrating against his opponent, Maximovich. Also, wow, David, I've got to point out, there has been a massive turnaround in the game between Ganguli, Vachier-Lagrave. You know, it started off with white virtually almost winning out of the opening. It seemed like it was going to be easy, and that we might be seeing Ganguli just equalizing. Okay, I'm sorry. It is to do with the scouts and Ganguli. My apologies.
He's gonna leave us, unfortunately. Ganguli, it feels like, needing to win with white. And yeah, he had such a good position. He could have swapped off the queens, gone into a winning endgame, and look at how annoyed he is with himself there. He kind of leaned back, head in hands again. I said it right, queen versus rooks. Rooks on paper together should be able to match a queen, but queen and knight especially so strong. The queen dominates the board, the knight super powerful here, and the h-pawn is just going to sit one square away from promotion, paralyzing a whole rook. I don't know if he's losing like in the near future, Ganguli, but I mean, just the position he had, he could have played it safe. I think a cautionary tale for everyone at home. Like, if you have two options, even not in knockout chess, try to go for what you know is the safest. Like playing with emotion, trying to kind of sack queens when you don't need to. I know it worked for Hare Krishna, but that was a different story. That was preparation. Yeah, it just feels like that was the turning point. As soon as he gave up his queen, Ganguli, momentum turned.
Yeah, it certainly did. It made life harder. And it's really heartbreaking because it was such a fantastic opening, fantastic piece of preparation. Ganguli handled it to perfection. And then, he just took some adventurous decisions, and now he finds himself in a worse position. Where, he's in a must-win situation, and I'm sure what's running through his head is he's just replaying the past and just thinking, I could have done this. Why did I go for the more riskier option? Why could I not have just grabbed the pawn and made life simple? And it's just like a lesson, right? You have a situation where you have 70% winning chance, but boring, or you have one which is like 60% winning chance, but quicker. You go for the 70% chance, but you can win in 70 moves or whatever, because at the end of the day, you're not rewarded by however many or however few moves you make. You're rewarded by the result.
Exactly. You sit there for 7 hours if you need to, and that's always been my philosophy. And of course, it's nice to win a game quick. It's nice to do it in style, but World Cups are all about the result here. And look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, just standing there, looming over his opponent ominously. The body language between these two is so different from just 1.5 hours ago. As Maxime sits back down. And I'm expecting him to move the rook now. Rook to d1, for example, makes a lot of sense. The black queen will just move to defend her pawn. And Maxime will just put a pawn on h2. I don't see how white ever wins this. That's the most depressing thing. And very, very tough result. Learning curve here for Ganguli.
And it's a really bad moment to have a learning experience, right? You want that to happen in an open where you have a chance to recover, or some insignificant game, not in the second game of a World Cup. And
Jovanka, it's a result. Ganguli offered a draw from a position where he was struggling. Maxime agrees immediately. He doesn't want to hang around. Again, good lesson for everyone. If you can bank a draw or bank a result that gets you through, take it. Don't risk it. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave makes it through in a bit of a, not the smoothest of ways. It was a bit of a tricky one, but nice to see the players discussing afterwards what happened.
Yeah, Ganguli, such a perfect gentleman. Also a fantastic author, trainer, second. You can catch some of his fantastic chessable courses. I have a few of them. I can highly recommend them. But for Ganguli, his journey is over. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave progresses on to round 3, which means we go and take a look at our bird's eye view and zoom away from the camera view and check out what is happening. And Gukesh, again, top left, commanding position. And I'm also looking at Wesley So, because Wesley So, he's in big trouble. But is he creating some problems for his opponent? That's there in the bottom left.
Yeah, let's start with Wesley. Let's try and kind of recap some of these boards and how they stand after the time control. Wesley, just as he was when we left him an hour or so ago, he's still a piece down. He's down a bishop. In return, he has 2 pawns. And it's not about the pawns. The pawns are kind of irrelevant here, but it's more the fact that they shelter the black king. And Jovanka, the only problem for white here is the breakthrough. I don't see how white creates a pass pawn in the near future. You can push the B pawn, you can push the A pawn. Maybe you put a pawn on A6 and hope that it promotes long term. But also a queen trade. If the whole queenside disappears, a queen trade is just a draw, since white's remaining pawn is an H pawn that gets to the end on a dart square. It's the wrong coloured bishop, wrong coloured rook's pawn. So keeping the queens on might be key for Titus here, if he's going to prove himself to be a titan and win this game.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of time. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, I once had a not similar, but I had a queen as defending this endgame against a queen and bishop. And what my opponent did is he moved up the board with the king, tried to make some headway there, just say, for instance, in this particular situation, the targets are A7 and B6. Now, obviously, you want to be covering H3, But if you can head that direction, and, doesn't even matter, David, like if you take on a7 and you get chased all the way back, as long as you have a hiding place with the king, you're able to be very bold and daring with the king. So I'm expecting something like that. And Titus has all the time in the world to do this. He's also got a lead in the clock time. So Wesley, it's still a difficult ask for him now, how to set up the best construction, because he's fighting for his life. He's fighting for survival. And he centralizes the queen to d6. So he's got ideas of preventing a king coming to e2 because of queen h2 and picking up the h pawn. That's one pawn that white does not want to let fall.
Yeah, and the problem as well is, I mean, the clock situation, he's got 18 minutes. It sounds like a lot, but this is going to be a long old fight. I mean, here, Titus could move around with his bishop for 40 moves. He can move his king a few times, and then he can play b4. Then he can wait few more moves before playing a4, a5. He can keep it going forever, and Wesley's going to have to keep finding accurate moves. Bishop to e2 is played. I think Titus is trying to relocate his bishop to put some pressure on f7, or maybe to just act as a shield for the white king to stroll across. Like you said, Jovanka, queen must defend its pawn. But yeah, it's a slow plan, but it's going to be an effective one for white.
It's looking good for Titus there, and let's go back to our bird's eye view and see the progress, because again, having a quick glance at the future, I can see that Arjun Erigaisi is doing the business against Martin Petroff. Arjun going into this round with a point lead, so he was very satisfied with the draw, but it looks like he's getting a lot more than that as the evaluation bar all the way in his favor. He just needs to step up the board with his king, start munching on the kingside pawns, and there's nothing black can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a bad day for the Petroff defense, the opening, but also a bad day for Martin Petroff, who will not be saving this. The white king is going to make its way in on that top central board. The black king is sidelined. It's got to deal with this pawn. It's got to sit here forever. The white bishop protects this pawn, and the white king just outpowers the black knight. Unfortunately, the black knight will never be able to give itself up for both of the white pawns. If you can remove both, again, it's a draw. But you can give your knight up for one pawn, but not both. So Arjun getting the job done. Very interesting opening, I've got to say. Very interesting middle game, but the end game, he's been very smooth.
Yeah, from the opening, like Arjun didn't let up, right? He sacrificed a pawn and was prepared to put the pressure on his opponent. And here, he's now a pawn up. And the question for Martin is, can he wait in a good manner? And the answer is no. If he waits with the knight, then he potentially allows the king to infiltrate on g5. If he waits with the king, well, then all that white has to do is take a little bit of care with the bishop, and you're going to eventually just come in to g5. That's going to be unstoppable. So for Martin Petroff, he's just bringing himself to do the inevitable, and that is shake his hands in resignation, because when that happens, when he extends his hand, that's it. He's eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, maybe we'll see another few moves. Maybe he'll play h6 just to close the white king's advance, but that pawn will be vulnerable to the white bishop in the near future. That's not going to save him. Maybe Arjun just even gives up the a-pawn, brings his bishop in, then kicks away the black knight, goes for the pawn with his king. It's difficult. Arjun, a creative player, as the feature chat says, but also, Jovanka, just ruthless. Arjun against anyone sub 2600. He just looks like, I don't know, he's just a god level chess. He just crushes players under the 2600 mark. Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, I've seen enough of his games to completely agree with that. And I gotta say, not just sub 2600. I mean, I've seen him blow many of the world's best players off the board, and I also find these the most incredible resources here. But for Martin Petroff, there's nothing to be done. Arjun, he's sitting there with a man that knows he's gonna be in round 3. He's gonna be sat there and proceeding, because the bishop is gonna, as David mentioned, the bishop just needs to secure itself. The white king can just infiltrate the king side. He just throws in his knight g4, one last try. The only miracle that black is praying for is that somehow the knight can successfully manage to win the h-pawn and the f-pawn, but that is never ever going to happen. And remember also that Arjun is already leading this match by a point. It's over. Nothing to be done.
Yeah, and we talked about body language earlier and like reading people's tells. I've been there so many times myself. Like Martin Petroff, he's been hiding his face because he knows there's cameras. He knows that his opponent is fully aware of the incoming result. Sometimes you just want to hide from the world when you've tried everything, but it wasn't quite enough. He's done nothing much wrong. Martin, he's just come up against an Arjun Erigaisi who's been in killer form today.
Yeah, from start to finish, Arjun has not let up, and it looks like he's reaching for the h-pawn just to kick back the knight.
Played.
Knight moves.
Goes in.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to blunder a fork here. Even that might still be winning, but you don't want to test it out.
No.
Actually, king g5. King g5 probably blunders not to knight e4, but knight takes h3 and knight takes f4. So don't move your king.
And he's going to be moving his bishop. He's going to secure that bishop. The a-pawn is simply a distraction. It's there to make sure that the black king is offside, because the real action is happening on the king's side. But it's a lovely last try there from Petroff. Yeah. Hoping that the knight will win both of those pawns.
And Arjun reaches for his bishop. He kicks away the black knight. And when the knight moves, the king will be free. The white king finally to go pawn hunting. You can go up the board. Maybe the h-pawn is the one you really, really want. Since the white h-pawn is going to be hard to stop. Anish Giri pacing in the background. He looks like he's doing well this round as well. And that goes back.
And now we're going to see the white king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only question is, do you go now? Do you run with the king now? Or do you cemento bishop to b6, protect your pawns?
He's bought for choice, but always go for the path that is least complicated. And bishop b6 is nicely done. You don't need to rush with advancing the king. After all, it's unfortunate, but the knight cannot wait in a good way. And he goes for your approach, David.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just as we talked about in the Ganguli game, keep things simple, keep things safe. He's done the hard work. It's always like knowing when you've done the hard work and you can kind of take your foot off the pedal a bit. And there we go. Resignation from Martin Petroff. Arjun Erigaisi is in round 3.
Mm-hmm. In very impressive form there from Arjun. Great game in a situation where he didn't even need to play for the win. He gets the win, wins 2-0, and progresses on to round 3. Both players just sharing a few words. And, well, let's move on, go back to our bird's eye view and see whether there are any other games that are nearing their end. And I see the crowd gathering around the top. Maybe we can just take a look at what the crowd are staring. It's those top boards that are cordoned off. Maybe we can have a look at the Pragnanda Kuybokarov. Kuybokarov is the remaining Australian in the competition. We were suspecting that Pragnanda would try to play this game out for as long as possible. But Kuybokarov is putting up good defense.
Yeah, I think very importantly, he's kept the black queen out. As soon as the black queen tries to get in via g4, he's offered a queen trade. A queen trade with the white knight on g3 is a pure fortress. That is proper cemento with the knight there. Black can never, ever enter with his king. The problem is as well, king takes pawn now would be met by f5 with a discovered attack, discovered check against the black king, and that's a good transition for white. So, yeah, the clock times, he's got half of Kuybokarov's time here, Prague. I wonder how practical he's going to be, how much he's going to risk it. He loves a good risk, but he also loves a good tiebreak, Pragnananda. He's won 3 of them, is it, this year? He won 1 in the Grand Chess Tour. He won Tata Steel Masters, of course, in the tiebreak, and he won, I think, in Prague. Was it Prague in Prague in the tiebreaks? He loves blitz, Pragnananda, so he's going to be a favorite, even if this is a repetition.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a fantastic blitz player. I mean, he calculates so quickly. That is an incredible asset there. It's going to be a tough one for Kuybokarov in tie breaks. And he's doing a sterling job in classical of holding Pragnananda at bay.
Yeah. Super solid. Especially in this game. Queen to g4 is the move I'm expecting, just because the white knight is coming to hit the bishop anyway. You want your queen active, but queen g4, we've seen that position before at least, would be met by queen to g3 with a block and a repetition. That would be the 3rd time we've seen that position if it does arise. Big moment.
Big moment, big decision for Pragnananda. Does he try to squeeze this position out? But he'll have to do via different means. Cannot infiltrate with the queen, or is he going to accept a 3-fold repetition and take the match to tie breaks? It's not, how draining is it? You've been in this situation before in the World Cup, you know, to have to play tie breaks so early on. Is it just simply helping you warm up, or is it actually going to be draining on your energy?
Yeah, it's difficult. Oh, he repeats queen to g4. Yeah, you don't want to drain things too much, but you also understand that tiebreaks are a bit more of a lottery, and we do see the handshake. We will get tiebreaks between these two tomorrow. Pragnananda couldn't break through in the classical. Yeah, nerves will be jangling tomorrow, but if he can make it through, if he can find a way past Kuybokarov's defenses tomorrow, he will gain a lot in confidence. I think that's the key with tiebreaks. If you win them, you feel on top of the world, but during them, it's just non-stop pressure. And yeah, nice to see these two chat as well about their game.
Yeah, it's very nice to see the two share their thoughts. Well, when it comes to tie breaks, it is stressful for the players, but for us spectators, we are going to be having a rip-roaring tide, aren't we, John?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic if the last tie breaks were anything to go by in round 1. And that was before the top 50 seeds came into the draw, right? So it's only going to get better and better from here. Of course, not all of the top players are going to the tie breaks, so we'll get to see more of Arjun Erigaisi the day after next, for instance. But the hometown hero will be cheered on as far as Arjun is concerned. So will Prague tomorrow as he heads into the tie breaks. That's going to be one to watch for sure. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick break as more of the games reach their conclusion as we head into the closing stages of today's classical matchup.
You're wearing a University Chess Team shirt at the moment. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, I joined the SPICE team. I'm taking finance as a major in the university.
Sure.
Really. So I'm still planning to continue my chess. I cannot trade chess for anything. So every now and then I'd get offers to play here, play there, play for our team with Bayo money. So I got an email from a Filipino living in Minnesota saying, hey, if you want to come here to a weekend chess tournament. And then he said, oh, I know this Filipina actress named Lotisky and her husband, Renato Kabigting, who used to be a professional basketball player, and said, I'll invite them to our house for dinner so you can meet them. So I was like, yeah, why not?
I'm Lotisky, and I'm Wesley So's momager. Mom and manager, it basically means that you do all the work, but you don't get paid. You do it because you're the mom, and you do it for love. Okay, but yeah, it's quite a job. Well, I resonated with him at that dinner, and I thought, this poor kid is lost.
I remember in 2012, like I spent after New Year's party by myself. Like, was very lonely. So in 2013, I asked him if I could come here for Christmas.
Our home is always open to kids displaced. And I said, yeah, of course you can. That was 2013. By the end of 2014, he was living with us full time. I don't know how it happened. He just would come, he'd show up unexpectedly and call us from the airport and say, I'm here. And we'd get in the car and go get him. And I thought, God wants me to do something here, but I'm not sure what. I don't play chess. I know the first thing about chess. And so I told my husband, okay, what if we take him in for 6 months and we straighten out his life, get him going, find him an apartment. And okay, we're 10 years later now, and he is my formerly adopted son. How those years happened is astounding to me. And I was initially trying to befriend his biological family who were in Canada because I wanted to make them see that your boy has gifting and that needs to be protected and it needs to be encouraged. They wanted him to be an accountant. And I said, well, what if he can do more? No. It was very difficult. But when I asked him, I said, what is it you want to do, Wesley? And he said, I want to play chess, but I'm not good enough. I said, well, we won't know that until you actually do it, right? Maybe you're not. How would I know? I suggest you take a year off. We'll take care of you, put you out on the road. You go and show us what you can do. If in a year you're supporting yourself, well, maybe it's what you're supposed to be doing, since he was not attracted to anything else that was offered him in school.
My grades were falling. I was at a point in my life where I didn't know exactly what to do. So she inspired me that playing chess professionally could be a real thing. So in 2014, I turned 21, and then I won a big tournament in Las Vegas. And after winning that, I just decided that I should quit college and just see what happens.
So that year, he zoomed to the top.
I was reaching top 20, top 15 in the world, which was incredible. And also I reached the top 10 in the world. Yeah, I put in so much work and so many hours working on my chess, but still I never thought in my life I would ever reach the top 10.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. The number of games is winding down, but the amount of tension is ramping up. Of the games we have still ongoing, a surprisingly large percentage of them have one-sided eval bars as players look to try and find resources to rescue games that look like they might be on the brink of losing. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. Frankly, there are 3 or 4 we could choose from at the moment. It looks like one of those has just ended in favor, I believe, of Anish Giri. We'll get confirmation shortly. But Jovi, David, lots of action and potentially lots of games about to finish.
Yeah, and we can see there from the King's place on the light squares that it was a victory for Anish Giri. So he moves on to round 3. Congratulations to the Dutchman. You know, has been very impressive so far. And choosing a very nice opening and just crashing through there on the queen side. So it wasn't enough for international master Bojan Maksovic to hold on. And, well, that means that the favourites going through to the next round there. Nice to see the players analysing again.
Yeah, and the Anish Giri game, although it did just finish, was about to feature a very, very nice checkmate, double rook sacrifice. His opponent resigned just beforehand, so indulge me here, everyone. We're just going to show that final position with Anish Giri and explain why his opponent resigned. This was a check, and in the final position, the opponent's king was about to retreat. Just to mention, if black gets one more move, if Giri's too slow, black is the one delivering checkmate to the white king with his queen. So we would have seen the king retreat. Anish was ready to give this check. The king moves. And now this brilliant blow. Rook takes pawn check, giving up one piece, giving up a second rook just in order to land the first check. And now this is a forced checkmate with the white queen and bishop combo. If the king slides, then the bishop does the work. The bishop traps the king. And if the king instead marched up the board, then we would have seen the queen, again, give a check and a beautiful checkmate. Anish Giri calculated it all. His opponent has seen it all too, but impressive win either way from Anish, one of the players of 2025 so far.
Very artistic. Nice game there from Anish. And, well, you can also see it was a result for Grebnev as he defeats David Navarra. And, wow, going to our evaluation bar, Gukesh, I've been saying that Gukesh has been winning a lot of the time, but maybe we can just deep dive in there and have a look at why it's winning so much. And then let's turn our attentions to whether Wesley So can pull a rabbit out of the hat and save what looks like a very lost endgame. After all, he's a piece down.
Yeah, and you called it earlier, Jovanka, the Carro-Kann. It just has this nice, solid foundation to it, this positional base, the Carro-Kann. That's why players like to use it, especially against lower-rated opposition, where they feel they just need to stabilize, survive the opening, and do the work later. Here we see a position, if I'm counting correctly, where black has an extra pawn. And it's not just any old pawn, it's a protected passed pawn as well. White's trying to desperately blockade. But Gukesh is happy to trade off that knight. Next, I'm expecting him to bring his bishop forward to plug the holes to kind of fresher, well, to just better squares essentially. And I don't really see Kazibek holding this one any longer. Jovanka, this must be a dream for a player like yourself who likes to wheel out the Carro-Kann.
Yes, it is an absolute dream. I've seen too many bad results on the wrong side of the Carro-Kann, and so it was very nice to see the bishop come to b5. I love this idea of going bishop c4, just jam up the c line and then threaten to infiltrate. So black is basically spoilt for choice in this type of position. You know, you can build as much as you can, whereas white doesn't have anything. There's no breakthrough, there's nothing happening on g4, and so black can just continue building. And that's fundamentally the aim of every Carro-Kann player, is just to build yourself a nice advantage, crash through, and as luck would have it, it would then be 0-1, the end.
Yeah, it sounds so simple, but because we haven't followed this game so much, I just want to point out the one key moment earlier in what was a very level kind of looking middle game, and it was all about en passant. So hopefully those of you watching at home have a little smile at this, because a very blocked position was already going in Gukesh's favor, but the big mistake that Kazibek made was to play the move f4, maybe relying on the fact that he thought en passant was forced. For those who have played tournament chess, you will know that it's not necessarily the best move. Sometimes taking that pawn is best, but this would have actually allowed the white knight back in. Queen takes as well possible, but the knight would have got to a better circuit. Instead, f4 was just too slow blocking things because he lost a pawn on the other side of the board. A takes b4. Now the black queen dived in. I think this was the move he'd missed. Not only attacking this pawn, but also threatening a knight fork, this knight check. So this dual purpose move, probably missed by white, was what gave Gukesh the decisive advantage. And if we catch up live position, yeah, he's coming in, he's going to win. Gukesh, very smooth, showing a nice side to his game, very positional, although he's known for his tactics.
Yeah. And I also wonder whether this change where Gukesh has actually started to employ the Carro-Kann more and more is just basically an attempt at him to become a little bit more of a completely universal player, you know, to try and grind it out and perhaps just drive the game towards more positional aspects. And, ooh, talking about positional aspects, well, that will go out of the window because you just shared with me another position that I just saw, which is between Daniel Yuffa and Jeffrey Zhong. We have to head there because Jeffrey Zhong won yesterday. He's leading by a point, just needs a draw to get into round 3. And it is looking like he's going to get more than a draw here as he's a piece up. And those pawns on c3 and b2 can easily be stopped.
Yeah, this looks a bit like an endgame study, or at least the final stages of an endgame study, because white is just in time to drop the bishop back and block these pawns, or take these pawns. And unfortunately for black, the king is caught in a mating net. And yeah, these players, if you look alphabetically at Grandmasters, they're both towards the end. Zhong versus Yuffa, but it will be Yuffa who leaves the event. I just don't see any way. Just to put a variation on the board, pawn to c2, bishop takes. And just in time, rook takes bishop. There is this nasty checkmate. And yeah, it's just the quality of the pawns. And white's pawn on f6 is such a beauty. Just keeping the mating net closed. Ivanka, I didn't see any tricks in this position, unfortunately, for Yuffa.
I don't see anything either, because the next move is going to be bishop c2, and you take on c3. That's it. And if you give a check with a black rook, you know, you just king takes c3. And the pawns look very impressive on b2 and c3, but ultimately they're just going to be gobbled up. And the black king needs to... I think you need to basically... I'm advocating for a little bit of naughtiness here, but you just cough, you knock over your king, and then you replace the king and put it on a2, and then we're talking about a game. But and unfortunately, such mischief is not allowed. So yeah, you just have to accept what it is.
Yeah, he couldn't cough and put his king on a2 without the arbiter seeing, so he tries rook to c6. And yeah, I'm not sure whether you have time to play g5. I was also looking for stalemate ideas, because the black king doesn't have many squares. So you could try and jettison your rook and pawns, but unfortunately, hard to imagine white ever covering the e8 square. And there we go. Pawn to g5 instantly played by Jeffrey Zhong, who knows what he's doing. Still the same threat of rook takes c3, bishop to c2 to block. I think we'll see a handshake any moment now, and the clock situation as well compounds the issue.
Yeah. And with rook c3 on the agenda, I mean, I was just trying to also think about a stalemate idea, and there's no reason why white would ever go rook e3. Like...
Yeah. Even if rook e3 happens, like, the problem is to get rid of your pawns, you need to take the bishop away from guarding g8. The white bishop will move, and then you still have a square to run the king. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, 18 seconds. He plays on. Daniel Yuffa. He gives a check. King takes pawn now. Looks pretty strong.
I guess he's banking on rook to d5.
Yep. So white can play a lot of moves here. You can defend your pawn if you want. You could also probably just retreat your bishop to e4. After rook takes g5, you can give a check, swap off rooks, and go into a easily winning endgame. All roads leading to round 3.
They are, and sadly for Daniel Yuffa, he looks away. He knows there's nothing here for him. Bishop e4. more than sufficient. Rook to g3 is also pretty clinical. But I guess maybe bishop to e4 is the move that will force resignation, because he's reaching for it, because what happens next is that after rook takes pawn, there's going to be a trade of rooks, and the king will grab the pawn on b2 and then just come in and assist the pawn on f6. And he's kind of going for the same thing, but doesn't even attack the rook. I like Jeffrey Zhong's sense of humor here.
Yeah, he's going to get those rooks off the board just to make his task a little bit easier. The black king is way too far away from ever attacking the white pawn, so we'll see the rooks disappear. And yeah, never any stalemate here. It's only with an h pawn that this would be a draw, but white has an f pawn, so there will not be stalemating ideas. Rook takes rook, king takes pawn, and we'll see our next player progress. Daniel Ufer keeps fighting, keeps going.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, is that the black king is so far away from even threatening the pawn on f6, because it can just simply be shouldered out by its counterpart on b2. And it's because of that that we see handshake, and it is a win for Jeffrey Zhong with a comfortable 2-0. He moves on to round 3. So we've got a whole lot of tie breaks ahead of us tomorrow, David, but we have seen some players who'll be able to relax and enjoy a free day before they get back to the board the day after. But let's go to our bird's eye view and have a look at the games and see who's headed for elimination, for progression, and who's headed for the tie breaks.
Yeah, so we have checked out Gukesh. We'll go back there shortly. He just still has this winning advantage. He's improved his bishop since we were last there. On the top row, it looks like Wesley So has swapped off queens and somehow might be escaping and might be forcing tie breaks tomorrow, despite being a piece down. Maybe we jump in there. In the meantime, Felix Bloberger is holding Yu Yang Yi. Aravind in a bit of trouble against his compatriot. Nihal Sarin looks level. Magzudlu maybe making it through, and Yakubov and Ahmed Adli look like they are in charge. Bluebaum, the candidate, surprisingly might be pegged back and forced into tiebreaks.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, but it has to be Wesley So, right? We go to saving a draw, potentially saving a draw from being a piece down. That has to be like one of the big storylines of the day. I mean, how on earth is Wesley pulling off this Houdini-like escape?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is the current position. Just a quick action replay for those of you at home who were with us earlier when we talked about Wesley's game. We left it around here. Wesley started pushing his pawns because he realized that he needed to be quite quick to create counterplay before the white king was able to come forward, maybe a queen swap, and a race would have seen the white king go for the black pawns. So while the white king is still at home, he started that race. The king moved, king forward, and I think this is where his opponent, Titus Stremavicius, should have maybe continued his plan with the king. Instead, offered a queen trade, but it doesn't happen on white's terms. It happens on black's terms. The king defends its queen now, and it was still there was still time to avoid the queen trade, maybe with a check. Instead, he moved his bishop, apparently blowing the advantage in just one move, because suddenly the black king getting active creates enough counterplay. And just to catch up, we see the pawn advance, and Ivanka, I'm still wondering how to hold this. Like, there's two ways you hold this with black. Either you put the pawns in such a formation that the white king and bishop are tied down forever, but then you need waiting moves as black, or you deflect the white king just about enough to start running with the black king over to win the white pawns. I don't really know which one he should be going for here.
I think it's the latter plan, and let's try it. Let's go h3 or a6 or a5. Don't quite know what to do with the queenside pawns. I don't know whether they should be further up the board, just in case you need to advance them to initiate their set of trades.
So like a5?
A6, a5, something. Yeah, maybe a5. Put it on dark square. And so my thinking is, by the time the king runs over to b4, you need to be ready with b5, say for instance.
Okay, so you want to run your king over. If white can keep the
Yes.
bishop on this diagonal, though, white's got b5 locked up.
Okay. So let's go. No, but if you go, but you can't look after the b pawn, can you? So let's, how to go? Ace a3, h3. Let's try that one.
Ooh,
You have
whoops.
to. Well, no, that one, that one lost it. Whoops.
Oh, I think I've got it. Wait, I think it was your idea, your first idea, Jovanka. Like maybe you put a pawn on g3. So the white king has to stay over here. I'm not sure how white does this. Like, for example, king f1. And now, as soon as the king's deflected, you go running over to the other side of the board. And
Yeah.
white is never able to take the black pawns, ever. White can't make progress, probably, because, let's say here, you get one pawn.
Yes.
Wait, how do I do this? King b3 now, probably. And you can never take this pawn because suddenly black deflects the bishop and takes.
That's true.
And should be able to come and get the remaining pawn.
And the
We'll trade
bishop
it off.
can't wait either.
Yeah, the bishop can't wait. Going back to the position, Wesley So has played pawn to g3. Same idea, different order. Wow. This is a miracle save by Wesley So.
Like the way he clears the path for the pawns to advance. But yeah, no, absolutely instructive. I mean, is there a better way for white to set up the queenside pawns so that the bishop is not going to be having to do a double job of guarding g2 and the a4 pawn, well, or the a4 square? Not really, right? I'm thinking.
Tough.
Hmm.
Or b5 maybe, or you leave the bishop on e6 and you just put a pawn on b3 to defend it. But either way, it looks like white is suddenly too slow, and Titus has a lot of time. He kind of raced into this. He spent less than half of the time he got at move 40 to trade off queens, to rush into this endgame, assuming it was winning, and maybe he's just miscounted or miscalculated. Black's getting there by one tempo, I think, in a lot of these lines. The king is now ready to run over.
Yeah. And let's just recap the idea one more time. So the king is getting ready to run, so black is going to... Could you do another kind of option, which is to... No, you can't. It's too risky to get the bishop to hold the two pawns off because they're just way too advanced. So it's a good idea to get the king to do the job.
Yeah, it feels like the king has to do the job, otherwise... Oh, whoops, sorry. Let black win here with king f3. Yeah, maybe a check. Yeah, the problem is the kings probably balance each other out here, right? And the bishop balances out the pawns, so no way forward.
Yeah. And yeah, so the king has to do the watchdog role over there on the right. So, okay, king goes to f1.
Yeah, and now the king is marauding. Yeah, I think he's just in time.
Yeah.
Wow. Wesley So. We'll check back in on this one later when it does play out, but I'm not sure whether he knows that he's holding now or whether he just feels it. I think he had to get there by process of elimination, play this g3 move. Either way, miracles do exist, and Wesley saving himself. One player who will not save himself is Gukesh's opponent here, former world junior champion Kazabek Nogabek. Looks like he's dead lost. Jovanka, the Carro-Kann dream is about to come true.
It is about to come true. And there we see white's last move, dropping the queen back to d2, offering a queen trade. It doesn't really help white's position one bit whatsoever, because once the queens come off, it's going to be either a protected pass pawn on the C line, or the E line is going to be also powerful. But I mean, now there's a big threat of E3 incoming. Bishop takes knight in the air, queen takes queen. It's just a question of black crashing through on the A line. So queen to D1. And white is, I mean, it's very tempting as white to go I mean, as black rather, to go e3, e2 and try to cement a pawn all the way up that side of the board.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it, Gukash. No reason not to. Probably it's also winning to just take this knight off the board and try to get the black rooks in. Go in and behind, and that looks actually very strong. Some checkmating ideas. Maybe that's even more clinical. E3, you have to calculate like rook c2, e2, and maybe an exchange sacrifice for that pawn, but also winning.
Yep. And as we've said time and time again, go for the path that is going to give you the easiest ride. Bishop takes knight. I love that move. And he goes e3.
Yeah. He's also, my arrow went wrong there, but yeah, he's a much more direct player than me. I would have gone full control mode, but Gukash knows that now is the moment to accelerate. Rook c2 played. The black queen isn't trapped. She can move, but also e2 looks very strong.
e2 is one way. You can also go, you do funny business like bishop takes knight and try to, but there's no need. There's no need to do anything like that. I like e2, I like queen d3. Queen d3 keeps full control, and you've still got the presence of a passed pawn on e3. No, he goes for e2.
He's not hanging around. He spotted a tactic after rook takes e2, after bishop takes. If white takes with the queen, you can even play queen takes b2 now to simplify, and rook takes a2 will skewer white along the second rank. Oh, he does take with the queen. Rook takes would have allowed rook takes a2 instead, so Gukash is going to force it. Queen takes rook, queen sacrifice to end round 2 for Gukash. And only a temporary thing. This will force resignation. Queen's off the board, means that white cannot hold a fortress. Handshake, it's over. Gukash, very smooth win there.
Beautiful win there from Gukash, done in a very controlled manner. And Gukash makes his way into round 3. Enjoy a rest day tomorrow. And going back to our bird's eye view, it was nice to see the players again share their thoughts. It's
yeah, it's very nice. Gukash, I was going to say sharing some wisdom, telling his young opponent what's been going on, but then I remember Gukash is probably even younger, and yeah, just nice to see the players analyze. Of course, we have a few games remaining. Let's check out one player we mentioned earlier, and Jovanka, I believe you've been watching this player's blogs of the tournament, and in general, he's been a content creator for a while now. Felix Bloberger against Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah,
as we see the crowd gathered there.
Yeah, yesterday was a hard-fought 6-hour game, very instructive rook and pawn ending. That was a very tough defense for Felix to hold. He managed, and as a result, it is half point each in the match situation. And so let's go and check out the game. Yu Yang Yi will be feeling a little bit annoyed that he didn't manage to quite put that game away. He had some opportunity to win, but as it stands, the evaluation bar is telling us one story, that is, it is level. Not too many pawns on the board, not too many pieces. And ironically enough, I don't think I've ever seen this before, David. Not one single pawn has a companion. They're all isolated.
Yeah, nice pattern. And there we go. 4 isolated pawns each. It's like back in COVID times, isolating. I think I would take black, probably. Just because the king's a bit more active, the knight's a bit more active, likewise the rook. But then again, there are weaknesses. White is currently threatening not rook takes g5 because of some nasty knight forks, rook takes knight and a knight check. Probably threatening to take this pawn with a nasty knight fork, maybe. Ultimately though, just all of the weak pawns should cancel each other out according to the eval bar. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's... I'm also of the same opinion. I think we're going to probably see some kind of trade where the rook gets and attacks the pawn on g4, and white has to find a good kind of counter-attacking move, because you don't want to be dropping off the g4 pawn. So I was just wondering Like, are there any ideas of going knight to f3, as you mentioned, and then just target e5 and g5? I mean, I think White's hands are more or less tied. You basically have to respond to what Black is doing. So if you go rook g2, you have to counterattack on e5 or g5. If there's another move, then you probably have to mobilize the rook. I mean, after all, White is threatening rook takes g5 at the right time, so Black can't just play any old move in the position. I think it's more complicated than the evaluation bar would have us believe.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Felix would love a draw here with White. I think he's probably allowing a draw right now with rook h1, rook h2, repetition type of idea. But Yu Yangyi, I never see him take a draw willingly. I've played him a few times, and he's always like maximalist, play to the death, fight till king versus king. So I think he'll try and find a way to keep going. But like you said, knight f3 is almost guaranteed to be the next move. And the move Black wants to play e4, not possible due to a pin against the Black knight. So it is a bit tricky. Maybe a move like knight to d3. Although I don't really see what the threat is.
Yeah, and then you don't have rook takes knight anymore, so then White can take on g5. So I don't see anything other than rook to g2.
Yeah, maybe it's just a draw. Maybe here and now we'll see Yu Yangyi start to repeat, which would be a great result for Felix. Although Yu Yangyi is dangerous in rapid and blitz time formats. That dilemma again.
Yeah. In order to be a good rapid player, what is more important, to have good intuition or to have fast calculation skills?
Oof. I thought it was intuition until I saw Andrew Tang yesterday with a mouse just before Tidal Tuesday, like doing all these exercises to warm up, and it was just like pure brain speed. Like I've never seen anything like it. So maybe youth is the is the way forward. That being said, World Cups, they tend to be won by quite experienced players. I think Levon was quite young the first time he won it, but other than that, it was Kamsky, Magnus later on. It was some other very, very experienced players who tend to win these knockout formats.
Yes. Although Prague did come very, very close in 2023. You know, he knocked out Hikaru and only lost to Magnus in the final. But yes, I think in terms of experience, it helps with dealing with the pressure, right? And it helps with dealing with the sleepless nights and getting used to just being in these high pressure situations. Whereas the youth, I think now that the tie breaks are a little bit shorter, then I think that might be favoring the youth. I mean, we saw Faustino Oro. I mean, he was tremendous in the 5+3 portion. You know, completely, you know, one. I know actually, Yu Yangyi is potentially repeating the position he throws in a check. King goes to c2. We'll see rook h2 probably, because otherwise White is going to be playing rook takes g5. And you don't want to be allowing that. So rook h2, king to d1. And what do you think, David? What's your prediction? Do you think Yu Yangyi will repeat? Draw.
Draw. I can't pronounce it. Actually, we. Oh, that was nice, Ivanka. We talked about it earlier, but former World Junior champions. I think Yu Yangyi won the title as well. Magzudlu, another one. Many former World Junior champions in this field. And there we go. Blue arrow appears. King d1, the only move, but we've seen that before. And there we go. Result pops up. They repeated moves. Great result for the Austrian Grandmaster Felix Bloberger. And we'll see him tomorrow against Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, we'll see how he fares against the Super Grandmaster Yu Yangyi. And that brings us back to our bird's eye view. And okay, so we have Magsudlu talking about World Junior Champions. He seems to be doing very well against Motilov. And if Magsudlu wins, then he will be making it through to the third round. And someone who's in a must-win situation is Volodar Murzin. Yesterday he lost against Georg Mayer from Uruguay, and Georg Mayer, he's ultra solid with the white pieces. It looks like he's going to be ultra solid right now. I'm kind of headed in those two directions, David. Is there something else that catches your eye?
Yeah, it looks like especially the game between Georg Mayer and Volodar Murzin will go on for a while. So let's check out the bars. Ooh, just as we jumped in, I noticed that Wesley So might have blundered. I see the bar rise there. Let's quickly recap this one. White's a pawn up. He's just counterattacked the black rook. He's winning. Back to Wesley So. No, I'm joking.
Okay. No, but that is pretty much the assessment. He's winning. You know, it's just going to take time for White to start to advance the B pawn, but ultimately it is going to be one-way traffic. But we've got to go to Wesley So, because Wesley So, he just pushed the G pawn. I mean, the H pawn rather. I mean, he had a beautiful drawing construction there. And this is the reason why you must not go h3, because now the bishop is doing a beautiful diagonal, a beautiful job along that one diagonal. It can just post itself up on c6, and that's it. It will stop both pawns.
Yeah, and I think it's a fact of it's just counting essentially, and he pushes his h-pawn forward. We'll do a quick action replay of the blunder in a second. Wesley's quite low on time, but bishop c6 played, and now the pawns are easily edible. Like the white king is within striking distance after bishop c6 of coming across king to f4, king takes pawn, king takes pawn. It's just 2 moves, and then the king will race back. But if we go back and show Wesley's blunder in this position, if he just leaves it, if he just waits, like plays a5 or plays king to d6, hit the bishop, then come back to e5, White's king is going to have to go the long way around. You're going to have to drop the bishop back to a bad square, and then king f3, then king g4, then king takes pawn, then king takes pawn. It's at least 2 moves more, the process to win black's pawns. So I think just pushing forward, like it's the same in openings and middle games. Sometimes if you push your pawns too far forward, you overextend. They become weak. Pawns don't move backwards. And I think he's just miscalculated here. King d6. The white bishop's going to go back the whole way. There we go. And the problem is the king can't come in. He's going to try king c5 to come this way, but I don't think it's going to work. White's just going to block it off with b3. No entries.
And you know, there's a lovely little expression that can help you when you are on this bishop against pawns. And when a bishop is defending, it wants to do all of the work along one diagonal. And you say, a bishop can't be at 2 weddings at once. You just have to remember that line. And basically that's saying that, you know, if the bishop has to cover 2 diagonals, then it becomes a little bit of a problem, and you can use that to your advantage. And that's exactly what that bishop, when the pawn was on h4, had to do. It had to go and cover h3 square. It had to cover that diagonal, because if the white king ran away too much to the queen side, then h3, g2, and there was nothing stopping those pawns. Now that bishop is dancing at that one wedding, everything is covered, and it just means that the king can do a much more aggressive job than it really should have been able to do.
Exactly. And the bishop's on its perfect diagonal. I mean, like you said, it's just doing one job, which is a bonus. But it's on the perfect diagonal to cut across the board. And the black king is only really going to be allowed to use dart squares. And actually, white will be able to seize the opposition. And just by dancing around and waiting, the black king will be forced back. I think first you stop it coming forward. But as soon as the black king goes back later, then the white king comes forward. And you just force black to give way. You like bully the black king away. And only when the black king retreats, back to some horrible squares, then you go forward and start kind of coming back for the pawns at the right time. So I don't think you need to actually rush with the white king to win the pawns.
No.
And yeah, Jovanka, I must say, I would probably make the same mistake that Wesley did. I can't blame him. It was the most natural move, but it's just unlucky that he's found himself in a hopeless situation now.
Yeah, and just that careless advance of the h-pawn, and that's it. Mistake. And I was going to say, is it also possible that white can find themselves in a situation where they could use the opposition to drive the black king way, way back, and the bishop on g2 can just simply wait. It just waits. It doesn't need to be on a particular square along that diagonal. And you might even see a situation where white is advancing the pawns further up the board and the white king actually runs for those pawns. I mean, I remember some old endgames with Alekhine where he was doing something like that.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Still need to be accurate here, maybe b3, but just while we wait for Stremovicius to make a move, let's show a few moves. b3, so let's say the black king gives way, or let's say a5 first. I think Wesley won't retreat his king yet. a5, say white just waits. b5, white just waits.
Yeah.
I don't know how to lock the pawns. Yeah, as soon as the black king gives way, like white doesn't even need to go for these 2 pawns. They're irrelevant, like you said.
Yeah, that's also one of the things. So say if black just keeps the pawns all the way on a7 and b6, just to make sure that the white king has to run for a whole length of time. But the problem is the black king constantly has to give ground.
Yeah, like if you want to keep the pawns here, how does the black king do that? Like goes across maybe? If it goes back, then white steps forward and will come this way for the pawns. So let's say it stepped across. Maybe white does the same. King d6.
And if you were to go b4?
Yeah, b4.
I mean, is that making life difficult? No.
c6, but a4. a5. Probably white gives a check, and this is your idea, I think, Jovanka. Like you cut the king and then like you wait. Yeah. And even without the bishop and pawns, this is now winning for white. Like as long as it's black to move, because the black king has to give way, and eventually you come in, and it's over.
Yeah, but Wesley's misfortune is a lesson for us all, right? And a very instructive one at that, about how the bishop is doing a perfect job defending those 2 pawns because they're working on the same diagonal. Very, very instructive. And yeah, but Wesley So coming so close to some miraculous save and not quite finding the right way to get there.
I do wonder whether he always thought he was losing, whether he never really truly believed he was back in it. Just because the way he pushed that pawn, he rushed it forward, he didn't need to commit. Again, just to show this position where he did blunder with pawn to h3. If he just hits the bishop comes back, and now he comes back to wait. Like, at least ask white the question, are you going this way? Are you going that way? What's your waiting move? And Jovanka, your point is the bishop not just guarding this diagonal, but also has to guard this square, so it has to guard this little diagonal as well. So the bishop is caught in 2 minds. So this one actually poses the opponent the problem rather than what he did. And yeah, this is very niche stuff, but it looks like Wesley's about to be punished.
Yeah. And yeah, just one small difference has a massive effect. King goes to c5, and we were expecting b3, lock that king out. No need to let it advance to c4 from where it can harass the queen side. Just shut it out. b3, king d3, both moves are sufficient. It's so over. Well, we'll see. I think this game might still have some twists and turns for us. So let's have a pause from this one and let's check in on our bird's eye view, and where we can see, okay, Maksudlu was doing the business against Motilev, and as we expected, it's just about the runaway b pawn. And what about Venkataraman against Aravind? Aravind, having a wonderful year, reaching top 10 in the world, and he almost did it by stealth, because a lot of us hadn't heard of Aravind until he did some amazing results. And I'm so pleased for him, because I actually played him twice, and such a great guy.
Yeah, he's really nice, really lovely. I played him a few years ago when he was a strong, kind of solid 25-50 grandmaster, and he remained there for many, many years. But I noticed Aravind, he used to try to draw actively, like anything for the draw, like against a higher rated opponent. He wouldn't try to beat them. He'd just try and be super solid. And then something clicked in his mid-20s, clearly. Like, suddenly he believed he could beat these guys and started attacking them, going for them. And it paid off. Like, he was crushing them left, right, and center. But this position, Jovanka, does look a bit treacherous. Like, the white king is holding for now. He looks like he's in a bit of trouble, Aravind. I don't see the breakthrough for black. Probably something to do with a5, if you can ever force the bishop off this diagonal. But yeah, black's bishop is super strong. Black's king much better than its counterpart. Do you think there's going to be a breakthrough?
Well, it's that issue again, right? A bishop can't dance at two weddings. And now I'm thinking, you have to cover the a5 square. You also have to cover the e3 square. So there's a few ways that the bishop is being challenged. So yeah, so the question, and a5 actually is absolutely catastrophic for white, because you ruin your pawn structure. You're going to be obliged to either give up material or the c-pawn will fall. So you don't want to be doing that. So the only thing you can do is just go king c2 and just kind of try to hold off the black king at bay. But again, not too many waiting. There you go. Not too many waiting moves. King c2.
Oh, bishop goes round. I wonder what the winning plan actually is. It feels like it must be to do with Zugzwang, like keeping the bishop on the long diagonal, stopping the white king from using that move to wait. I must admit I'm not so familiar with Aravind's opponent, Kartik Venkataraman. I've seen the name, I've seen some games, but I've never played him. He's looked very, very impressive so far in this mini-match.
Wow. And I agree. The thing is, it does feel like we're constantly saying that about the Indian Grandmasters. We're not necessarily familiar with who they are. We've seen a few games, and they impress us all the time with the chess. Like Diptay and Ghosh really hadn't heard of him before this event, and now he's through to round 3 after defeating Levon Aronian. Then we had Aroniak Ghosh in round 1, creating an upset when he defeated the he defeated someone, which name escapes me. Leon Luke. No, that was Shishu Wang. Aroniak Ghosh also defeated Grandmaster. And it was Matthias Bartel. I'll get there. In a very nice tiebreak.
Yeah, that was a very up and down match. He got there in the end. This one might go on for a while. I'm inclined to think it's probably going to be a draw. Like, the computer would say it's totally winning if it is winning. It's like, with so few pieces on the board, you can pretty much evaluate it. I think white's got a fortress. There's no way through for black, but still a bit of suffering ahead for Aravind. On the bottom right, I feel really guilty for not taking us there earlier, or not leaving us there for long, but Magzulu did get the win. And that rook and pawn endgame was winning. There's no way to stop the white king from marching forward, taking some pawns. So a great result for Magzulu, who's really on form this year, against Motilev, a former European champion. So he moves on. Elsewhere, Jovanka, lots of balanced endgames. Rasmus Farner, maybe slightly better against Edis Gurel. But other than that, long grinds ahead.
Do you know, I'd like to visit the game where a draw is a tremendously bad result. And that's in the game Georg Maier against Volodar Mertzin. Because Mertzin is in a must-win situation after having been outplayed yesterday. So can we go to that one and see? First up, does black have any chances to win? I mean, it feels like white is the one that is almost pressing, with a very impressive pawn structure.
Yeah, I agree completely. This is a difficult position for Georg Maier, who is famously solid and very, very rarely loses. Very underrated as well. Used to be one of the best blitz players in the world, Georg Maier. I would like black as well with this knight jumping in to e5, to c5. You can imagine black at some point even playing a pawn sacrifice like f5 just to get the black king into some dark squares. So it feels like a long battle ahead. Yuval says level. Jovanka, I think it's much easier to play with black at this position, even if it should be holdable for white with the bad bishop defending all the pawns.
Yeah. Okay, because it's really funny because just on the first visuals, you think, okay, white is the one that's pressing because they've got these beautiful pawns on d5, e4, his f3, pawn chain. But as you've demonstrated, it's actually a problem with the dark squares. And yes, this pawns on f6 and f7, well, they're not ideal, but then you can go f5 and just come in with the king. So yeah, what do we think? Volodar Mertsin, World Rapid Champion. He's got a minute on the clock, a lot of pressure on him. Can he grind this one through?
Oof. I have a feeling Maya will hold it just because I've played Maya and I know how tough he is to beat. You normally need to beat him like 5 times over just to keep him down. But I think this last move might be the key. Black's going to struggle now to win this pawn and keep it. If rook takes pawn now, which probably is the critical move, then rook to c7 I think is the idea, going for the c-pawn, trying to double up rooks on the 7th rank. And if the b-pawn and c-pawn get swapped off, there's no pass-pawn potential for black. So I think he will hold. But under 20 seconds for the World Rapid Champion. He needs to be swift right now.
Yeah.
Needs to make a move.
Yeah, he needs
Takes
to be
pawn.
speedy. And actually, he takes the pawn. I actually thought that we might see like a trade of rooks and Mertsin trying his hand and rook and bishop versus rook and knight and using the ideas that you suggested. But no, that hasn't done. I love your move, rook c7. Rook c7 and doubling up on the A line. Doubling up on the 7th rank is going to be incredibly powerful. So you have to stop that. You have to go rook. Maybe you can go rook c5. But I think the whole key to this position is actually what you were talking about earlier. You want to stop the black king from infiltrating. You want to stop the knight. So maybe I'm expecting rook a7. It almost feels like the pawn on c4 is a bit of an irrelevance. What's way more important is to kind of keep your rook on the 7th rank and make sure that the knight isn't able to jump into the game so easily. But we're going to see whether Maya goes rook takes rook or goes rook a7.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I think it's more of a Maya move, and then he'll take this pawn on c4, and he'll just try and hold on to that fortress. If he can put a bishop back on e2, kind of keep his king on f2, it feels like he's protecting everything. The only weakness for white is f3, luckily, so yeah, I think that's holdable. Just one weakness is normally okay. But yeah, this is going to go on for a while, Jovanka. He's going to try everything, Mertsin.
Yeah, he has to try absolutely everything. And we have a lot of minor pieces in the endgames. I'm also looking at the Frederick Svana Edis Gurel game that you highlighted, and it's looking like Frederick Svana is going to be winning this one and just qualifying through to the next round. It's the Black King. The Black King is just caged there in the corner. It's in a mating net.
Yeah, this is tough for the young prodigy, Edis Gurel. Actually, if I had to choose any of the prodigies, he's the one I would want to avoid the most. He's just so good. Edis Gurel beat Gukesh, of course, in the Grand Swiss. But it looks like he's about to face an early exit here, opposite colour bishops. But as Jovanka said, the Black King's super bad. That's the bottom right board on your screens. We still see Wesley So struggling to fight on. It looks like that might be reaching its closing stages. Titus doing everything right to shoulder barge the Black King into the corner. And he's going to keep it trapped there. Wesley pushing his king forward. Now, key move is probably to stop that king moving.
Absolutely.
There we go.
King driven backwards. I mean, after Wesley went h6, so h3, sorry. After he went h3, you know, Titus has just been incredibly impressive. You know, he's done all the right things. He's just simply stopped the Black King from infiltrating the queen side, the right side. And this is from Nixons. I will take some credit for Titus' success since we're usually dining together. And oi, 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 oi. Otters, did you just jinx your dinner companion? Look at that. That small a-pawn move. David, we have to break down Why is the evaluation bar being so hard on this move?
I think he's blown the win. You have to take that pawn now. Well, I was going to say you have to take it, and then I turned the computer on. Apparently taking it is wrong. Pawn to b4 is the only saving move. I was going to say a4 is very natural. Maybe b4 was the way to go, just since the pawn is nearer the white king. It's easier to get at. The white king would later move on to grab the b pawn. Apparently pawn to b4 is the way. At first I thought it was wrong because after a capture, I could imagine the white bishop and the black pawns disappearing, and when the white king goes over to win the black a5 pawn, the black king would run back to try to get to some key squares to hold things off. It's a 50-50 for Wesley So though. Apparently b4 holds, and to understand that, it's beyond my pay grade. Jovanka. I think it's because later the black king will actually run towards the b3 pawn, and we'll see a race.
That's the only logical explanation I have here. But does Wesley understand that he has to push the b pawn to b4, and he has to bank everything on the fact that the black king will race over towards the b3 pawn and win that one? And it's that the same thing again that we've seen time and time again. The bishop's defensive capabilities must not be overloaded. You know, it's ideally defending everything on one diagonal. Now, you know, it has to defend the b3 point, and that's just absolutely incredible. This ending has kept us entertained. It's had a lot of twists and turns and unexpected moments, and now this could be the final one. Wesley, he's got around 30 seconds left, and one move will take him towards tie breaks. Another one will go to elimination. He finds the right one, b4.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wesley So, miracle man. He's holding on. The white king is going to move back. I think it's a case of mutual zugzwang, maybe. If black were to move, is there a way through for white? That's the big question. He's going to, keep blocking the white king now. And when the white king goes back, the black king has to give way, but then it has a path over. And wow. Wow. This is crazy. This position, I'm still trying to understand it. You rank. I think there's a zugzwang. I think, assuming the king goes back. Wow, we might have to analyze this. Titus going deep into thought now. He should have been thinking earlier. He had 6 minutes. He pushed the wrong pawn, but king to e3. Check this out. Let's say black waits. King h4. If white waits, now it looks like white's about to win the pawn, but black promotes, let's say, to a piece, a queen. King h3. And how does white win? Look at this. King f3, king h2. White looks like he's winning the pawn, but king g1. You cannot take it because it's stalemate. It's stalemate. Game is drawn. So if you can't go for the pawn after king to h3, if you start running, then we would see this race. And this is why Wesley's been so genius. He's put his pawn as close to promotion as possible. King takes pawn, king c3. So by a miracle, he takes this pawn, and lo and behold, he promotes at the same time as white. It's a long variation, but Wesley's forced to find it, and it will be a draw at the very end.
And some amazing kind of storylines there. So for instance, if Titus hadn't pushed the pawn to a4, the pawn structure wouldn't have been fixed, so white might have been able to take on g3. There's that whole thing there. And there's also the kind of issue about if Wesley had tried to determine the pawn structure. What's happening?
Wait, what? Has Wesley So resigned? He offered his hand. There was no reason for Titus to agree a draw. Wesley So has resigned in a drawn position.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wesley So saved it. He saved it. He didn't know it though. He should have just played on a few more moves. There was nothing to lose. He's exited the World Cup on a misunderstanding, on a miscalculation, misevaluation, whatever you want to call it. He had 13 seconds left. He could have just made a move, and he would potentially have saved this game. Wesley So leaves in dramatic circumstances.
Wow. Unbelievable scenes here. Wesley So resigning what was an objectively drawn game, not seeing the defensive resource that was to promote the h-pawn and advance with the king. Oh my goodness. And wow, it just goes to show how unbelievably difficult endgames are. Wow, David.
That was crazy. Like, we've seen stuff happen like that in Rapid and Blitz when you don't have time to break things down. Wesley was low on the clock here. He was up against it the whole game. He was lost for the last 50 moves of this game, other than one or two moments where Titus lost control, and I'm a bit speechless. This was the final position where, after the White King retreated, Wesley So, I think he might have even resigned in this position, having to give way after King to e4, but he could have fought on. And it was all about this sneaky promotion, just waiting for the White King to come nearby, and then giving up this h-pawn. This is the move he must have misunderstood, just missed in general. Make a new queen, you walk your king round the back, and this would actually force White to make a big decision now, since this is just a stalemate. Nothing for White to do. If the bishop moves, you continue chasing the bishop. The bishop moves, you can continue chasing it, and nothing for White to do in this position. King takes g3. This must be, I mean, this is so hard to see from afar, but this is what Wesley must have missed. Instead, maybe the other thing that caught him out was in this position, after king to f3, or even if the king runs, that he is in time, just by one tempo, to run with his king. And this would have saved him the game. King c3, just in time, and the pawns promote simultaneously.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy stuff.
Devastating. It's going to be devastating for Wesley when he goes, checks the engine, and sees this absolutely incredible resource. And yeah, and he just resigned in what was a drawn position. But with that victory, it is Titus Stremavicius who moves on to round 3. Wesley So, one of the tournament favorites, he leaves the competition, and we've got to say a sad goodbye to Wesley So. But we have 3 games still in progress. It was a win for Frederick Svana against 16-year-old Turkish prodigy Adis Gurel. So it is Frederick Svana who also moves on to round 3. And in the meantime, it also looks like we are saying goodbye to Aravind, as he is losing against Venkataraman, if the evaluation bar is to be believed. And so far we've had a fill of bishop and pawn endgames. It looks like destiny or fate is determined to make us an expert in these, David. And here we're seeing that White is now a pawn down, and still there's the same issue going on with this bishop on f2. It's just simply on a passive square and having to defend 2 entry points.
Yeah, those entry points are the e3 and g3 squares. The bishop has to stay here as a bodyguard, else the black king gets in. The black king can't use f3 due to the pawn. It wants to use the dart squares. So the white bishop is stuck. I'm expecting... okay, I was saying king b3, the only other waiting move. Bishop to d4 is very sneaky. White here is tempting black to take. You shouldn't take, as that king and pawn endgame actually might turn in White's favor, since the e4 pawn would drop. So the black bishop moves. Aravind here, I don't know how it happened. He dropped his a3 pawn. Maybe just a very quick action replay of the last few moves. We saw the black king getting in. The white king had to drop back. So the black bishop now able to come in from behind. And a bit of a smash and grab. Win the pawn and escape. But yeah, it feels like the winning technique now is just moments away. And if we catch up with the live board, it's all about bringing the black king in. It's just timing it correctly, coming in round the back and forcing this pawn onto a dart square where it's easy to attack it.
Yeah, no, it is going to be about the black king entering into the white's side of the position. And this is the thing with bishop and pawn endgames. You can just slowly and use Zugzwang just to work your way in, and he's doing that right now. The bishop gives a check, drives the white king forward, and now I think he's going to improve the bishop one more square. perhaps bishop d2, and then try to proceed. And you can always use this concept of zugzwang. But on the other hand, I can also see that this is not so easy, because if Venkataraman like changes the nature of the position, you know, it goes e3. No, actually, David, I was going to say if he goes e3, White can't easily go king to d3 to defend the e2 pawn, because the pawn on b4 is hanging.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think black should rush. Normally the strategy is to put pawns on the opposite color to your bishop. That's what Titus should have done when he still had a winning position against Wesley So. He should have put a pawn on b4, cover the dark squares, bishop on light squares, and here the pawns on light squares complement the dark squared bishop perfectly. So I think black should be trying to get round, probably without touching the e-pawn yet. But yeah, it feels so close to winning, and like you said, Ivanka, the white king's stuck defending b4, so the black bishop's perfectly placed. It's just getting the king in now, which Aravin's trying to prevent as long as possible.
Yeah, and well, Venkataraman is trying to bully back the bishop. The bishop has to move.
Ooh, that is, I just want to say, that's beautiful. Like, the bishop obviously can't trade off. Black's winning the king and pawn endgame, but like bishop e1 or bishop h4, the only two other moves. The black king can now just slowly walk in. He's cut off the white king completely. The white king cannot cross the d file. Like, that is beautiful, like geometry. I don't know what to call it. Beautiful technique. The black king's just going to walk in, unstoppable.
It is actually, yes, beautiful. Yes, I also don't have a word for it as well, but it is absolutely marvelous, and actually something that we can all learn from. It's very instructive how to do absolutely anything. No, there's not even any chance of that. So David, I got a little bit excited because I thought, well, hang on a second, could there be a situation where the white king can ever run to a5, you know, even give up a pawn to get there? But nope. It's way too slow.
Feels too slow. He'll have to try it though, Aravind. The problem is he's losing tempi here. Like, if he goes this way with his bishop, he gets hit on the black king's pass. The black king wanted to come round, and even if he goes back to e1, when the black king gets to f1, he also gets hit. So I think he should probably go to e1, and then try to race his own king round. But it is very long, that journey, as he moves the other way. It's not good news for Aravind. King
It's
h3
not
now.
good news. King is coming to f1, and once e2 falls, then of course it's just to clear the path for the e-pawn to advance, and there's nothing that white can do. Yeah,
I don't see it. I think this is almost resigned territory.
and somehow like white is like short of a few tempo. Like I was thinking about bishop to f6 to go bishop to d4 and to try to offer a trade of bishops, somehow or other try to get the king kind of to the golden d4 square, but bishop comes to e1. Yeah, well, now the black king is going to go to h3, and g2 is taking more and more steps towards its dream destination, and king goes to b3, and he's trying this last ditch attempt, but it's insufficient. You know, you can just see that white is going to be taking too much time. And yeah, I like your idea, David, but white's gone on the passive with getting the king to d1.
Yeah, and I wonder whether you can play for total zugzwang, total domination. For example, king c2, king f1, white holds, but bishop d4. Sorry. White has to keep the bishop here, but now e3. And next, you use the bishop, winning.
Yeah. Can you also go bishop c3? Yeah, just immediately. Force bishop a3, and then you got it in the bag. And that is the cleanest way forward, as David's indicated. Just completely suffocate white. Don't be tempted to go any moves like a5. That will make the job longer. Instead, just use the fact that white doesn't have too much space, And King C2 has been played. We're expecting King C1, King F1, and King D1, and we're going to be seeing this in motion. It's a very artistic line, David, you had for us. And what I liked about it is the fact it was complete maximalism. Not only did the black king completely shoulder out, completely deprive the white king of any squares, and then the black bishop is going to do the same to its counterpart. That is absolutely stunning. And I think I can recall like an endgame, bishop endgame, that was played by Spassky a long time ago. I had a very similar motif. And sure enough, the king comes in. Venkataraman has all the time in the world to enjoy this position. And Arvind, yeah, he's looking rather sadly at his pieces because he is on the verge of leaving this competition. And John, wow, have you ever seen such a poetic feature where the black king puts the white king in zugzwang, and then the bishop then decides that that's not enough, and the bishops are going to do exactly the same thing to each other?
This is this is absolutely beautiful. It's like a swan's mating dance or something over the board. But quite honestly, the plan for holding it is relatively straightforward to see. The symmetry and the geometry of it makes it clear that there's really nothing else that white can do to try and hold back the tide. It's lovely to see that piece positioning and being more aggressive in the end game. It's one of those positions where you would be forgiven as an amateur for just looking at this going, okay, this looks like I'm just going to count the pawns, take a look at the bishops. This is probably just holdable and it's a straightforward draw, right? And you couldn't be more wrong.
Yeah, I just, for me, the most artistic line was this bishop to d4, keep this bishop in a cage. Bishop can only move over to here. And then, as David highlighted, once the bishop vacates the d2 square, goes to c1, you go bishop c3, and you lock everything out. The World Cup is a tournament with emotions, and they're here on display for us. Venkataraman, he is just getting there. He's getting to that point where he understands he is going to be winning. For Arvind, he's just contemplating his fate, thinking about previous errors, thinking about how he got there. It's a cruel format, this single elimination. We'll see it time and time again as more and more players leave the competition. By the end of round 2, we're going to see a departure of 64 more players, and it's the Hunger Games of chess.
Yeah, very, very difficult position for Aravind. I think he knows now his fate, and it's heartbreaking. Sometimes the most informed players, like Wesley So, like Aravind, just one bad game is enough to send them home, and it's just a case of what could have been. What could have been here is another question, because what will be is a black win in just 2 or 3 moves' time now, surely.
Yeah. And it has been quite a spectacular round. We've seen the departure of 2 potential tournament favourites. We've seen Nepomniachtchi leave the competition, Wesley So as well, in heartbreaking fashion when he didn't spot that the position he resigned was actually a draw because of a fantastic study-like drawing defense. And as we speak, the zugzwang is being put into practice. And going to our bird's eye view, I can see that there's still some games fighting out. For Anton Gijaro, he is holding firm as he tries to draw this game. And it is a victory for Venkataraman. He wins against Aravind, and that means it is Kartik Venkataraman with some stunning technique there in the bishop and pawn endgame, who moves forward to round 3.
Yeah, fantastic win for the underdog there. Another 2,700 player falls at the first hurdle. And yeah, we just have to say congratulations, and it's going to be fascinating to see how he moves on. A lot of Indian players inspired, clearly, by the just playing in their home country, playing for the crowd. And in this clash between the two Indians, one of them had to come out on top. It was it was not Aravind this time. It was his opponent, Kartik Venkataraman. Very impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Very poetic. We have some of our standings. Most of our standings established. A lot of players are going to go into tie breaks. For some of them, they get a rest day tomorrow, but we see players like Vidit. Vidit is going to be going into a tiebreak against 12-year-old Faustino Oro. For Faustino, he's now going to be an old hand at tiebreaks, having won his first round tiebreak against Ante Bukic. And a lot of other tiebreaks as well. I mean, some of them are going to be super close encounters.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of action to follow, a lot of tie breaks. And yeah, we'll talk about that, of course, more in depth when the time comes. But especially Faustino against Vidit, it's going to be nice and juicy. It's going to be fun to watch Pragnananda in action, of course, as yeah, we'll see some big favorites trying to make it through to round 3.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing the big favorites lock horns tomorrow in dramatic circumstances. And John, I'm sure you're as excited as we are about this.
Yeah, this has been a big day in the World Cup. It is just round 2 of round 8, but still, Diptai Ghosh defeating Nepo and Titus Stromovicius beating Wesley. Absolutely incredible stuff today, especially the way that the Wesley So game ended. I have to say, high drama there, and it just goes to show how difficult some of these things are to see. But that also means that we get to celebrate who is left in the tournament and going to tie breaks tomorrow. We have a ridiculously amazing set of names going there, but first, let's take a look at the cancelled trains departures board that is seeds 106 onwards, because this is brutal. Notice that Faustino Oro is the lowest seeded player still in the competition at this stage, and he will be going into the tie breaks for the second time in as many rounds tomorrow. Very excited to see that. And then if we flip this over and take a look at the top seeds, we now have a couple more holes here, notably Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, seed number 5 and seed number 12, both out. Aravind as well in the first column, going out there too. So really quite big stuff. It does mean, though, we get to see a lot of big names in tie breaks tomorrow. You guys have mentioned a few of them already. We have Prague, Nordjebek, Mamedyarov will be there, Hans Niemann, Bloberger, Nihal. We've got Sam Sevian who will be there. So a lot of really fun matchups continuing into the day tomorrow. And that's going to be ultimately a lot of fun. We thought maybe, Jovi, it's round 2's tie breaks. We might get fewer games. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's going to be just as busy.
It's going to be even more busy, and I think it's going to be even more intense as the players are a lot more evenly matched this time. They are going to be locking horns, and also let's not forget that a lot of the players we have here are blitz specialists. They're tough. They are sharks. When they smell blood, they pounce. So I'm expecting even more drama. I'm expecting actually that the games might even go to Armageddon. It's going to be that dramatic.
We didn't get an Armageddon at the end of round 1. At the end of round 2, though, David, we could very well see that go all the way. Having to go through 4 sets of time controls in Blitz before getting there, but we can't separate some of these players, so I think that's a realistic possibility for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a matter of time, and you know me, John, you know me, Ivanka, like I love those long days, those long grinds. So if we get to Armageddon, that's just a bit of a bonus. But as you say, it's so tough to separate these players. They all have different gears. We saw so many bounce backs today, so many players in must-win situations able to force those tie breaks. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see similar storylines tomorrow. Players who take some hits but are able to stand back up. And especially the likes of Prague, Hans Niemann, Faustino Oro. Lots of fan favorites in store.
So let's go ahead and take a look at what that's done to the bracket as we head towards tie breaks for round number 2. First of all, this is my favorite bit. All of the brackets are there on the left. In case you wanted to know how insignificant of an ant everyone feels like in this huge knockout format, it is absolutely incredible. But we have now filled out a lot of these. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that off-screen, Donchenko has just won against David Gujarov, which means Donchenko will not be participating in tie breaks today. Tomorrow even, he will be going straight through to round number 3. But we can see round 2 here, nicely filled out. I don't know if Donchenko's name will be quite up here yet because that's really fresh off the press. But when you see his name, just make sure to fill that in. So really exciting stuff. Into page 3. There are 16 pages of this, so maybe I'll ask both of you to chip in a little bit here. Jovi, let's start with you. Based on what you're seeing on screen now and where we're at in the bracket, what are you most looking forward to after the tie breaks, looking beyond to round 3?
Well, I mean, there's so few pairings that have been decided there in round 3. So again, anything can be happening. Anything can be expected. Titus Stremovicius, I mean, he's going to be facing the victor of Ariantari and Pranav. And that was very monumental escape there for Ariantari as he won on demand with the black pieces. Wanda Liang has been in impressive form, you know, winning against Max Varmadan 2-0. Don't often see that, but the sensation of the round was also Jan Nepomniachtchi crashing out of the event as he fell to Diptai and Ghosh. And some sensational results today with Wesley So also disappearing. But here we have one, Liam Le against Jeffrey Zhong. Jeffrey Zhong also winning 2-0. And that was absolute perfection there from Jeffrey. He's going to be playing Vietnamese legend Liam Le. Not going to be easy one bit. And so many pages and pages of players. And it just means that there's loads and loads of drama. Exciting matchups. Matthias Blubaum playing against 15-year-old Ivan Semlyansky. Semlyansky defeating Ray Robson over 2,700. So just 15-year-olds. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of what can be expected from him.
Yeah, I just want to point out it's a bad day to be called David. David Anton and David Navarra both leaving the competition. Makes me sad. But yeah, lots of big pairings ahead and not so much decided. Still plenty of names to be filled in. And Dogmoose, the young prodigy playing Richard Rapport, is probably one of the highlights for me. Looking forward to round 3. Nice and juicy. Young prodigy against established firebrand Richard Rapport. One of the most popular players at the top level. Maxi Vachier-Lagrave making it through. Very, very shaky game today, but got there in the end. And yeah, I just can't wait. Round 3 is one thing. Just seeing how the favourites like Vincent Keymer and Gukesh do, but the tie breaks are the juiciest part of World Cup.
And now we head into the last couple of screens of the bracket. We have a completely full round 3 there, which is a little more unusual, followed by a lot of tie breaks. Mickey Adams will be involved against Chaparinov. We didn't get to see too much of that earlier today. I'll be looking forward to checking that out. And Saleh Salem will be taking on Levon Aronian after both of them successfully go through in the classical portion of round 2 here. That's going to be particularly exciting, I think. And we're looking forward to seeing if Lev can continue his absolute barnstorming run. Alexienko as well taking on Peter Leko. That is going to be so much fun to watch out for. So we've already got, despite there still being so many tie breaks tomorrow, a whole bunch of fun round 3 brackets to take a look at. And I'm looking forward to seeing how those pan out. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. We now need to think about tie breaks. Let's maybe sum things up. But before we conclude for the day, because it's easy just to go, I'm excited for tie breaks tomorrow. But Jovi, we actually had a ridiculous amount of fireworks on the board today.
Yeah. Cinema points, John. I mean, so many unexpected things occurring today that was completely surprising, shocking. You had Wesley So leaving the competition, resigning a game where he thought that he was lost, but he was actually, in fact, drawn. You can imagine the heartbreak that Wesley will be feeling tonight, but congratulations to his opponent, Titus Stremovicius, who pulls off a sensational win. Then we had Jan Nepomniachtchi also leaving the competition when Diptai and Ghosh played an amazing game, fantastic technique, and he managed to knock out Jan Nepomniachtchi. Again, a lot of the top players, they are being held to draws. They're having to play the tie breaks. So it's just been absolutely incredible seeing surprising twists, turns, swings, roundabouts, you name it, it has appeared. Isn't this very, very dramatic day?
I don't think you could have summed it up any better, David, but maybe just to elaborate on it, we've had queen sacrifices, lots of fun opposite side castling, some really interesting end games where, depending on the board, it looks drawn but it isn't, or it was drawn but isn't now but is again. It was a roller coaster all the way through.
Exactly. There was something for everyone today. And for those of you who are just joining us from home, firstly, where have you been? But secondly, go check out Hare Krishna's win today with a beautiful queen sacrifice against the Petroff defense. Might just have refuted that whole opening. Go check out that Wesley So Endgame. So much to study. I'm going to be looking at that after the show, trying to figure out all the details, all the nuances. And of course, the blunders, Nepomniachtchi among them early on there. The queen sacrifices, we saw Ganguli go down the wrong road against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I think those were the highlights for me, those games. But yeah, it's been living up to expectations, as the World Cup always does. This year's been bigger and better than ever. 200 plus players, whittling down slowly. But yeah, it's just getting started. We're here for weeks.
Well, plenty to dissect going into the next round. But before we do that, of course, there's that small matter of tie breaks, and we'll be here for that tomorrow, same time, same place. Depending on where in the world you are, that could mean something slightly different. We are in the twilight hours in the Americas and very much in the evening if you happen to be on the east end of Asia or in Australia. But the games kick off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, India Standard Time tomorrow, and we will be back here, same time, same place. So we find out then which players will progress to round 3 and whether more giant names of the sport will go down in the early rounds of what is promising to be an absolutely electric World Cup. Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to seeing you again right here tomorrow. Good night.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Goddamn self.